betrayed and thrown to the monsters. This kid's body literally turned to dust. All that was left was a single piece of bone lost out in the wasteland. But what the rest of the world didn't know is that this guy is straight up impossible to kill. Kidnapped as a little kid, he was turned into test subject number 17. He went through 80 years of pure torture and messed up genetic experiments in the dark, until they tossed him out like trash into a suicide mission gate. Except instead of dying, he wiped the monsters straight off the map. His body adapted. He ended up awakening an OP power that's borderline ridiculous. Now he cancels out ultimate attacks with a simple finger flick. He crushes S-rank villains until they're literally the size of marbles. And he spams forbidden spells like it's child's play. The trash tier experiment got reborn. And now the whole world is gonna have to pay the price. Tearing through the sky out of nowhere, a red rift pops up and ruins the peace. It brought a bizarre portal along with pure chaos for humanity. People soon called it the demonic realm, with terrifying beasts invading our world, turning the whole place into a buffet where folks became the main course. But in the middle of all that despair, a few chosen ones stepped up and became hunters, awakening mana and unique powers, giving the world real-life superheroes. Humanity fought back thanks to this crew, and the heavy brawling started. After the dust settled over time, people started rebuilding and getting their lives back. Sadly, that peace didn't last, since beasts kept spawning out of the rifts non-stop. Holding the front line, the warriors pushed their limits, using everything they had in the fight. Unfortunately, the numbers didn't always add up, and many met a tragic fate. The problem was pretty obvious. They lacked hunters, with way too many falling in combat. Taking heavy losses, the higher-ups realized they needed a drastic way out. So, scientists decided to create artificial life and manufacture their own heroes. They brought the Chimera Hunters into the world, lab-grown beings with freakish power. Using a dark recipe that mixed prisoners with animal DNA, they added minerals from the gates to give this whole mess a massive upgrade, finishing the combo with beast cells, creating a highly dangerous genetic salad. The lab was full of failures until one experiment finally worked. Out of pure desperation, they mass-produced chimeras, building monsters to fight monsters. And the idea actually stuck, with scientists and hunters teaming up to prevent more losses, giving society a breather with this backup, letting them finally try to rebuild. Decades later, inside a hidden lab, a scientist complains about the latest test subject. Reaching the containment zone, he shines a light into the cell and notices number 17's creepy arm. His coworker shakes with fear and tells him to back off, but the guy thinks the beast is already fried. Pointing at the messed up arm, he even wonders if that's just a side effect. He mocks his coworker, thinking the beast is blind, having no clue it sees everything. Soon enough, the scaredy cat suggests dumping the creature. The other agrees, and they move on, sneaking away and leaving our boy completely ditched in the dark. They quickly notify the director that number 17 is completely useless now. Explaining the state of his body, the boss only wants to know how much time he's got left. He gives him a month's tops, with everyone in the room agreeing on that sentence. Right then, the director gets the bright idea to use the kid as a human shield in a gate, sending him on a mission with 0 return commands, a strict one-way trip. With a single blink, the kid drops straight into the demonic realm, thrown right to the wolves, and the party starts off hot, with a creepy flying beast going straight for the attack. Our boy stands his ground, flashing his claws and ready to return the favor, shooting energy threads to tie the beast's mouth shut, kicking off the horror shell. The ground explodes, leaving him standing right in the middle of that dust storm. Then, a bizarre worm pops out of the dirt, proving this is gonna be a very long day. Digging his claws into the soil, taking a stance that makes it clear playtime is over. He takes a light beam from the worm and gets sent flying, leaving the beast pretty confused. Surrounded by heavy attacks, the kid feels 0 pain and completely ignores the damage. Suddenly, a massive lizard charges up blue energy in its mouth, ready to fire a heavy blast. It fires a laser that swallows the boy whole, looking like it's the end of the line. Except the blast bounces right back, and the lizard itself takes the hit, looking totally lost, screaming in pain as it gets fried by its own attack, paying the price for slipping up. From a distance, the hunter squad is stunned by the Chimera's OP strength. The blonde guy mentions the gate hasn't closed in 3 days, calming the group down, thinking that cracked Chimera could easily hold back the horde forever. One of them draws his sword, bringing up that their mission is pretty simple, just needing to clean up any beasts that slip past the kid, making it an easy gig. But the portal up in the sky starts twisting and fading, signaling the party is over. Seeing the portal vanish, the squad leader gets the memo and decides it's time to bail. He orders an immediate retreat for the whole team so they don't waste another second. Running for the exit, one of them bumps into a cracking barrier, meaning time's up. Worried, the female hunter asks about the kid, but the boss tells her to ditch him, claiming the test subject already did its job, treating the guy like pure trash. Her conscience feels heavy, but the boss tells her to chill, calling him a machine. And that's where it gets crazy. His eyes shift, showing the tables are turning. Without thinking twice, he grips the beast's paw super hard, completely crushing it, following basic programming to just wipe out the targets, running purely on autopilot, with the warning to protect the squad flashing in his mind, the usual suicide mission. The monster smirks, thinking it's scored dinner, having no clue who it's dealing with. Not fazed at all, his eye glows blue as he preps a massive heavy attack, blasting a wave of power that wipes everything off the map, turning even the ground to dust. The scientist's voice echoes in his glitched mind, keeping him fully focused on his orders, having his body fall apart after securing their escape route, a completely unseen sacrifice. As he melts onto the floor, he tries to trigger the return command as a last resort, but the system rejects the prompt right away, proving his fate was already sealed, leaving behind a clean log of 0 casualties and over 1,000 monsters wiped out for a success. No one saw that coming. With his last breath, we learn he used to be human, kidnapped at age 9, watching his past life flash like a movie in his head, remembering everything they stole from him. His brain is so scrambled that he doesn't even recognize the scenes, like it's a foreign language, chilling as he watches it all play out, facing this really confusing goodbye. We flash back 79 years, where a caretaker finds the boy's name super weird. Jump to 70 years ago, the kid takes 0 disrespect and answers their bullying with rocks, making the orphanage owners lose their patience and slam the door right in his face. He gets kicked out and left all alone out in the freezing cold streets. Unable to handle the harsh weather, he ends up passing out and starting his worst nightmare, with 2 rich snobs in a fancy car pointing in disgust and straight up asking for the kid's price. Cutting straight to an operating table, a scientist pulls out a giant syringe for the test subject. The medical crew steps up to log the kid as the brand new number 17, ordering them to record the test, injecting him with S-rank silkworm larva cells, branding the number 17 into his arm while the scientist watches closely for any reaction. Everything actually works out. The boy gets powers and keeps his mind perfectly fine, lucky right? But that sick boss orders them to pump him full of stuff until his body starts deforming, kicking off years of torture, stuffing the kid with every type of genetic junk possible. We skip ahead to 64 years ago, where he wakes up from another brutal test. Forcing himself up, he faces a yellow monster and fires, already running on autopilot. He takes a giant wasp attack right after, barely even flinching at the routine, wiping out the bugs with a single shot, proving he's become a walking weapon of mass destruction. He clears out the rubble to save a mother and daughter, showing the hero inside him was still alive. Getting a big thank you from the lady, he gives a nod and says it's all good. Fast forward to 59 years ago, the now grown-up guy looks completely lost on the street, surrounded by a bunch of taken down beasts, his mind glitching out and unable to process a thing. Soon that scumbag scientist shows up mocking him, asking if his memory was failing, cheering over that side effect, super hyped that his sick plan was actually working out. We skip ahead to 54 years ago, as the old man takes notes on his clipboard. After 15 years and 500 different tests, our boy finally breaks, bringing in a sliced up monster, with the scientist flexing about number 17's success. We jump back 20 years, and there's a hand feeding the MC meat like he's some stray dog. Then, a lady gets a huge jump scare from him since his looks weren't exactly helping, grossing everyone out and sparking fear, with a dad even covering his kid's eyes right away. 3 days before blacking out, he faced a heavy brawl, taking hits from all sides. Despite being all bruised up, clearing every mission was the only thing on his mind. Jumping to the present, the sun hits the canyon and our boy's body turns to dust. But not everything is gone, leaving just a tiny piece of his spine lost in the sand. Shaking out of nowhere, the bone starts pulling matter and rebuilding itself. The whole thing is surreal. A bright light shines deep inside, making it clear the show is far from over, forging the entire spine all over again, glowing with the energy of 527 cells. The ribs follow right after, proving number 17's skeleton was making a comeback, wrapping flesh and muscle around the bones super fast, looking like some creepy spaghetti. And just like that, everything changed, finishing the regen with a golden blast, bringing the MC back at full throttle. 2 feet calmly touch the ground, leaving that freakish beast form in the past. Standing up with a brand new human face, he stares at his own hands, pretty confused. He rises from the ashes alone in the desert, proving he refused to stay down. Completely bare and lost, he actually asks out loud if he's human again, but soon his arm shifts into a dark claw, showing not everything was 100% human. Checking his wrist, the experiment tattoo was gone. He was a free man now. It hits him that he only revived thanks to some immortal cell, pulling a full phoenix move, working just like a jellyfish, gaining the power to revive up to 3 times effortlessly. Those cells weren't even supposed to merge like that, but his body feels built different. Noticing that by blacking out, the side effects vanished and his mind is good as new. This leaves the question hanging whether he could actually live a regular life as a normal human now. Remembering that moment, the head scientist suggested he should start helping people. The guy even pitched the name Qian De Woon, which means helping 1,000 people. Nice irony there, calling out that nonsense right away, finding it a joke for a tossed-out orphan to help anyone. He stands there thinking for a bit, and the first idea that pops into his head is payback. Except he needed a target, and right now he was completely clueless on where to look. Since way too much time has passed, that idea cooled off, especially being stuck here in the demonic realm. Deciding that if he ever bumps into those guys, he'll settle the score, but leaves it alone for now. A small smirk creeps up on his face, happy to finally find a new direction. Staring at the sun with his mind made up, he's ready to kick off this new chapter. His focus is super simple right now. Just try to live peacefully like a normal human. Moving to step 1, scoring some clothes, cause he doesn't even remember the last time he wore anything. He walks around completely exposed, focused on slowly getting his humanity back. Arriving at a river hunting for a new look, but having zero clue where to find any fabric. Since life in this place was no walk in the park, he desperately needed something tough. Heading into the woods with his chest high and nothing on, ready to explore the area. Suddenly, a weird noise drops out of nowhere, making him stop and go on high alert. He comes face to face with a beat-up giant griffin looking like it just survived a gang fight. Scanning the beast and noticing 0 wounds, realizing it actually dropped from poison. Talk about hitting the jackpot, because he needed leather and this beast practically fell from the sky, morphing his right arm into a blade, turning into a walking Swiss Army knife. He takes advantage of this wild convenience right when he needed a knife the most. Flashing back to his lab butchery lessons, he already starts planning the cuts. But the second his blade touches it, his hand stings and he realizes this won't be that easy, feeling a weird tingling with the beast's poison trying to take him down too. Then, a purple aura leaks from the griffin and gets absorbed by the MC. What doesn't kill you gives you a massive power spike. Except he complains heavy about the poison stench, needing a bath super fast, peeling off the hide to craft some makeshift clothes, and leaving the rest of the carcass behind. He throws the skin in the water to soften it up, thinking it'd be a breeze, but nope. When trying to wring it out, the thing turns into concrete, proving water wasn't gonna fix this. A light bulb goes off in his head, and he already has a genius idea to handle it. Beating the leather down with pure punches, since if finesse didn't work, brute force would. He treats the fabric by throwing hands, ripping all the fur and fat right off. The plan works perfectly, and our MC gets super hyped with the nice soft leather in his hands, eyeballing the measurements right on the spot, skipping the details so we keep it clean. Out of nowhere, the griffin's head catches fire, looking like some budget pet shop phoenix, taking a random peck and going into shock. Was this plucked bird seriously still alive? He shakes it off and uses his raw strength to rip the leather into the perfect shape, throwing the piece on and tying a makeshift belt. He checks it out and thinks it's not bad, super proud of his Fred Flintstone drip, seeing it fit him like a glove, feeling an itch while a purple aura leaks out, showing he didn't fully digest the poison. He just ignores it and spots the griffin's head moving again, stubborn as a bad habit. The creature lets out a bizarre gag, looking like it was trying to say something, making it click in his head and bringing out a smile. If the beast came back, it was immortal just like him. Normally he would have wiped the floor with it, but seeing the bugger harmless, he sees no point. Flashing a huge smile, he tells the beast they both got lucky, and now it's all about living. He walks away in peace, making it clear that if fate allows it, they'll bump into each other again. Walking for a bit, and finding a dark cave. It looks like a solid spot to settle down. With his fresh drip on, he focuses on his next goal, which is scoring a place to crash. But he barely gets a second to think before the wall cracks, proving this crib already had a tenant. A giant centipede bursts out of nowhere, screeching super loud. Talk about a noisy neighbor, hovering right over him, making the MC look like a tiny toy next to this bug. Without even blinking, he just looks up and asks if this place was always so dark. Watching the bug try to spit some green slime, he casually raises a hand and blocks the strike. He drops a straight rejected, kicking out the tenant and taking over the entire cave. Continuing his house hunting journey, stopping in a frozen mountain and brutal cold, he scopes out the scenery, probably trying to escape that natural AC. Spotting some new neighbors like massive yetis that woke up on the wrong side of the bed. After pushing the big guys aside, he knows his food would be scarce up here. Rejected. finding a mushroom forest, but it stinks way too much, earning another solid rejected. Next up is a super damp and drippy cave, getting crossed off the list immediately. Arriving at a volcano with unbearable heat, tossed in the trash. Since our guy was picky, he finally stops at a sunny cliff, finding a spot that wasn't a freezer or an oven, spotting a waterfall and a crystal clear lake, completely blown away by the view. Full of hype, he dives right off the cliff without a second thought about the drop, running along the edge of that lake, making it crystal clear he was happy with his choice. The water is so clean you could easily see a bunch of fish swimming around peacefully. They were actually some creepy piranhas, but to him, they'd make a perfect barbecue feast. Already dreaming of a cabin with fish in the backyard, deciding he was going to build right there, having little yellow flowers giving off that cozy nature vibe all around the spot. Fresh air and green trees made it feel like a five-star resort right in the middle of chaos. Taking a deep breath in that beautiful forest, he slaps his seal of approval on it. The decision is locked in and our boy's new home is officially greenlit, finally finding his slice of peace and quiet right in the middle of that whole apocalypse. But the joy is short-lived as the sky quickly throws a wild blue electric fit, and that's where it gets crazy. The energy spirals into a massive portal, successfully canceling his peace on the spot. Spit out of the hole, something smashes into the ground, looking like an express delivery package. Right after, a busted robot stands up from the crater, looking like it was built from blender parts. Lighting up its red eyes, the junk bucket scans the area, wondering where it just landed. Meanwhile, our MC picks out a plot of land and decides to build his own place. Starting with the foundation, he reaches out and releases a pretty weird energy. Soon enough, a golden wave sweeps the forest. The kid turned into a reverse park ranger. From the impact, the giant trees can't handle the pressure and fall straight to the dirt. Seeing the cleared out zone, he checks it all and notices there's plenty of room for the build. He folds the logs up, picking out the best ones. It's like watching a human crane at work, leaving the wood stacked. Our protagonist notices the ground is a little uneven, so he stomps down hard and levels the dirt by force. Talk about some crazy foot strength. With everything prepped and catching that nice sunlight, the lot was good to go. Clenching his fist, he enjoys moving however he wants. It was pure freedom. Time to set the pillars up, grabbing a massive log with just one hand, having a blast with the moment. He vibes with the free will in his first real home. He uses super speed to nail the floorboards in a blink. Flash would be jealous. But what happens when you run out of nails? The kid's creative fix is using monster slime. Smearing the green goo on the wood, that stuff would harden and turn rock solid. For the final touch, he uses his powers to scatter nice-smelling plants all around, smiling at the result. The scent was going to work as a natural bug spray against threats. The wooden cabin comes together with slug glue and webs, turning out surprisingly cozy. Scratching his head, he feels like something's missing. What did a normal human house look like again? Right then, a memory from the lab pops up, where scientists showed them videos of houses. They had families, dogs, and yards. A normal life he never got a chance to live. But keeping a little stray dog out here would be impossible. Just pure cruelty to the poor thing. He even wanted to grow a garden, but had no clue what to plant in such cursed soil. Until a light bulb goes off in his head. A genius idea pops up out of nowhere, remembering the snow mountain and those mandrakes. Dinner was about to get a very exotic twist. Without a second thought about the cold, he scales the peak looking for that little plant. Knowing they love ice and heavy mana, our MC turns on his inner biologist. Footsteps crunching in the deep snow bring back the memory of the day he was kidnapped. It's actually ironic, because the cold was so brutal that getting grabbed was almost a relief. However, being a chimera has its perks. No more freezing or starving now. Feeling the mana getting closer, the blizzard starts to ease up. Bingo. Finding the sprouts popping out of the snow, the trip was already worth it. Except mandrakes are super sensitive. Any weather shift and they bite the dust. Focusing on the younger and more adaptable sprouts, he plans to take 3 roots home. He pulls the first one expecting that classic scream, not even bothering to plug his ears. But the plant just lets out a cute yawn, leaving the kid super confused. Grabbing another root, that same sleepy sound happens again. What a weird vibe. Even the third one grumbles softly. He didn't expect mandrakes to be this polite. Bunching them together, they mumble and rub against each other, sleeping peacefully. Then it clicks. The scream is just a defense mechanism against heavy-handed humans. They were chilling because this spot was already their natural habitat. Thinking it over, he wonders if they assumed he was some kind of relative. A quick shrug, and he just tucks the plants into his belt. Less stress to deal with. And he's already walking away dreaming of a hot cup of tea and some fruit for dessert. Then he remembers that forcibly picked fruit turns to poison. He'd have to sweet-talk them. Out of nowhere, his radar goes off. There were hunters nearby on this dangerous mountain. Flashing a little smile, he decides to go go over and borrow some gate stones. Up ahead, a group was in deep trouble. They got used as bait and left behind. The partner quickly tells him to swallow his tears, cause the monsters were coming back full swing. Surrounded by snow rabbits with razor-sharp teeth, things were about to get really heated. And these beasts were dead serious. One with a tentacle mouth was already drooling. Trying to hold off the horde, one of them pops a barrier, but cracks are already showing. Cold sweat runs down the hunter's face, realizing that shield wouldn't last much longer. With the shield shattering, panic hits hard. He regrets ever taking this mission. Left with zero defense, he just screams for help, watching the rabbits leap in for the kill. And that's where it gets crazy. A blur cuts through the air, and a massive explosion wipes the pack off the map. Opening his eyes slowly, the hunter sees the monsters growling at something. Looking super confused, a silhouette steps out of the smoke. The guy couldn't even tell if it was human. It was our MC, wearing a dead serious look and ready to handle business. Glaring at the freakish creatures, he just wonders if that was actually a rabbit. Right in the middle of the chaos, a shady being steps out of the dark, dropping a cliche reunion line. Ignoring the boss, the kid scares off the rabbits with a flick, sending them all running. The guys are left speechless, a bizarre monster dipped just from feeling his presence. Almost crying tears of joy, one of them thanks him for not getting sent to the lobby. Introducing himself as Kim, he quickly hears the MC answer back with his name super calmly. The man finds his ragged look pretty weird, assuming he's some kind of hermit hunter. Meanwhile, his partner doesn't get what a rookie would be doing here. Was it for the cash? Paying close attention, our boy hears them talking about hunting down a chimera. As they explain the machine's breakout, the MC catches on right away that they weren't after him. He chills out a bit and asks for a gate stone, but the hunter says their gear is gone. Spilling the truth, the guy reveals their boss is bailed with everything. Pure snake move. He grips his wounded arm and curses, realizing this whole thing was a setup from the start. Bitterly regretting falling for the sweet talk of a leader who only needed live bait. Putting the pieces together, Doan figures out the stone is with the traders. Time to hunt. The guys panic when they see him turn his back. They were at their limit with the contamination. After all, staying out there without purification meant game over. Only the MC could tank that environment. Crying over his pregnant wife, the guy begs for help while the MC tracks the runners. Doan ignores the drama and jumps, cracking the ground. He had better things to do, leaving the guys screaming in despair, watching their only hope fade into the sky. We cut to the little robot from earlier, hanging out by the edge of a really steep cliff. Suddenly, the traders bump into the bot, and the leader immediately orders everyone to attack. Spotting the threat right away, the little machine pulls out some tools that were definitely not friendly. Its red visor blinks, locking onto a single system command: wipe out all threats. Rushing in, the squad jumps with their weapons ready to scrap the thing. A short while later, the MC pulls up to the spot. Did he arrive too late? Looking at the blood-stained snow and drop backpacks, he noticed they bailed in a rush. He checks out the kid and animal footprints, figuring out the creature shape-shifted while fighting. Realizing the beast had super flexible DNA and could adapt crazy fast. Pair that with the hunter story and all the pieces fit together perfectly. It was liquid metal. It could turn into a wolf, snake, or kid, making it a super rare material. Letting out a laugh, he finds it hilarious that a tiny robot like that wiped the floor with 5 grown men. Back with the hunters, Kim was trying to wake up his friend, who was already fading fast. Turning purple from the bad energy, the man remembers his kid was going to be born soon. He begs his partner to tell his wife he's sorry in a seriously heartbreaking scene. But like a miracle, our MC's bare footsteps onto that snow once again. Turning his head in shock, the hunter feels hope sparking up all over again. This is where it gets good. Xian Duwon was standing right there holding all the backpacks he managed to get back. Bringing back not just the backpacks, the madman even scored fresh boots to avoid stepping on the ice. The hunter looks at the MC like an angel, dropping to his knees and begging to save his buddy. But the kid is just bored and brings up the gate stone, so the hunter says he has a fix, pulling 2 10 million won checks from his pocket representing their entire life savings. 20 million was useless right there, but it would fit perfectly back in the human world. Suddenly, he materializes a gate stone right in his hand. The kid is practically a magician. Opening the dimensional rift, the man gets super emotional and swears eternal gratitude. While the partner gets treated, our MC just stares at the massive payout he just earned. He asks about the original price, and the battered guy explains it costs 1 million nowadays. With zero shame, he points out he got paid way too much. Honest even during extortion. portion. Flashing a little smirk, he warns the change wouldn't be in cash, but in pure power. Blue mana wraps around them both, freaking the man out as he thought he was getting injected. Panicking hard, he tries to stop it right away, knowing things were gonna end badly. After all, pure energy is super dangerous and could shatter their cores forever. Except, to his surprise, a warm feeling purifies all the dark energy right out of his body. With his friend bouncing back instantly, the two hug it out, crying tears of joy. Thanking him again and watching the boy leave, they just wonder who that guy really was. Back at the base, he does a quick patrol to make sure no intruders crashed his spot. Seeing his little house untouched, he celebrates the extra cash from such a productive trip. His eyes catch the mandrakes on his shoulder, noticing they look super wilted from the journey. Since the badass gardener never rests, he starts prepping the soil for planting right away. Those little plants keep grumbling non-stop, seeming pretty salty about their new crib. Wondering if they were mad or just hungry, a brilliant idea pops up on the spot. He offers a bit of his own mana, and the little creatures love it, getting super hyped. Bouncing around with full bellies, the boy concludes they were also native monsters. Moments later, his radar goes off, sensing a weird presence sneaking closer. Hidden in the bushes, the little robot watched everything in silence. It was the hunter's target. Stashing the cash in the cabin, RMC decides to save it for a better opportunity. It was time to clean up the mess, so he sits down and digs through the stolen backpacks. Inside, there's a full camping kit with a stove, pots, and even several fresh gate stones, not to mention clean clothes, sleeping bags, and a blanket. Pure adventurer comfort. Praising the guy's prep work, he realizes he hit the jackpot with that rescue. A packet of spicy instant noodles sits right in the middle, hitting him with heavy nostalgia. With his stomach already growling, the kid gets hyped and decides to play Master Chef. Since the recipe called for 500 milliliters of water, he just eyeballed the whole thing. Letting the waterfall water boil, he quickly starts brainstorming side dishes for the soup. Right on cue, a piranha jumps out of the lake, basically offering itself as the main course. Because folks love upgrading their ramen, that fish seemed like a top-tier choice. Landing a clean hit, he deletes the beast in midair. His reflexes were on point. Need eggs for the recipe? Some fish roe would do the trick perfectly. And for green onions, he just went and grabbed some random leaves straight off a tree. Getting all the ingredients ready, he heads back to his tiny makeshift kitchen. He drops the pot on the wooden table and the dish was practically done. Still hiding in the bushes, the little robot watched that human cook with heavy curiosity. Lighting the fire, our chef's only doubt was the exact moment to throw the fish in, so he just boiled everything together and tossed the seasoning right on the makeshift log table. The mandrakes, though, are already making funeral faces, sniffling and crying non-stop. That smell was so terrible that they got sick, almost puking it all out, sending up foul black smoke. The recipe turned into a pure crime against the sense of smell. Even with the machine smelling that funk, the serious munchies ended up speaking way louder, cooking up a way to taste that steaming pile of mush. The plan went into motion. Since humans love dogs, the genius idea was to appeal straight to the cuteness factor. Morphing into a tiny limping poodle, the tactic was to use some solid emotional blackmail. Doowon hears the puppy cries and figures out right away it was the robot in disguise. Getting super suspicious, he just wonders if this was a trap to lower his guard. But looking at the bugger wagging its tail, he realizes it was just a super innocent kid. With the ramen done, he offers a little bit, and the tiny dog barks happily. Serving up that mush, the animal actually drools with its eyes sparkling from pure hunger. The MC stares at the purple leaf-filled soup, hesitating on whether that was even edible. Mustering the courage to taste it, the tiny dog was already eating straight from his plate. The dog swallows it all fast and starts grumbling, completely baffled by the flavor. Except that taste brings back old memories of eating ramen with his friends back at the orphanage, bringing up a really warm memory in the middle of so much tragedy. The taste was really good. Pure nostalgia hits hard, the flavor matching exactly how it tasted when he was 7. Saying it was delicious, the little dog looks at him without understanding a single thing. With the toxic smell lingering, the mandrakes can't take it anymore and hurl everything out. Calling the feast over, he tells the dog to take a walk so he can clean it all up. The kid keeps watching super suspiciously as the little dog leaves all happy, calling out from a distance that it was limping on the wrong paw. The tiny machine freezes instantly. Completely embarrassed, the beast goes back to limping and sneaks away. The MC cracked up, leaving the dishes washed. Now the kid was going to play house husband at the laundry. He complains about wearing leather clothes, remembering those awful experiences with the pollen. Grabbing a stick to beat and clean the clothes, he tries to go super easy on it, but his raw strength cracks the entire ground, leaving him stunned at his own heavy hands. With the stick broken in the dirt, he realizes he was a threat to himself. Pulling a sour face, he tries to calm down. At least he still had another club to use. A dead serious look crosses his face, kicking off round 2 of Laundry Diddy. Soon enough, a little rock with eyes pops up in the corner. It was the tiny robot again. Keeping a close watch the whole time, it even disguised itself as a fin near the dishes. Even among the flowers, the robot was tagging along, pretending to be a tree stump. However, the disguise failed hard when a bold little bee got way too close. Going into absolute panic, the little machine runs away screaming for help. It gets super mad and lets out a red aura, proving it really has the mindset of a kid. That's when the protagonist notices the creature's stiff, totally mechanical way of speaking, being a classic side effect of knowledge forcefully shoved into young chimeras. Super shy, the robot hides in the flowers and drops compliments with that little GPS voice. Holding his only intact t-shirt, Do-woon admits that doing laundry was complicated. He stares at the one piece that survived the wash since everything else turned to dust. Hanging what was left on the clothesline, he decides to go check on his mandrakes. Deep in the backyard, the little rock robot was watching it all with its orange eyes. Seeing the clothes swinging on the line, the rust bucket figures it could wear that too. The machine sneakily grabs the shirt, slips it on, and decides that piece is officially theirs now. Since the shirt was massive, it turned into a dress, leaving the robot super hyped and amazed. Out of nowhere, the metal starts glowing, and beautiful brown hair sprouts on top of its head. Clenching those robotic hands tight, a completely new form was taking shape. And just like that, everything changed. She shifts into a super cute little girl and immediately tells herself she hit perfection. Arriving at the garden, the MC finds the mandrakes wilted and doesn't get what happened. It strikes him as super weird, so he pulls one of the roots from the clean dirt and looks completely baffled. Yanking out a bunch of roots in a panic, he proved to be the worst plant dad in the world. Full of regret over the mess, he decides to measure out the space and build a real garden. Right in the middle of his plans, a tiny voice pops up. It's the little robot girl looking super shy and saying hi. Our boy gets a massive jump scare from that, thinking she's a real girl. He answers back awkwardly. Pointing at the house, she asks if he lives there. The kid confirms it, full of pride. Curious, the girl wants to know if he's a native. Seeing his chance, the MC decides to troll her, so he asks which tribe she came from. The poor thing freezes up, having no clue what to make up. Out of desperation, she points at nothing. He gives her a little push, suggesting the coconut tribe. Grabbing onto the idea, she nervously confirms that she came from exactly that place. He holds back a laugh, pointing out that their clothes are exactly the same. Caught red-handed, the girl claims finders keepers and stands her ground on the lie, laughing at the whole thing. He agrees. Hearing that, the little girl lets out a squeak of pure joy. To keep the joke going, he asks what she wants. Looking embarrassed, the girl says she has a favor. No hesitation, she drops to the ground and shamelessly begs to live with him. Wondering why, he hears that there are 0 bugs around here. That bee trauma hit her hard. She clasps her hands, explaining the place feels safe and she just wants some peace. Flashing a smirk, he realizes the girl just needs a secure spot to rest. He agrees, but warns her she'll have to work. Super happy, she accepts the challenge on the spot. First mission, prepping the garden. After all, those mandrakes need a proper home. Grabbing a stick full of hype, she takes charge while flexing her own strength. And she really wasn't lying. Swinging that wood with truck-like power, she sends dirt flying everywhere. Watching from afar, he thinks the girl is either super naive or doesn't even care about hiding. When asked for her name, the kid looks surprised, like she never even thought about it. Since she doesn't have one, she makes it up right there, remembering that pretty flower from earlier. Resting the club on her shoulder, she puffs out her chest and boldly declares she's Kim Nari. Our boy gets a bit confused and asks if that has something to do with that yellow flower. Getting a little mad, the girl shouts that she's Kim Nari and that's that. Thanks to her brute strength, the garden gets done in a flash, and the MC handles the fence. Seeing the mandrakes jumping happily in the dirt, he realizes he should have done this way sooner. But right in the middle of the party, Nari stops in dead silence, just watching the scene. Finding this quiet vibe weird, the badass notices her expression shifted out of nowhere. She bursts into tears out of the blue, mentioning the plant's joy reminded her of her friends. Of course he finds that story strange. Having friends inside a lab would be highly unlikely, and that's where it gets crazy. The memory hits hard, making the girl short-circuit while reliving a dark trauma. Screams echo around and a bizarre energy takes over. The House of Horrors just opened its doors. Trying to calm her down, he hears she spotted a cute little monster getting jumped far away. Focused on the brawl, the MC confirms the tiny beast is getting absolutely bodied in the woods. Seeing the girl so sad, our guy tests the waters and asks if she wants to go save the animal. Her mind glitches out, saying she can't help monsters. Right away, he spots the brainwashing. Inviting the kid to take a peek, the little girl goes into complete shock. She doesn't think twice though, yelling that she'll be right back. She flies off and leaves the boy in the dust. Arriving at the spot, the scene is tense. Several giant bugs are surrounding their prey. Pinned to the ground, the cute little monster is practically accepting its tragic end. However, Nari drop-kicks her way in telling them to stop, already materializing a metal blade. With her eyes full of tears, she's dead serious about saving the tiny creature. Back in the day, the robot Nari was the best in the tests, leaving the other subjects terrified. Until a yellow little beast showed up all bruised. History was repeating itself. Taking a beating from the scientists, she kept crying and repeating she was just following orders. Such a heavy vibe. Getting hit non-stop, she sobbed and begged for it all to end. Then the anger fully boils over. In the memory, her hand crushes the floor with OP strength. Jumping back to the present, the girl explodes with power and charges the bugs out of pure rage. Completely furious, she warns them that ganging up on one guy won't fly on her watch. Screaming that bullying is wrong, she wipes the floor with all the monsters using a single strike. While the apocalypse goes down over there, the MC just chills giving treats to his plants. Suddenly, Nari arrives in a panic, screaming for the boss. He turns and tells the girl to hurry up. Desperate with the tiny beast in her arms, she cries, saying he will wake up. Left totally limp with its little eyes rolling, the poor thing was successfully knocked out. Asking her to chill, the MC takes a look at the creature and quickly notices he's seen it before. With the girl on the edge of a meltdown, he steps up and offers to check the beast out. Activating healer mode, he focuses a bit of mana right at his fingertips. Quick checkup is done. The kid calms her down, saying the pet isn't in any danger, explaining that the tiny monster's energy carries pretty much its whole life story. And just like that, everything changed. It clicks instantly as he sees that same giant snow wolf in its memory. Staring at the cute furball, it all makes sense. It's the exact same beast, just a pocket edition. This leaves our guy pretty suspicious about the setup, but Nari only cares if her little buddy is gonna live. Keeping it real, he tells her the beast is just hungry. The girl looks completely confused. He mentions he already gave it a mana boost, telling it to rest, but she won't take her eyes off it. That scene throws Nari straight to the past, remembering holding her friend back in the lab. A really cruel memory, with her friend already gone, where she couldn't do anything in time. Squeezing the furball, she knows if they leave it there, that tragic history will repeat itself. Close to tears, she begs to adopt the tiny monster, promising to take care of it and feed it a lot. Laughing inside about the giant monster this thing turns into, he hears her swear to give it small portions. Unable to resist, our boy gives in. The girl flashes a giant smile, completely in disbelief. Thinking practically, the MC figures the pocket beast might actually make a solid guard dog. Speak of the devil. The little bugger opens its eyes feeling groggy, not really knowing where it landed. Locking eyes with the protagonist, it instantly recognizes the scary dude who clowned him earlier. Still in Nari's lap, it wakes up running on pure hate, growling and glaring right at our boy. Freaking out, the girl doesn't get why the cute pet turned into the devil out of nowhere. She happily lifts the beast up, thinking the growl is a pigeon noise, sending the monster into a panic. Hugging it tight, she celebrates while the creature thrashes around trying to escape that chokehold. Then the beast yells, and what catches the MC off guard is that he understands every single word. With the treatment done, Neri pops at her chest with pride, announcing she already picked a name. It's gonna be Goo, because of the pigeon sound. The MC thinks it's fine, but the beast wants to bolt. Getting super offended, Goo tries to warn them nobody approved this and he already has a name. Assuming the fuss means he's thirsty, the little girl simply dumps a bucket of ice-cold water on the poor guy, completely soaked. The tiny monster begs for mercy. Even the MC suggests ending the drowning session. So Nari bets its hunger and runs off like crazy to find some snacks for him. Leaving the mess behind, the MC grabs his tools and decides to play carpenter. He sorts out some thick wooden logs, starting to plan out a really functional closet. But right as he's about to cut, he stops. Our boy feels like something is off with the wood. Asking out loud what went wrong, he doesn't even notice Inspector Goo watching the project. Soon the beast mentions the log's color is wrong, pointing out it's super soft and useless wood. Curious, the MC asks what the right color would be, and the pet casually drops that it's obviously red. Suddenly, the tiny monster freezes with wide eyes. The protagonist understood every single thing. Our boy then repeats the word out loud, making little Goo almost lose his mind completely. A bit suspicious of this weird chat, the kid decides to take a quick peek into the pet's mind. With zero hesitation, he triggers his telepathy to read the gossip straight from the mental source. Finding a dark mind full of red eyes, the MC is left completely stunned. When trying to ask about another habitat, the beast gets mad and throws up a mental wall. Terrified, Goo asks how the heck this bizarre human can hear his thoughts. Super chill, the MC replies that the words just pop into his head, getting pretty intrigued. Pressing the little guy against the wall, he wants to know how a monster speaks human. Goo freezes instantly, coming to the conclusion that he's a super smart monster, a genuine rarity. Without wasting time, he asks if they've crossed paths. That little furball looks really familiar. Gu confirms it, saying he actually wanted to find him, leaving our guy a bit confused, explaining he just wants to return the favor from that time he saved his immortal core. Since he isn't dumb, he cashes in that favor, asking for help right away, catching the beast off guard. Closing his eyes for a second, the little monster thinks it over and makes up his mind. Super determined, he takes off the bandages to become the official guide to the Red Forest. And no one saw that coming. Out of nowhere, a fireball hits Nari, sending the girl into a full panic. With flames spreading, she screams in pure terror, feeling that brutal heat, getting thrown back by a heavy blast, ruining any peaceful vibe they had going on. Now pinned down and terrified, the little girl cries, thinking the lab squad came to get her. It wasn't even her imagination. A mystery guy shows up with a tracker, scanning her shapeshifting. Stepping out of the flames, dead serious, he drops that attacking kids isn't cool, but it's necessary. He glares at the girl, spitting that cliche villain speech, saying his life is on the line, prepping a massive fire attack right after with zero mercy. As the worst approaches, Nari shuts her little eyes and screams, thinking this was her end. Right then, the MC steps in, stopping the blast with one hand, keeping the pet on his shoulder. Gu warns him, dead serious, that the wood can wait because priorities just shifted, staying fully focused on saving the girl first, showing some heavy attitude. He looks at the shaking kid, noticing her mental state is completely wrecked. With Gu on his shoulder, our boy glares at the villain, calling out his cowardice against a kid. Finding the situation weird, the hairy dude tells him to beat it, claiming the girl is his only target. But the badass gets mad. This scumbag rolls up, setting the yard on fire, and still wants to give orders, complaining about his ruined meal. The hero tells the invader to scram right away. Full of arrogance, the villain says he talks too much and gathers fire to scorch everything. Having no time for games, the hero points a glowing finger to show who's actually in charge. A simple flick fires a beam that cuts through the fire like butter. Pure OP power, leaving a long-haired guy shocked, seeing his attack neutralized so easily. He takes the beam head-on, sending rocks flying. The poor guy didn't even have time to react, walking up to Nari to ask if she's doing okay. The girl confirms she is, looking a bit calmer. She slowly wipes her tears away, softly thanking him for putting out all that fire. Advising her to fight her own fears, he quickly points at the punching bag lying right there. Without holding back, he grabs the creep by his thick hair, kicking off a proper shock therapy session. Continuing his speech on beating fear, he serves up a solid smack right to the invader's face, only to end up with a huge clump of hair on his hand. Was that hit a little too heavy? And this is where it gets good. The villain is laid out completely bald. The hair disguise was finally exposed. Staring in disbelief, seeing the guy was bald the whole time, even though he looked pretty young. That smooth dome was shining brighter than the sun, a truly heavy revelation, making the little girl burst out laughing on the spot, joking about how bald folks are super funny. Her non-stop laughter completely erased all that fear, getting over it through pure trolling. But Gu notices she didn't grasp how serious the situation really was, and decides to step in, using his mental resonance to share some heavy memories so the girl gets the picture. He explains that this skill is meant exactly to broadcast memories into other minds, flashing an image of a scientist laughing like a psycho in a super dark and tense lab. That creepy smile was aimed right at the metallic slime that used to be Nari's original form. Mocking her for trying to run away, the guy was clearly having a blast with all that suffering. With his hand glowing in a blue energy, he orders her to step closer with zero room to refuse, saying it was just a test, but the creepy energy all around proved the exact opposite. The MC gently pats the kid's head, praising her while knowing a trauma like that doesn't just fade away, wondering what to do with the knocked out clown, while Gu pokes the defeated dude's belly. Having a genius idea, the girl gets all hyped up. We cut to a waterfall, with the new plan already in motion. The bald old guy ends up tied right under the water to cool his head. Cheering that water puts out fire while the dude is crying on the inside. But our hero actually feels bad, asking them not to clown the guy's look too much. While cooking peacefully, he notices the girl's hype and sees she's gonna be just fine. Heading down to the river to fill the pot, focused on getting lunch ready fast. Right then, Gu asks what's going on and finds out ramen is on the menu. With the magic word spoken, the girl starts praising the boss's fish dish. Flashing a smile, the boy jokes, asking if the coconut tribe eats that too. She panics hard and confirms everything, so he jumps right into the water for some ingredients. Washing the scene, the bald guy is dead certain this kid is at least an A rank. As the MC dives in, the man swears he's some reclusive OP expert, grabbing the water measure for 3 people, leaving the bald dude shocked by his cold vibe. Out of nowhere, the girl pulls 2 giant piranhas from the water, saying she secured the protein. Getting orders to use just 1 fish, she tells the old man to toss the rest. The bald guy loses his mind, terrified the monster meat is going to be unedible. With the fish in the pot, the adult almost has a heart attack, seeing the wrong water ratio, yelling in disgust at this cooking crime, while the little girl jumps happily with goo. Now the trio stares at the pot with heavy expectations, the munchies hitting hard. Left with no options, the bald guy begs to be untied and promises to cook it the right way, stepping into an imaginary spotlight because ramen is dead serious business. With surgical precision, he opens the seasoning packet with some next-level respect, holding the noodles like a rare gem, since his life pretty much depends on it. Meanwhile, the MC and the girl watch everything with a dark aura of pure hunger. The bald guy gets all poetic, declaring the dish is pure and sticking to the classic method, using pure intuition to measure the water, staring into his own soul through the pot's reflection. He tosses the ingredients in, calculating exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, counting it all through his own heartbeats, marking exactly 270. Focused like a Buddhist monk waiting for the magic to happen around beat 200. He lifts the noodles to catch some air, looking like a true master chef, using this special technique just to make the noodles way more bouncy and perfectly cooked. Even regretting the lack of some good kimchi, he has to make do with what he's got, cracking a satisfied smile for delivering his best, even while his life is on the line. Finally presenting his masterpiece, the pure ramen by Chef Nam Ji-suk, and the system quickly rates it, giving a 90, approving the dish right away. He offers it to the duo, with Nari looking suspicious since it's way different from that purple soup, grabbing the chopsticks and taking the first bite, ready to drop the verdict. The taste surprises them so much they devour the whole thing like there's no tomorrow. Right, and the first bite, a flavor explosion leaves everyone completely stunned, looking like they ascended to paradise with that true taste of purity. Neri asks if humans eat this all the time, while the MC approves the meal. Even Gu lets out a satisfied burp, showing the mission was a success. Proud of a spotless pod, the bald guy asks what they thought of the dish, grabbing the back of the bald dude's neck. Our boy tells him to spit out what he wants. He mentions feeling bad for eating a free meal, letting him ask for whatever. Gulping nervously and looking awkward, the old man shows he already has a request in mind, and that's where it gets crazy. Smashing his forehead on the ground, he begs to be trained to get stronger, leaving the MC completely lost, wondering where this training talk even came from. So, the bald guy explains he's the most cracked dude around and plans to stay a good while, kicking off the interview right away, selling himself and offering up his famous fried chicken. He wants to be the errand boy for supplies, swearing to pay whatever it takes for the lessons. His dream is becoming an A rank, but the kid cuts the chatter to ask about the attack on Nari, whispering that she belongs to the coconut tribe, telling him to just accept it and play along. The guy is completely lost but confirms it on the spot, making this fake legend officially canon. With tears in his eyes, he claims the beef was personal, pulling off an Oscar-worthy performance. He even snaps, saying he doesn't care about cash and just wants to pass his promotion exam. He tells the dude to get up already, which catches the crybaby completely off guard, asking for a real remesh to earn his meal, leaving the big guy super emotional. But the girl holding the empty pot wants in on the action too, full of hype. Right then the boss asks if she's really sure, warning her things are gonna get heated. Full of confidence and remembering his advice, she's ready to test her skills and put out that fire. He laughs it off thinking he's the badass, while the girl glares back ready to body him. Changing the subject, the boy challenges him to break a rock right there, kicking off the test. The bald dude turns pale, instantly recognizing the stone, which is way tougher than diamond. He throws out that classic taunt, doubting his strength, successfully setting the bait, chuckling nervously since it's a tough nut to crack, needing at least an A rank to pull it off. Except before he can even finish, he takes a slap and goes flying, shutting down the excuses. Left with a twisted face, not grasping what happened, completely lost from that random hit. Then Nari steps up, demanding the fight, holding a handful of water and calling him out for a one-on-one, bringing up a bit of the bald guy's sad backstory since he used to be a massive prodigy. He was a massive talent who got his powers at age 8, making him built entirely different. He passed the B-rank test with zero sweat, watching his career take off right away. He fought looking super imposing with stylish long hair and fire in his hands, flexing his skills, training non-stop and hitting B-rank before turning 20, basically securing a successful future. His fame kept growing as he dreamed of being the very best, having everything he wanted, until he notices something super weird in the shower, showing the worst had already begun. Panicking as he looks at the loose strands in his hands, discovering a massive flaw. While everyone else got power spikes, he was only awakening his baldness, falling into deep despair. In his early 20s, the top was already fading, hitting 25 looking exactly like Vegeta. Trying every kind of treatment out there, but hearing from the doctor that it was all gonna fall out, he ended up crying his eyes out in the corner, losing the battle against baldness once and for all. With so much talent but zero genetic automatic mercy, he walked out of the clinic with his head down, losing all his shine right along with his hair, throwing his confidence straight down the drain, watching his career stall out and getting clowned during the A-rank test, ending up disqualified. His whole life was ruined, winding up tossed to the side like pure trash. Until late at night on TV, he sees a doctor talking about some weird research, explaining how he dropped rare metal on his head and accidentally created a fully mechanical beast. And that's where it gets crazy, showing the true miracle of an old man flexing a full mane at 90 years old. This left our bald dude in utter shock, getting his hope back that he finally found the cure, hearing on the screen that the realm was full of opportunities, making his eyes light up. But soon enough, anger hits him, cause the scientists built a robot instead of selling the cure, punching the screen and yelling that hair is the actual true need of humanity, until they drop the bomb that the beast escaped to the other realm, changing everything. It flips a switch in his head instantly, thinking there are no laws out there and it's finders keepers. He flashed a maniac smile with the genius plan to slap that pure metal right onto his scalp, jumping back to the present with him in the dirt, watching his plan go straight down the drain. He stares at the girl stunned by her OP strength while she celebrates her victory super happy. He catches a scolding from the boy for not landing a single clean hit, pure humiliation. The MC looks out the window and drops the hard truth that if he stays like this, the training is off, making him beg for a chance, swearing to step up to earn his master's approval. Super proud, the kid shows off the new closet, thanking the wolf for his tip during the build, with the big guy watching from afar, admitting the girl is cracked and gaining more respect for her. He lets out a long sigh after taking a beating all day and having his body completely wrecked. But surprisingly, he ends up feeling pretty good and refreshed, with his soul feeling even lighter. Guessing it's the effect of being wig-free, he lets out a yell calling for round 2. The wolf chimes in saying his fire is actually decent, but the MC reminds him she's built different. Full of confidence, the bald dude warns he's gonna win now, but the protagonist tells him to bring it on. He charges forward entirely covered in flames, ready to unleash his grand ultimate attack, clashing head-on with Nori's water, creating a massive steam explosion all over the area, except he quickly realizes the water is turning into liquid metal, a completely bizarre power, and she instantly takes the opening to land a movie-style spin kick, absolutely bodying the poor guy. She follows up with a combo of punches that shatters even the rocks, flexing some unnatural strength, celebrating super happy about losing her fear of fire, even thanking the big guy for it. Left completely bruised up, he accepts defeat at his own B-rank limits, but the kid tells him to get up, reminding him he's the only one there with a second chance. Getting back on his feet one more time with a smile, already asking for another showdown. However, his nose quickly starts bleeding, showing that kind of effort doesn't come cheap. When asked about how long he's been out there, he answers while wiping the blood that it's his 9th day fighting, getting a warning to bail right away before the mana corruption takes down such a low rank, but praising his potential to actually hit A rank, leaving the big guy in absolute shock, venting about his 6 back-to-back failures, saying he was pretty much ready to give up. But the MC explains the guy's core just hasn't fully matured yet, telling him to keep pushing forward. He thanks him, getting pretty emotional and showing huge respect, completely renewing his hope. Catching some homework to purify his mana the right way once he gets back home, promising to grind for real so the kid can help him secure that A-rank spot. Since the food stash ran dry, the old dude offers to go fetch some more right on the spot, with the two saying their goodbyes peacefully. But the guy doesn't forget to ask about his weight, and the boy shamelessly plays dumb, acting like he has zero clue where it went, leaving the poor dude to search around, while the little wolf wearing the wig judges everything. Right then, a blue energy takes over the area, making the vibe super chill for the squad. The pet gets a bit suspicious and asks if everything is cool, but the kid just ignores it, explaining the risk of catching a knife in the back, with Nori wanting to understand it better. Except the beast confirms his drive is genuine and his desperation to get stronger is real, bringing a smile to the boss's face, who respects honesty and supports training the big guy. Then the girl asks if he actually understands what the pet says, which he casually confirms. She takes the chance to praise the finished closet, but notices how dark it is, thinking about fixing the issue by opening up a window, because the grind never stops. He uses his own blade like a power drill, getting it done with the most practical setup ever, which leaves the shorty amazed by the view, filling the boss with pride over his handiwork. And he remembers they'll need some light at night, making the little girl pretty curious. He pitches the idea to grab a glowing magic stone and leave it hanging right from the ceiling, making the pet question if he even knows where to find that, always staying one step ahead. The answer is the volcano region, locking it in as the crew's next travel destination. But the little beast is already shaking, warning them that's one of the worst spots around here. He sweats cold as he admits it's his homeland, while Nari doesn't get the panic at all. She squeezes the pet's cheeks to figure out the reason behind all that heavy discomfort, noticing the shift in his voice, making the protagonist praise the shorty's sharp instincts. Explaining the mascot's fear, the kid plans to go solo on this one, leaving the two behind. This is where it gets good. She puts her foot down, saying she's tagging along with zero fear of fire, surprising the boy. Crossing his arms, Gu decides he's tagging along to handle some business. Our guy agrees right away, telling everyone to gear up and prepping some heat-proof fits. Meanwhile, in the garden, the mandrakes are partying hard by jumping into a weird shadow on the ground. With the volcano erupting and lava everywhere, things are really heating up. Giant eyes suddenly peek through the smoke, proving there's a massive boss lurking around. Crying out of nowhere, this creature made of lava and darkness drops some mysterious tears. The squad finally reaches the volcanic region, stepping into one of the top 3 worst spots around. Breathing in this toxic air and sharp ash is pretty much a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Stressed out, Gu mutters that this zone is so hidden very few even know about the danger. But Nari is just happily playing with the lava, leaving the little guy dumbfounded. Explaining she's mechanical, the MC calms Gu down and mentions he hunts chimeras. Since Gu finds his human form weird, our boy explains his cracked regeneration skills, asking if the pet is cool with it, while Nari is out here melting from the heat. A big smile hits Gu's face as he says, "Company is nice," leaving our boy relieved. Then, the gear on the girl's feet starts melting right off from the extreme heat. Running over all hyped up, she asks if they need any help with the quest. She yells out that the boss is a local, just like her, leaving Gu confused since he thought he was the only one. Pointing at glowing rocks near the lava, the MC announces they've made it to the crater. Her jaw drops to the floor when she looks up at the mountain peak, celebrating at the summit, while the MC stays locked in on the real objective. He spots the shiny stone, but notices a massive fire toad guarding the peak. Noticing a super weird detail though, the huge monster is crying endlessly. Right then, Nari points to another giant toad collapse nearby. Analyzing the scene, the boy realizes it's the female who didn't survive carrying the eggs, who quickly explains they carry their eggs on their backs during mating season. Since she's gone, the eggs won't survive the heat, which is why the male is crying so hard. Feeling bad for the toad family, while the boy calculates his next moves, he tells them to hold on, planting his foot on the hot rock and getting ready to strike, dashing straight at the beast, making Nari scream in pure panic at how wild this is. That takes him right to the fire monster's face, flexing some next-level courage. Gu screams for him to come back, but the toad is already furious and charging a heavy attack, warning them not to get close because the beast is sensitive, already cooking up a plan. But the monster ignores him entirely and charges a giant fireball in its mouth, blasting a wave of flames that sets everything on fire, making Nari think the boss is done for. Only he just puts his hand out and tanks the blaze like it's nothing. Moving in close, he gives the toad a light tap on the forehead, leaving it clueless. He tells it to chill, and that's where it gets crazy. The massive beast drops down out cold. Showing off the snake venom on his hands, he mentions it's just temporary paralysis. Right after, Nari asks if he's okay, and the MC smiles, saying he's all good, explaining he's got fire toad cells. Though there was nothing he could do for the female, he promises to save the living ones as the tiny eggs start glowing a bright gold. Waking up, the big toad widens its eyes, completely shell-shocked when it realizes what happened. Turns out the MC used his energy to attach the eggs to the dad's back, turning around with that slightly crooked angel smile on his face. Then the toad rests its head against its fallen partner for one sad, final goodbye. After that, the beast turns and bows its head to the boy, showing pure gratitude, leaping away with such a ridiculous jump that little Nari is left speechless. The impact from landing far away hits like a meteor, shaking the whole ground. Looking back with a tear on its face, truly thankful for everything, Nari gets pretty emotional over the scene, fully understanding how the widowed toad feels. With one final jump, the big dad takes off with the clutch while Nari watches him vanish. All hyped up, she mentions the toad's look was a huge, sincere thank you. Nodding along, the MC realizes the beast probably remembered its lost mate when looking at Nari. He quickly shifts focus, saying it's time to grab the stone and bounce. Mining was everything he's got. The protagonist pulls the glowing crystal from the rock. Meanwhile, Nari uses her super strength to rip out a giant boulder, flashing a beautiful smile, mesmerized by how pretty the ore is, while the MC warns her not to drop it on her foot. With his backpack completely packed, the boy quickly feels feels this mission's weight is gonna be rough. Exhausted, Gu complains he used to play with that stuff, but being shrunk down makes it brutal, teasing the little guy. The MC asks if he needs help bringing gifts back to his friends. Gui turns bright red and yells that monsters don't have friends, threatening to leave the junk right there, summing up the whole situation with a smile, noting the pet is just super shy. The boy asks if he misses his flock, and Gu admits he just wishes he could have said goodbye, questioning if he ditched the crew, making the mascot look away all awkward. She had a flashback of Gu as a phoenix, looking super confused in that all-red world, explaining his high IQ was actually a problem since he couldn't talk to the others. He felt like a fish out of water, making life among brainless animals super lonely. So, unable to fit in no matter what, he dipped to live on his own, grumbling that the flock didn't even notice he was gone, flying around annoyed while Nari mines. Suddenly, the little guy stops mid-air, warning them he heard a very sketchy noise. Stopping what she was doing, Nari confirms she also heard something weird nearby. She runs over, finds a buried monster egg, and quickly calls the boss over. Seeing a crack in the shell, the MC jokes that Gu probably dropped a rock on it. He explains the hatchling needs to break the shell by itself, which gets Nari pretty worried, deciding to take the egg with them, which makes Gu freak out, calling it a terrible idea. With that face of someone up to no good, the boy says he's got the perfect nest at home, dead set on adopting the creature, leaving Gu furious since he doesn't want to carry that ticking bomb, shifting the blame to the pet, who tries defending himself saying it's for Nari's safety. But the protagonist flashes a confident smile, guaranteeing he'll take care of everything himself. Seeing all that confidence in his eyes, Gu finally gives in and says he trusts a plan. With the mess sorted out, the boy tells everyone to get back to mining the rest of the crystals, leaving Ari super hyped to dig everything up fast so they can head back home. The scene cuts back to the cabin, the sweet home of our favorite wild tribe, bursting into the backyard, while Nari carries the giant egg like a treasure. Right then, Baldy shows up asking where they went and pointing out how fast they were, trying to grab the luggage to help, but the MC stops and stares at him, noticing something off. He warns him the bags are heavy, but the old dude laughs and swears he can handle it. The second he lifts it, he almost collapses, asking what on earth is inside, but the MC ignores that and just stares at the beat-up old guy, asking who ran him over. Finding out that Gu's big gift was just a pack of ramen left at the volcano. Turns out the flock of phoenixes stared at that red packet without a clue of what it was, so they ripped the plastic and ate the noodles raw, having the time of their lives. Getting back on track, the boy asks if his apprentice got into a fight to be this messed up. The bald guy looks super awkward, confessing Neri wiped the floor with him in training, though he's proud. But to dodge the subject, he changes his mind and runs off to serve everyone dinner. Later on, the boy is just chilling, carving up that glowing stone with his knife. Coming closer, Nari asks what it is, and he explains it's going to be a ceiling lamp. He says he wants to make their home look nicer, which leaves the little girl amazed, praising his cracked intelligence and the easy way he explains stuff. She calls him super kind-hearted, with the image of the saved toad flashing in the background. At that moment, Nari mentions he acts just like a dad, catching our MC completely off guard. Changing the subject, he asks about her father and the tribe, making the little girl stutter bright red. Meanwhile, the orange sunset leaves the whole vibe super warm and peaceful. Aku was already complaining he's turning into a puddle, struggling big time with the heat, melting like Play-Doh on the floor since the hot weather completely bodied the poor guy. Soon after, a weird shadow with red eyes pops up near the egg, looking like a totem. Turns out it's a bunch of mandrakes stacked into a creepy tower, meaning business, charging in for a combo attack against some critter that was just taking a nap. They scream Mandrake triple fusion, rolling splash, which sounds like a super cheesy anime move, smacks right into a white beast built like a giant mochi who doesn't even get what happened. Right then, Gu glares at the troublemakers all annoyed, while the mochi just sits there frozen. Stepping up to restore order, Nari immediately wants to know what sparked all this mess. So our hero explains that the little plant are mad about their turf getting invaded. Baldy then arrives carrying dinner, a sweet and sour dish perfect for getting the kids hooked, looking just like fancy restaurant food, perfectly plated and super neat. And the system quickly scores it an 80, proving the old guy cooked up a masterpiece. Full of himself, he says it was a breeze to make and already feels like a real chef. Taking in all the praise, he opens his arms hyped up and tells the crew to dig in. Except the MC ruins the mood, demanding he explain that beat-up face of his. Sweating buckets, the bald guy stutters hard, caught completely off guard by that question. He shares how he dropped by the association and ended up bumping into some rank A guys. Long story short, they mocked his 7th attempt, a fight broke out, and those guys told him to get lost. getting teased relentlessly with jokes saying his pride fell out right along with his hair. Confused by this, the protagonist asks if he isn't just shaved but actually gone bald, launching into a whole lecture on hair loss, leaving his master clueless and pretty grumpy. That reminds him the bald guy's big promotion is next month, 60 days from now. Announcing a special training session gets the old man fired up to give it his all. However, the first task is just washing dishes, which leaves him in utter shock. He asks if he needs to scrub the glowing stones too, not believing his ears. Giving it to him straight right away. Either he washes everything or he stays stuck at rank B forever. Right after that, he heads out to fish with Nari and leaves our cook hanging there alone, staring at that mountain of plates, looking defeated but getting ready to put in the work. Deep down, he thinks the boss must definitely have some master plan brewing. Letting out a grunt of effort, remembering everyone thinks he was born ready. Yet he guarantees he reached rank B through pure sweat, super proud of his own grind, claiming he's nothing without dedication, and that he always trusts people till the very end. He promises to try again, and runs around with the basins while yelling for his master. Cutting to the riverbank where the fishing bobber finally starts sinking. With a chill fishing vibe, Nari sleeps and complains she can't catch a thing even in her dreams. And on the other side of the bank, Baldy is getting swarmed by some wicked piranhas, watching it all with grass in his mouth, thinking new employees are way too much work. The boy questions why he doesn't use a mana shield, and the bald guy admits he's still training. Deciding to help out, the kid grabs a glowing rock and quickly wraps it in energy. He hands the stone to his apprentice, who is left completely clueless, but touching it sends a blue energy shooting up his arm, leaving the guy shell-shocked, yelling that this is pure magic. The MC explains some stones are just built like that. He warns him that magic in this world is super raw and needs refined manada to control. Tapping the old guy's chest, he notices he has plenty of mana. He's just a bit clumsy. His skill activates, making the apprentice's body glow with pure energy flowing through. With glowing hands, he mentions he opened an energy pathway, a next level lesson. Telling him to follow that flow makes the old man focus entirely with illuminated hands. Then he asks him to try lifting that giant boulder one more time to test his control. He channels all his strength, feeling like the energy is about to fry his brains. Letting out a wild roar to wake the dead, he lifts the rock and can barely believe it. This is where it gets good. He realizes washing dishes was actually mana training, and the MC smiles, leaving the chore to him. Because of that, the bald guy turns into the king of the house, locked in and promising to clean anything. Later on, night falls and the cabin gets lit up by the stones, just like a fancy resort. Using carved rocks to shine like a lamp proves our boy is a creative genius. Soon the whole crew crashes into bed, falling into a deep sleep after a super tiring day. Even while sleeping, the old guy mutters about rank A, drooling over that promotion. Meanwhile, the MC finally gets some well-deserved rest, enjoying that wonderful peace. Right then, the mochi beast wakes up dead in the night and just stares at that mysterious egg, opening its little eyes wide. It realizes the tiny creature is about to break out of its shell, but Nari sneaks out of bed, leaving the critter pretty curious about what she's doing. Heading out into the dark alone makes the MC crack an eye open, wondering where the girl is going. A full moon up in the sky creates the perfect, calm setting for a midnight stroll, showing the little one by the riverbank, her feet in the water with a super sad face. She stares at her dirty clothes, bummed out about ruining the gift the boss gave her. However, the sadness fades fast as she starts scrubbing the fabric with crazy dedication. Washed by the MC and Goo, they point out she washes at night because it's her only outfit. Letting out a little victory cheer when the stain vanishes, she's thrilled to have everything spotless. And our boy realizes his own mistake, remembering that at the end of the day, she's just a kid. Stretching out super proud of her successful midnight laundry job, she gets the ultimate jump scare when the master just spawns behind her out of nowhere. With a straight face, he claims he was just taking a walk, making the little girl stutter awkwardly. Getting serious, he asks her to hold still for a second, and the kid obeys right away. He grabs some grass to craft a charming belt with a little flower, proving he's a natural stylist. Asking if it looks cute gets the girl replying all red-faced that she thinks it's beautiful. She quickly notices the little plant looks a lot like the one the MC always wears. Explaining full of pride, he mentions it's a forsythia, our hero's all-time favorite flower. Then a loud noise in the bushes cuts through the silence, ruining the peace of this walk, causing Neri to cling to him, shaking with fear while the boy keeps up his tough guy act. He flashes that confident smile to try and calm the little girl's nerves, brushing it off as just a bug, while a giant steel grasshopper passes by in the background. As they walk back hand in hand, he asks if she wants new clothes, but the little one refuses. She says she loves the one she's wearing, leaving our hero feeling pretty awkward with that answer. Cutting back to the slums in District 13, where things don't look good at all. He remembers his own rough days, thinking it's messed up to leave the kid with just one outfit. A trip to the store would be nice, but his past trauma makes the whole thing sketchy. Wandering through the alleys, he tries to recall a clothing shop that used to be around there. He pulls some random stranger's sleeve to ask where he can find stuff to buy. Right away, some raggedy kid charges 10,000 bucks to be his tour guide in the area. Promising he knows the best and cheapest spot shows this kid has level 1000 marketing skills. But our client warns he'll only pay after, since he's completely out of loose cash. The kid looks him up and down, already assuming he's just a broke newbie. Taking a deep breath, the boy asks if he at least has money for the clothes, telling him to lead the way. He introduces himself as Bong Su, while our hunter shares his name with zero stress, calling the MC Big Bro right off the bat, while a cop car drives by highlighting the changes around there. The kid asks if he hit his awakening recently, and our hero calmly says yes. From that, the guide immediately jumps to the conclusion that some scumbag stole his gear inside the gate, laughing at the kid's smooth talk, who tells him not to feel bad because it all passes. But the boy freaks out when called a kid, swearing he's 17 years old, warning him to stay away from District 13, which is way worse now. A gang took over the area, and even the cops have washed their hands of the place. Frowning, the MC quickly asks if the old orphanage in the area is still around. Right then, we see a store sign advertising sales, showing the crisis hit everyone hard. And the owner, a stylish blonde, bitterly regrets setting up shop there. Since people have no cash, her entire stock of kids' clothes is just gathering dust. Suddenly, the door chime rings, announcing the arrival of a lifesaver client. Walking in hyped up, the guide calls her ma'am, making the blonde furious instantly. Introduces the customer as a hunter, who mentions it's his first time in the store. She pulls the boy to the side and immediately starts chewing him out, complaining he only brings broke people and her list of deadbeats is already huge. In his defense, the kid argues that at least the guy is pretty handsome, shifting the blame to her, reminding her she asked for hunters like her late brother. Cuts the argument short as the MC tells the kid to go take a bath on his dime. Then he pulls out a fat check, asking what he can buy with all of that, leaving both of them with their jaws on the floor while the seller sweats cold, not believing the amount. After all, it's 10 million bucks on that paper, which was pretty much all the money our boy had. Clasping her hands to the sky, she sees the golden ticket to save her business right there. Her attitude flips instantly, flashing a massive smile and treating the customer like a king. Right away, he asks for clothes for a little girl plus some shoes and a few pieces for himself. That sends her into pure ecstasy, since kids' fashion is exactly her big specialty. Showing off a frilly blouse, she claims lace is a mandatory luxury, follows it up with another breezy little outfit so the kids can play freely. Desperate to empty the stock, the owner pushes everything she has in pink, making the cash register beep non-stop, turning the woman rich in a flash. With the store now mostly empty, the blonde collapses exhausted, but feeling that sweet victory. After buying 100 items, he turns down the delivery and decides to carry it all himself, handing a bag and some change to the guide, warning him he needs one more little favor. Now rocking the fresh and stylish clothes, the MC is feeling like a true model. He gets guided to a super clean, safe boarding house right next to the police station. But while the MC steps inside, the kid stays planted outside looking super suspicious, finding all this kindness way too sketchy and bizarre for that city's standards. Even thinking about bolting, scared it's some weird setup by local criminals. However, remembering the blonde's sincere smile, he decides to give him a vote of confidence. Walking out of the building, the MC praises the place, confirming the guide did a great job, drops a set of keys right into his hands, wanting to get the kid off the streets. He reveals he paid a whole year of rent and food so the boy can live with dignity. No one saw that coming, leaving the kid in complete shock, still wondering if this was some kind of scam. Opening a gate with a laugh, the hunter assures him there's no catch at all. On the verge of tears, the boy doesn't get why he's receiving so much help from a stranger, and in a calm tone, the MC says the kid just reminded him of his own past. Heading back to the cabin, he gets confronted by Nari and the bald guy about taking so long, but the girl freaks out with joy over the gifts, while the pet watches looking spooked. Baldy asks if he got anything too, but catches a big fat no. Acting like a total dad, he tells the girl to try on the clothes while the aide just sits there. And that's where it gets crazy. The shell shakes and cracks, releasing a sinister light into the room, folding the rest of the clothes with pure care, finding that chore super relaxing, until Neri comes running back all hyped, grabbing both of their attention instantly. Popping out in a little yellow dress and a cute hat, she shows off how adorable it looks. He agrees right away with a big smile, while the girl thinks about trying other outfits. Struggling to put on some jeans, she looks super clumsy, not knowing how they work. After that, she shows up wearing his shirt like a ghost, leaving our hero pretty confused. Watching with a huge grin on his face, he finds the whole scene super cute and lively. Then she stomps her new shoes on the ground, announcing her final choice. Rocking a white hoodie with a little chick in the middle, she loves it and melts the boss's heart. The little wolf stares at the print, feeling awkward, thinking the drawing looks just like him. Praising the look, the MC quickly asks if she can put away the rest by herself. Super hyped about the chore, the little girl takes on the mission, feeling like she owns the place. At that moment, the pup asks where they're keeping all that stuff, but the MC already has a plan. He announces a massive renovation for the cabin, showing off the blueprint for a giant closet. Chilling out completely, he mentions he's already got the perfect helper to chop the wood. Suddenly, a huge burst of energy goes off, revealing Baldy is already outside on the grind. Dropped to his knees and holding his own wig, the old guy swears he's ready for training. Doing an over-the-top bow, he hands over the master's outfit, who has no clue what's happening. He points at the old leather, revealing he pushed through the poison to focus on his workout, swearing to try his absolute best, even though he couldn't wash the stained clothes. The MC tosses the leather right at the old guy's face, telling him to put it on and scaring him. Calling the piece a great uniform, he sends the poor guy off to chop wood, terrified. Nari runs into the room looking desperate, warning them the egg is acting super weird. Gathering everyone around, the shaking and cracking shell builds up some serious tension. Right away, they announce the new pet is finally ready to hatch. That leaves the old guy panicking over the danger level, while the girl jumps for joy, betting it must be a cute critter, but the apprentice reminds them you never really know. To kill the bad vibes, the girl puts her faith in it being a super adorable creature. And that's where it gets crazy. The shell finally breaks, revealing a creepy yellow eye that proves the danger, making the old guy hide behind Nari, who just watches it all front row with zero fear. Sharp claws rip through the rest of the egg, showing this thing was born ready to throw hands. A golden scaly tail swings through the air right after, building up massive suspense in the cabin. Narrating the horror from up close, the man questions what kind of bizarre monster they're dealing with. However, the real surprise comes when they see a little yellow snake with a chick's face and a shell tuft. While Baldy stands there completely clueless, Nari is just melting over how cute the pet is. Kicking its own shell hard, the tiny creature immediately shows who's boss. It leaps athletically toward the crew, freezing everyone else in their tracks right away. Aiming straight for the old guy's shiny bald head, it latches onto him like a tick. The poor dude lets out a terrified scream that could easily be heard miles away, even shaking the branches outside, since the loud yelling spooked the local wildlife. Cutting back to the guy chopping wood, the wolf pup actually seems to be giving him a lecture. He suffers in that toxic outfit that barely lets him breathe, yet he admires his master's strength. Inside, the MC stretches out while folding more clothes, just enjoying the peace of the day. Nari suddenly screams about the pet eating bread, making the boss turn around ready for trouble. But it was just the little snake snacking peacefully, proving the beast was actually obedient and gentle, explaining that the snake knows who saved it, paving the way for them to pick its name. They pitch the name Sasa, but the little guy hates it and bolts across the field, running and screaming right away, with the wolf pup taking off to help find him. Our hero lets out a genuine laugh, realizing just how much Nari loves their new mascot. Mentioning it's a super rare and completely new species, he gets backup from the pet. There's a quick warning to watch out for the mandrakes if the pet is from the volcano though. Feeling confused about why he gave that heads up, while the little plants sprout looking completely innocent. Stepping in, Boo drops the harsh truth. Monsters from that area love devouring plants and attack on sight. Their absolute favorite snacks are the ones with demonic energy. The newbie wants to eat the mandrakes. Right, and cue, the little snake pops up glaring at the tiny plants with a super hostile look, letting out a threatening chirp to claim its spot as the enemy. The poor things are terrified. Watching the beast ready to throw hands, the bald guy is completely lost, not getting the beef at all. But the MC stays completely chill, while Nari tries breaking up the fight looking super worried. He explains that over in the demon world, hierarchy is sometimes just settled through pure strength. Since they are still young and not really dangerous, he decides to just watch from a distance. Meanwhile, the chick snake keeps glaring at everything with that deadly stare, leaving the youngest mandrake shaking with fear, letting out a little squeal of pure dread, lunging straight at the weakest one in a super cowardly move, flashing its claws and charging ahead with ridiculous speed. Except the older sister blocks the strike using a twig, pulling off some great teamwork. Right after that, the second plant counters, proving there is power in numbers, landing a flawless headbutt on the beast, leaving it seeing stars. Blocking the impact with its tail, the cyborg girl quickly realizes the beast beast is actually Smiley. However, the third little plant sneaks up right behind it, firing off a massive energy beam before the creature even realizes where it came from, knocking the snake right to the floor, proving that size really does not matter. Seeing the pet tearing up leaves the old guy in disbelief, asking if the beast is actually crying. Total shock hits the room since, according to Nari, this is the first time it ever caught a beating. Delivering the boy's final verdict, the plants definitely won round 1. That gets the bald guy super hyped about the epic clash, which is something even Gu agrees with. Calling the crew back to work, Gu rushes the old man who seriously doubts the boss is even human, cutting over to a blue sky and an ocean breeze. Do we finally get some peace? Except a massive humanoid pterodactyl suddenly appears soaring through the sky, looking like a birdman with bat wings and a completely shredded physique. A pretty wild design, rocking a calm stare and a necklace of blue stones. Is this an ally or just more trouble? Back at HQ, we see the brand new cabin built from a ton of sweat and someone else's hard work, with the bald guy hauling logs, while Gu rides his back, demanding him to hurry up like a tyrant. Over there, the cyborg girl rubs oil on the little snake, who is fully enjoying the sweet spa day, while the chimera boy just keeps putting away clothes in absolute peace, covered in his wrecked leather outfit, after the old man finally finishes washing off the poison, letting out a scream of pure despair that hits right in the soul. He is completely drained, looking like someone who has not slacked in 2 days, just exhausted by the whole situation. Dropping to his knees, surrounded by a dark aura, he questions if all of this was even worth it, but the MC praises his great laundry job, making the bald guy stutter all over the place. Sniffing the air, Nari suddenly catches a floral scent, leaving the old man pretty lost, setting up a super chill vibe and an atmosphere that feels just like a lavender breeze. That makes the girl ask why everything smells like flowers when it is all built from wood. Full of pride, the boss explains Gu picked out aromatic wood. Talk about a fancy pat. Pumping his chest, the wolf pup brags, guaranteeing all their clothes will smell amazing. Even the mandrakes pop out of the dirt to enjoy the scent, giving a huge thumbs up to the upgrade. While Sasa takes a nice little nap, Neri celebrates that he loves his new home. Then the bald guy catches a weird detail. The name Sasa was actually the boss's idea. Trying to help, he suggests calling it Chick Snake, a terrible idea that just kills the vibe. Nari prefers calling it Piak instead, and decides to ask their furry friend for his opinion, who randomly drops the great steps in the drawer, leaving the whole crew completely clueless. Revealing his fancy full name is Rocky Mountain Horseshoe, making the boss just give up, banging the gavel on Sasa, and that is final. While the little snake just keeps snoring away. Both of them agree right away. Honestly, after hearing those other names, anything works. Getting back on track, Du asks what their next move is now that the expansion is done, catching our boy completely off guard since he had zero plans ready to go. Gathering the group, he brings up an idea from the human world, something totally new for his solo life. Flashing a huge smile, he announces everything is different now because he is officially a family man. He decides to build a heavy-duty fence to block any intruders while he is away, except the old man highly doubts anyone would break in since the house already gives off a sinister aura. But the boss warns them the danger is real, pointing out strong monsters or annoying hunters could show up. Nari just watches the entire conversation play out with that cute little face of hers, agreeing quickly. Gu suggests fetching some demonic energy stones from the coastal region. He explains there is a tough, yellowish quartz at the bottom of the sea that glows in the dark. Picturing the fence in his head, the boy thinks it would give off a perfect camping vibe. He announces the trip on the spot. Neri loves the beach idea, but the bald guy almost has a heart attack, panicking hard as he remembers what that place is, feeling his soul literally leave his body. A quick flashback shows him bleeding out, proving that area is an absolute nightmare. Trying to dodge the mission, he makes up an excuse about needing to drain his demonic energy. The MC brushes it off and tells him to tend the plants instead. Relieved, the old guy begs them to be careful, warning them the zone is totally off limits since 2 disaster-level beasts rule the area. Catching the boy by surprise when he reveals they are runaway chimeras from a lab, he details their bird-like look mixed with a human body, making for a seriously bizarre combo. Cutting over to the birdman soaring with some serious style. A truly badass design. Over on a nearby cliff, some hunters confirm the monster is officially in their crosshairs. One of the goons is already charging up a massive glowing ring of golden energy, firing the magic strike at full power straight toward the flying target, triggering a massive explosion after landing a direct hit. The attack was dead on, blasting the beast away. The shooter even mocks it, thinking the danger was just a rumor, but their leader tells them to hold off and wait until the beast retreats to its nest. That prompts the goon to ask about their condition. The boss quickly explains they are just failures, giving a whole speech about how the original projects are flawed and can't be allowed to tarnish human science. But in a moment of sheer panic, the team's spotter freaks out and calls for the boss, showing through his scope that the beast didn't retreat at all, and is now flying back at top speed. Totally desperate, the hunter warns that the beast locked its eyes directly on them, making the leader lose his cool and order them to throw up a barrier right away. The fear is so real, with the beast diving down like a meteor, slamming full force right into their green light shield, shattering the protection instantly, making the suit-wearing guy feel the impact and spit blood, sending the whole crew flying through the air. The shooter is left speechless, watching the barrier get completely obliterated. Meanwhile, the giant bird does a flip mid-air, already lining up another fatal dive, flashing its razor-sharp claws, letting the intruders know their time is officially up. Sprawled out on the ground, the operations boss begs for his life, and no one saw that coming. Little Nari lands a nasty punch right on the beast, telling it to stop the bullying. Getting thrown backward, it quickly realizes the girl's cracked strength, noticing she's a chimera, landing flawlessly right in front of our visiting duo. The vibe in the area gets super heavy instantly. Nari accuses the beast of being a coward, but the boss quickly realizes the story is actually the other way around. Nearby, the hunter warns his leader that their radars picked up a machine in the area. The MC quickly catches on that these guys are hunting Nari, and gives her a head pat to keep her feeling safe. Getting dead serious, our boy mentions he never expected to run into a certain someone again. Flashing a smirk, he asks if the bird brain doesn't recognize him, bringing up their old days as lab rats, leaving the huge monster in absolute shock. Mocking him a bit, the guy admits he never thought his old buddy would still be alive. Watching this whole scene play out, the intruders are confused, and the leader uses that opening to make a run for it. At this point, the suit tries backing away, but our MC knows the problem will only get worse later, warning that the beef ends here. The bird guy quickly recognizes the shocked kid. We get a tense flashback of cells 17 and 33, smelling like heavy chemicals, displaying both of them strapped to beds surrounded by that creepy lab vibe. Right now, our hero greets his old buddy like it's no big deal, pulling up another memory from 66 years ago with guards hot on their trail. During a desperate escape, those goons are yelling not to let anyone slip away. He panics while running with young Jia, feeling the side effects hitting his body hard. Looking at his wrecked arm, he even questions if escaping that nightmare was a good call. The pressure builds up, making him think all this sacrifice might not have been worth it. Frustrated, he stares at the sky, almost wondering if he should have left his sister behind. While Jia rests, he complains that those weak little wings are entirely useless. She actually praises the warmth of his wings, giving him the drive to push her forward, dashing through the dark woods, promising that help would show up any minute. Then he freezes in fear, realizing the backup was just our MC holding a light. His jaw drops to the floor when he spots test subject 17 out in the middle of nowhere, warning that they were gonna trash the bird, only to get called a weirdo by his friend. The truth drops that a spell would end them in 3 days, but Jia was safe, suggesting they look for meds. He gets sharply cut off by his buddy, who's already pushed past his limit. He remembers his sister's trauma, crying and begging to escape that terrible nightmare, only wanting to go back to normal, even for a single day. It breaks her heart, making the kid reflect on whether time or the way you live is what truly matters. And just like that, everything changed. An energy explodes, his wings level up, choosing freedom even if it's brief. Fully transformed and dripping with confidence, he immediately challenges his friend to a brawl, yet our MC just hits him with that classic blank stare right in the middle of all this tension, pulling a massive blue portal out of thin air, entirely shattering the fighting mood. The bird guy is left wide-eyed, clueless on how he scored such a cracked item, explaining the demon world rules: either the human side poisons them and they get wiped out, or the monster side drains everything, turning them into full beasts once and for all, assuring him without a doubt that the second option was way better for living free. Since the spell doesn't work there, his buddy quickly questions if they can actually survive. Our prota calms him down, warning that using mana as a shield makes it worth the risk. Hearing the guards closing in, the bird boy agrees to this madness right away. Right then, the MC mentions that despite sharing a cell for 4 years, he never knew his name. He finally reveals his name is Yubium, still processing all that wild stuff, with his hand glowing gold. Our hero introduces himself as Qian Du Woon. Cutting back to the present, the MC tests the memory of the runaway suit, but the guy already has his mind wiped, having zero clue why he even went there. Pointing at a portal, the kid tells them to bounce and forget everything, MIB style. The big wolf goo gets super curious, asking if he used the forgetting powder, explaining that the herb erases the last 3 hours of memory, leaving the pet shook. He stares the huge monster dead in the eye, confirming if that was really the old Ubium. Meanwhile, little Neri tugs at the boss's clothes, super curious about the whole situation, wanting to know if he's friends with the bird. The MC confirms, playing along. Hyped up, the girl says their tribes have been partners for a long time, offering offering sincere apologies for the hit, while the bird guy stays completely lost in the story. But soon the girl's stomach growls loudly, showing her massive hunger has kicked in hard, whining to the boss that she needs some grub right away. Without wasting time, the kid asks if his buddy has any actual food over at his place. His brain glitching out hard, the huge monster asks if this cute brat is his friend's daughter, revealing a giant beach house looking like a nest. The little one thinks it's awesome. They all sit down chill on a mat, with the hero approving of the humble crib. Soon the host serves the grub in a giant bowl, warning that he can't promise it tastes good, bringing out giant shellfish grilled in nut butter and some red moss paste. The sheer size leaves the little girl stunned, while the boss trusts the good smell. Even the big wolf joins the food critic vibe, taking the first bite to test it out, having a massive philosophical flavor trip upon tasting the dish, enjoying it way too much, while Nari scarfs everything down with full cheeks, loving the seafood's texture. The boy also risks the red sauce and agrees that seasoning is off the charts. Bursting with pride, the bird guy reveals that moss is his big secret ingredient. He turns back human, asking them to pace themselves, but the plate vanishes fast. However, the homeowner feels a weird energy in the air, and their peaceful lunch is done for. Spotting the heavy vibe, our hero instantly gets that a massive problem is heading their way. The girl couldn't care less about the tension, grabbing the pot and asking the uncle for more food. Oblivious to the danger, she announces she's gonna catch 10 more shellfish in the water alone, proving this brat's hunger truly has no limits, caring very little about the danger. At this moment, the kid reflects on how he lasted so long thanks to his immortal cells, taking the chance to ask if his buddy plans on getting revenge against the scientists. He watches the girl eating peacefully, telling him he's gonna let the revenge slide. Throwing the bomb right back, he brings up the cruel lifespan limit they both carry. He mentions the cells glitch out in the human world, then asks about the bird look. Getting dead serious, the big guy reveals he can take normal form, but refuses to, all because Gia's face got messed up so it wouldn't be fair for him to look handsome now. Catching on to his loyalty, the kid gives a heavy stare, knowing the sad truth. It turns out his buddy only has 1 more month to live, something he already suspected. Explaining his past, he recalls having to fight tooth and nail when he got to that place. He managed to stabilize the evil energy in his body, living in peace for a good while, bringing a super chill flashback of them meditating smoothly on top of the beach rocks. But the joy was short-lived because his sister's monocore fried and everything spiraled out of control, forced to push his own limits to hold the girl back, ruining his body, revealing she knocks her own body out by eating poisonous fruit so she doesn't fully lose it. And that's where it gets good. Thinking about his backyard plants, the hero realizes he has the perfect cure, showing those weird poison fruits that work as medicine to knock the poor girl out. Inside a pitch-black cave, the girl is seen lying on straw, living a life of pure suffering, groaning in pain during her sleep, proving the poison only delays the issue but doesn't fix it. He recalls the day she let out a bizarre scream, flexing a creepy bone mask, leaving her poor brother in sheer despair, with zero clue how they'd live like that. To cut the bad vibes, our MC brings an OP fix, pure mandrake water. Those are exactly the little monsters from his yard that scream loud and smash everything in the house, looking like weak little plants with stringy roots, but looks can be super deceiving, because that water carries pure life energy, quickly fixing any broken core. Full of swagger, he reveals he owns a little farm of them, and promises to craft the miracle, giving his partner a ton of hope, but warning they'll need an alchemist mage. He tells the big guy to play babysitter during the search, which he accepts on the spot, but the MC suddenly freezes, remembering these guys charge a fortune, and he's broke. Seeing the financial struggle, the big wolf Goo steps up with a massive plan up his sleeve. He brings a giant hiking backpack to his owner, leaving the bird guy pretty confused, revealing the intruder's stash, proving the alchemist's payment was already in the bag. With a sweet goodbye to the crew, our hero flies back to handle business in the city. While strolling through the normal streets, he bumps into a very familiar face and starts chatting with Bong Su. The kid asks if he knows any elite alchemist. He quickly mentions the association opened a branch in the slums last year. Spotting the guy's weights, the boss asks around and finds out it's resistance training. Eager to get buff like his big bro, leaving our hero completely confused. Praising the dude's guts for facing the demon realm with just the clothes on his back, he points at a crumbling building which happens to be the association's branch 13, spilling the tea on the new manager Kim, who's known for being a beast at alchemy. Right Right as he gets close to the spot, the kid hears a super sketchy conversation going down. Seeing a sweaty middle-aged guy on the phone swearing he hasn't missed a payment in 20 years. It's a chat with a loan shark, since those loans are super common in that poor neighborhood. Turns out the man grinded in the capital for 20 years before getting exiled there. The kid assumes the guy made a massive mistake, but the guy denies it right away, explaining that the old boss skimmed money from the slums, being a total crook. He also stole the credit for all the team's hard work with zero shame. Because the humble manager reported the scam, he ended up getting kicked to that dump. At that moment, the older guy walks up looking completely defeated by his harsh life. Called out by the guide, the manager quickly cracks a smile upon recognizing the boy. After introducing our hero, he mentions they urgently need an alchemist, knowing that finding a high-tier pro there would be an almost impossible mission. The man ruffles the kid's hair, praising his hustle, which is rare in that neighborhood. Letting the guide go train, the manager invites the boy inside the branch. They step into an office that was completely dead, with zero movement going on, with an assistant slumped in a chair, whining he'd be selling cheap potions forever. Then the little chime of the doorbell shatters the silence of the room instantly. Jumping out of pure shock, the guy immediately gets scolded by the boss to grab drinks for the guest. Our boy cuts to the chase, asking if he can craft some mandrake water. Visibly surprised, the man says he can, but that plant was impossible to find, pulling the magic item right out of his pocket, leaving the manager's jaw on the floor. A bizarre energy leaks into the air since the mandrake root was super fresh. He is completely amazed by the rare plant, seeing something so wild for the first time ever, mentioning he'd pay with coastal items. The boy slams the heavy backpack right on the desk. The guy can barely believe he came back from that place alive while looking at the rare monster drops, spotting 3 high-level pearls right there, stuff not even the main HQ had in stock. Meanwhile, the assistant almost has a heart attack seeing the food was still moving, dropping his jaw at the absurd purity of that local red moss. Upon confirming the payment, the kid finds out that cash could buy the entire building. The cowardly assistant quickly runs off to fetch the material appraisal machine, but our boy picks up a really weird vibe from that worker's rushed exit. Pointing at a nearby glass jar, he spots another plant and catches the man in a lie. The manager explains that the plant had been dead for 10 years, kept just as a simple souvenir. Flashing a confident smile, the kid guarantees the root in the jar is alive and kicking. By tossing a little mana into the jar, the thing instantly twitches, proving it just lacked energy, turning the man pale when he realizes the weed was only sleeping due to lack of power. Suddenly, the door to the place bursts wide open, bringing trouble right back to the counter. It's the dreaded, suited-up, corrupt big boss, making the poor manager shake in his boots. Staring down the intruder, the kid quickly notices the guy is built different. Without holding back, the suit ruthlessly mocks the place, calling it a filthy dump, throwing massive greedy glares right at the valuable treasures left out on the table. The alchemist instantly realizes the cowardly assistant just ratted him out, bragging about having smart underlings with super handy magic teleportation powers. He shifts his focus to the boy, asking about the items, only to get a sharp clapback, trying to lure the kid with promises of easy cash and extreme luxury in the big city. But our hero cuts the chatter, saying the deal with the manager was going great. Completely ignoring the offer, he spots a massive mole on the playboy's nose. With the alchemist confirming the mark, the kid asks if he's related to some old man. Laughing out loud, the suit loves hearing someone remember his super famous grandpa, puffy with pure pride, only to hear our boy completely roast his genetics, pulling up that old memory of the crazy scientist calling kids pure useless trash. With a cruel look, the old guy mocked that their parents were probably in the demon realm, telling the victims to beg for help in the afterlife, proving he was a vile old creep. Our boy loses his patience on the spot, flicking his finger and knocking the mole clean off the guy's face, knocking the suit to the floor, asking in pure rage if he was a jerk just like his grandpa. He accuses the guy of enjoying stealing and humiliating others, making the suit break a cold sweat. With a sharp, threatening glare, he presses to find out if the old lab still existed, leaving the playboy terrified, swearing up and down he never heard of that operation. The kid questions the details of the forbidden lab, which makes the humble manager sweat in fear. Getting up all sore, the grandson defends that the old man dedicated his whole life to research. He shows a picture of a medal, claiming his family always supported the victims. Being highly sarcastic, the hero warns that it was just a guilty conscience for so much evil. And that's where it gets crazy. He brings up that the old guy got wiped out early, since that fall from the window was fatal, chilling the executive to the bone given that specific detail was a strict family secret. The memory serves as proof, showing it was actually the kid himself who gave that little push, displaying the child version of a hero standing at the window ledge. This kid is an absolute menace. He explains that the geezer ruined lives, lives, so he simply did a favor by collecting the debt early, ordering the spoiled brat to dig into his family's past, promising to return for the answers. Our guy remembers his own childhood hand cruelly branded with the test subject number 17, spending his entire youth chained up with his head messed up by super blurry memories, with his arms turning into massive, dangerous claws, surviving right in the middle of pure chaos, acting purely on wild animal instinct, always being used as a combat weapon. He thinks to himself that the cursed place must have changed its cover several times. Cutting the tension, the manager returns smiling with the order, 2 little green bottles. The plant's miracle liquid is revealed, glowing brightly inside the small flasks, praising the man's speed since an alchemy master gets the job done in half an hour. Modestly, the pro mentions that with S-rank ingredients, the brewing process becomes super easy. Loving the flawless service, the hero throws a 10-year contract proposal right on the table. This leaves the poor guy stunned, since that huge amount of cash would solve all his problems, making him break down crying on a dramatic level, shedding tears like a literal waterfall. He recalls the nightmare of loan sharks raiding his home with his debt completely snowballing, about when he had to study with the lights out and could never climb out of rock bottom. Feeling super awkward with the crying, the boy asks him to chill and says he's counting on him. The kid hops into the portal back to the demon realm right away, with the cure secured. However, as soon as he steps foot on his home turf, he finds the ground completely torn up, seeing the giant bird fighting against his own sister who completely lost her mind. He blames himself hard for not predicting an attack of that scale was going to go down, trying everything to snap the girl's mind awake, but her eyes don't focus on anything anymore. With a bone mask on her face, she lets out a menacing roar that would scare anyone. Right then, the out-of-control beast charges full force straight at her poor relative, showing that the long years of pure friendship and bonding just went straight down the drain. The boss watches the destruction from the front row, quickly realizing things went south fast. Now the moment of truth has arrived, since jumping into a mess like this was completely unavoidable. With a brutal attack, the bird guy flies off like a ragdoll. Feeling the weight of his failure, our hero wonders if he arrived too late. Then the big wolf angrily announces the playtime is over for good. Quickly, the little bio machine and the pet tell the big guy to fall back, promising to handle it all, while the big dude braces for the worst. He remembers the kid already saved them, swearing it was time to pay him back, making the ground shake and rubble fly, charging into the attack like a bulldozer. Expects a cruel goodbye from his sister, wishing him happiness in the next life. But the beast in monster mode doesn't want to talk, acting purely on wild instinct, and no one saw that coming. Right at the last second, a bizarre flower blooms in the middle of the chaos. It turns into a giant slimy bubble that swallows the plant and expands like a balloon, throwing the big guy backward, leaving him terrified of that weird thing. He pops up sitting on the slime, warning that should be enough to put her to sleep. Sneakily peeking out, the little robot girl celebrates that the boss finally arrived, and the bird is scared out of his mind, thinking it was a massive jellyfish on the beach. With the goo trapping the struggling beast, the big guy goes into pure panic. Stuttering from all the nerves, he quickly asks where the long-awaited medicine is. Our boy flashes a confident smile, tossing the flasks and telling him to give her the cure. After all that mess, they build a campfire and roast a little fish in total peace. Empty bottles are scattered on the ground, proving the mission was a huge success. While the whole crew passed out from exhaustion, snoring loudly after that tough spot, suddenly, the big wolf opens just one eye, grumbling like someone waking up from a good dream. Our hero also catches some sleep, but a lingering doubt in the air shows trouble is brewing, until the sister wakes up, sees her monster reflection, and wonders if it was a nightmare. Opening her eyes super slowly to try and understand what was going down, she spots the kid and her brother sitting chill under the moonlight, just chatting. Turning his head instantly, the boss quickly asks what that weird noise was. She jumps up completely spooked, asking who the boy is, with her memory wiped clean. Soon the little robot wakes up too, super happy to see the sparrow auntie finally standing, leaving the woman extremely confused by that super funny and unusual nickname. She introduces herself with high energy, asking the lady to check her monocore hole. The woman gets even more lost, trying to figure out what she's talking about, until a blue light shines from her chest, showing the core is 100% healed. Touching her own face in pure shock upon noticing her monster phase's history, she wants to know everything, while her brother finds it weird she doesn't recognize their savior, making it finally click for the woman, not believing the person sitting right there on the sand. Stares at the kid eating a skewer as the memory of test subject 17 hits her hard, running to confirm it with her brother, who quickly guarantees it's the kid from the lab. She thinks to herself that this grown-up kid could only be a guardian angel, but the boy is highly pragmatic, just asking if there's any red moss left. The giant bird quickly announces that their stash of that valuable item is completely empty, confirming the woman's suspicions, since the old number 17 is always blunt. She grips grips her pendant super tight, gathering all her courage to say thank you, flashing a beautiful smile, taking off the creepy mask and thanking him from the heart. Right then, the little girl spots a super mysterious light glowing on the horizon, dashing straight to the water, excitedly warning that something was lighting up the sea. With the woman adjusting her mask again, she reveals those are super shy sea fairies. She explains they're little seahorse-type monsters that earns that cute nickname, always rising during the night but diving back deep as soon as the sun shows up. Our boss figures it all out, following the little guy's lead straight to the valuable quartz, wanting to know how long until sunrise, with the bird warning it was coming up soon. He stretches out lazily, saying he's more than ready for this trip. Cutting to a fancy office in the big city, where the vibe is incredibly heavy. There, the crazy scientist demands to know the whereabouts of his famous biomachine creature, with his underling reporting that 10 hunters have already failed the search along the coast, reporting beaten agents with amnesia, but the tracker signal is still alive and kicking. Then the scientist's phone rings, with the suited boss on the other end of the line. He answers with a serious tone as the executive quickly questions him about the old lab, dropping that classic bait, but the tricky scientist plays completely dumb. He gets nervous and swears he's honest, while the suit tries to explain himself, bragging about learning fairness from the guy's grandpa, being fake as hell. He flashes a wicked little smile, swearing he never forgot the lessons from that old man. Hanging up the call right after, finding it weird the guy brought up an old illegal scam. Suddenly, someone knocks on his office door in a massive rush. The assistant runs in with a briefcase, looking hyped out of his mind over a project, explaining he mixed liquid metal with mandrakes to craft a brand new monster. He shows off a floating slime, giving birth to the terrifying liquid metal mandrake right there. Watching it all amazed due the glass reflection, hyped that his sick plan actually worked. He thanks his own luck for saving that tiny leftover bit of the rare substance, ordering them to triple the bounty on the machine creature right away and call in the elite. He stares at a picture of a little robot with pure obsession, swearing to get his masterpiece back. Back in the demon realm, the big guy is standing on the beach with his arms crossed, noticing a fence made entirely out of expensive stones, thinking it's completely crazy. The kid invites the duo to swing by his place during the campfire chill session, talking wonders about his new cook, leaving the Sparrow brothers super suspicious. He accepts the invite, but questions why the boy hasn't returned to the human worlds yet. But the boss flips the script fast, asking if he feels the urge to go back, getting pretty thoughtful because of his past, but admitting a massive curiosity. He suggests they might be able to lift his curse over there, completely breaking the guy's mind, bringing up the skilled manager Kin right after, who's the cracked alchemist on a squad. He states that having the choice to go back hits way different than being banned forever, bringing total silence to the campfire as he processes this huge potential life change. It makes the bird guy break down in tears, asking why the kid is helping them so much. Being honest, he explains that seeing the duo's bond made him rethink his own priorities. He shows that life shouldn't just be about fighting for pure survival, and that helping others might just bring the answers he's looking for deep down. And this is where it gets good. The big bird excitedly calls out that the sea fairies are rising, flying in fast, and pulling a golden line straight out of the water in an epic fishing catch, with the woman tossing the rope's end onto the sand, calling for some major teamwork. He grabs the rope with quick reflexes, spooked by the bizarre weight of that thing. Following his sister's orders, the big guy pulls with strength straight out of an action movie. It makes the rope slice through the sand hard, revealing the insane size of their catch, hauling in a colossal net full of golden sea quartz, shocking everyone on the spot. And the bird's jaw drops as he asks if they mind all that by themselves. Soon, the boy and the bionic girl walk out of the sea, laughing hard about their marine adventure, saying swimming was just too awesome, leaving the little chick outfit looking super happy. It shows a flashback of the perfect hangout they had down there with the rays and little fairies, with the little girl swimming freely wearing a tiny golden seahorse on her head. She is thrilled, remembering that the fairies' home was a literal sunken golden palace, already missing the amazing trip, hoping to go back down there as fast as possible. Nodding along, our protagonist just wants to know if they can get moving. Chien stares at the quartz mountain, wondering how they're going to carry all that. With that in mind, he looks up looking kinda confused. A giant blue parrot vulture crosses the sky, instantly grabbing his attention. It's a pretty exotic creature that usually hangs out in flocks. Fascinated, the girls watch the pretty bird, but Chien warns them it's a different story up close, explaining that these things are over 13 feet tall, spit acid, and are pure rage. He catches the wicked look in the kid's Dead's Eye, who already sees the beast as a flying cargo truck, shifting focus to some baby mandrakes in the dirt, looking real cute. Meanwhile, Bongsu shows up meditating in Zen mode, heavily focused on his training. His monocore glows, showing that all the hard work is finally paying off. Dreaming of hitting rank A doesn't seem like such a distant goal anymore. But when he asks about our Proda, a fish with ears jumps right in front of him. Coming face to face with the liquid metal mandrake, he lets out a terrified scream. Out of nowhere, someone flies in with a drop kick and sends the little guy flying. Turned out to be 3 hooded ninjas, with one of them already mocking the whole thing. Looking closer, the blonde leader seems to actually recognize the kid. He assumes the guy is Nam Ji-sak, the group's famous bald dude. Making fun of his clothes fills Bongsu with pure burning rage. He instantly realizes these are the same jerks from registration day. Panic sets in as several mandrakes start sprouting right out of the ground, and the ninjas get greedy, knowing just 3 of those roots are worth a fortune, trying to play the nice guy to lure the little creatures over. Since his big bro treats them like treasure, the boy decides to protect every single one. The boss mandrake completely ignores the intruders and lets out a mocking sound, stomping the ground so hard it makes the whole earth shake. And that's where it gets crazy. A massive shockwave sends the ninjas flying, wiping the floor with them, leaving the guys super confused, thinking they just got hit by an earthquake. Right then, the bird siblings arrive, finding it weird that there are no houses around. Up in the sky, the parrot vulture shows up sweating cold from pure nerves. Nari complains about how slow it is, and our hero admits he went a little too hard taming it. Down below, Bongsu is panicking, thinking the whole world just flipped upside down, and the bird siblings immediately recognize it as a disaster-class monster, remembering that our Proda and Nari had gone exactly in that direction. His eye twitches in pure despair while looking at all this chaos, even thinking about teaming up with those annoying ninjas just to survive. But Jia grabs his face and asks if he's the cook for our hero, screaming in terror when he realizes the monster is actually talking to him. He desperately wants to know how these creatures even know his boss. When Shio mentions their friends, it leaves the poor guy mind blown. Pointing at the fallen ninjas, the creature asks who they are, making him stutter. A sneaky little light bulb goes off in our cook's head. Flashing a clever smirk, he is more than ready for some payback. He snitches without hesitation, claiming they're thieves trying to steal the family's plants. 1 hour later, the scene cuts to the clearing where the main base is set up, showing off the humble little house and the well-built wooden platforms. But the peace doesn't last, and a violent impact almost blows everything away. It's the Proda and Nari landing with a net full of quartz, happy to be home. Meanwhile, the poor bird passes out from exhaustion under all that heavy cargo. Petting the beast, he leaves Jaya speechless with his top-tier taming skills. Xian just shrugs, saying nothing is impossible for the kid. He's just built different. Suddenly, some white critters with symbols on their foreheads roll across the floor. The mascot jokes about not flying like that in ages, but quickly gets spooked. Seeing 3 ninjas tied to a log leaves the little ghost completely baffled. Something feels sketchy, and our Proda knows things aren't quite right here. Getting ready to spill the beans, Xion catches Ya's highly suspicious glare. To throw them off, she asks Nari to show her around, hyping the girl up about the waterfall. Taking advantage of them walking away, the big guy tells our hero the whole truth. He explains that the lab is still hunting for Nari using these goons, connecting the dots really fast with the crazy scientist he had already clowned. Now he remembers that special tracker, the one that worked even out here in the demon realm, trying to figure out how they got this far. But Cheon promises there's a good reason. He points out the really sad metal mandrake, calling her the main culprit, realizing the melted metal in the plant was meant to track Nari's body. But a little thing got drawn to the others in the forest, looking for her kin. Knowing those ninjas wouldn't quit easily, they were planning to head back to the coast. Out of nowhere, the local mandrakes start throwing a massive fit in the yard. Their leader starts stomping her feet on the ground, looking pretty mad about everything. Translating the tantrum, he figures out the plants want their metal relative back. Without a second thought, he hands the mandrake right over to the pack leader. Seeing the Lu plant happy with her family, but not getting how they sensed her in his pocket, he ignores Cheon's jokes, explaining he only took the plant to keep it safe. Recalling manager Kim crying, he decides it's way better to leave her with her own kind. The alchemist's desperate plea to take good care of the little creature echoes in his mind. Soon enough, the local plants start digging a cozy little hole for their new roommate. Except both the dead plant and the metal one are still acting pretty bummed out in the corner, making the boss approach with worry, seeing that adjusting to this new life was going to be tough. As Gu mentions their sense of family, the boy suddenly remembers Nam Ji-se. Then a shout calling his name echoes through the clearing, giving everyone a massive jump scare. It's Jia and Nari flying in with Bongsu, letting them know they're finally back. Crying his eyes out, the kid clings to our prota, who immediately asks what went wrong. He explains he was almost eaten by some weird fish until Auntie Sparrow saved him. Trying to change the subject, he offers to cook, but then he walks right into a crazy scene. The massive parrot vulture is passed out right there, making him react like it's the end of the world. Losing his mind, he wants to know where the heck that giant venomous beast came from. They tell him to save the explanations for later and just focus on getting some food ready. Wondering about the menu, Bongsu sees Nari already has the answer locked and loaded. Nearby, the metal mandrake sprouts up, acting pretty shy, just wanting to make some friends. Approaching with gentle steps, our biomachine decides to lend a helping hand. She uses a bit of mana to make the little metal leaves glow with pure energy. Leaving the tiny plant overjoyed, it seals a cute new friendship between the two, and no one saw that coming. The bird siblings watch in shock, amazed by that magic. Shortly after, the meal is served, bringing out a loaded bowl of kimchi curry rice. All proud, Bongsu points out that the ingredients were packaged, but he added a lot of love. He explains he chopped up fresh pork and veggies, putting his whole soul into that pot, stirring the broth for a solid hour straight just to guarantee the perfect flavor. Our hero praises the awesome smell, giving everyone the green light to dig in. Curious, Jia decides to try the food, finding a clever way to eat to her mask. Her reaction is a burst of joy, finding the dish perfectly spicy and packed with flavor. Laughing at the whole thing, our boy feels like his own house just turned into a comedy show. Noticing Nari staying super quiet in the corner, our hero quickly asks what's wrong. She answers looking super down, saying her appetite entirely vanished. Calling it a night, she leaves the kid plotting a way to boost her mood. With the full moon lighting up the sky, the night rolls on at the family base. Meanwhile, the new mandrakes are catching some serious Z's down in the dirt. Out of nowhere, one of the little plants wakes up kinda lost, not really understanding where it is. Getting up all satisfied, Xian gets scolded by his sister for eating like a pig. To speed up digestion, the crew decides to burn off some energy, chopping those quartz blocks. And just like that, everything changed. A bright blue light flashes, signaling the gate just opened. Floating around sadly, the girl declares her presence only puts everyone in danger. She walks firmly toward the vortex, ready to go right back where she came from. Panicking hard, the kid runs into the wall and screams her name. Tears falling as she hugs the metal plant, she says her goodbyes while the portal pulls her away. But our hero is way faster, grabbing the girl and making it crystal clear that she belongs here. Watching the whole thing unfold, Uncle Sparrow drops a philosophical line about kids growing up. He hugs the little one tightly, promising to never take his eyes off her again. Later on, the dust settles and the gang gathers up for that classic midnight snack. Under the blankets, the girl devours her ramen, chasing all that sadness away. Praising the special seasoning, making the cook super proud of his recipe. Jia scolds her for trying to run off, prompting the girl to apologize a million times. Suddenly, feeling the spicy kick, she gets a nice cup of yogurt from our prota. Bongsu smiles, bringing up his mom's old trick to cut through the heat, reminding the crew that the lab used to hand out a really similar drink. As the team's savior, the guy goes around handing out more yogurt to everyone. While he washes the dishes, the muscle trio gets back to grinding hard on those fences, crowning the fermented sweets as the real MVPs of that wild night. Thanks to the chill vibe, the little one apologizes again for causing so much trouble. The boss backs her up, swearing that all the blame falls on those crazy scientists. Getting dead serious, he asks her to spill more details about the famous coconut tribe. Caught way off guard, she now has to talk about her friends from the past, because the kid wants to make sure no innocent gets hurt when he tears down that lab. In another corner, things heat up with a heavy interrogation going down. The blonde ninja starts freaking out since he can't even use his own magic. Taking a massive slap to the face teaches him that this chat is going to be purely physical. Desperately trying to negotiate, he offers mountains of cash for his freedom, but Bongsu just flexes, warning him the price has to be worth his time. Pulling out the famous elite black card makes the prisoner's eyes pop wide open. It leaves the guy stunned, while our cook shows off his premium disrespect. Fanning himself with pure wealth, he fully ignores the lame excuses coming out of the guy's mouth. He throws back every single insult he took during registration, with interest applied, questioning if it was fair to use their strength just to rob and scam innocent people. Out comes a magical pollen ring, the perfect tool to wipe their memories clean. Ready to factory reset these scumbags' brains, he orders everyone to open wide, ignoring their cries for help, ensuring nobody remembers a single thing they saw. The next day, peace rules the forest once again like nothing ever went down. With Nari's hair looking like a mess, she realizes firsthand that taking care of a kid is no joke. Our prota officially calls for the lab raid, taking the guide and leaving Chion on babysitting duty. Showing up all dressed up with a backpack, Bongsu gives the green light for the trip. Curious about all that hype, the crew quickly figures out the kid's real motive. He sees the alchemist as the light at the end of the tunnel to fix a certain hair problem, making Uncle Sparrow piece it together and laugh his beak off at the bald man's hope. With perfect common sense, the masked girl suggests they all wear disguises too. Everyone agrees instantly, knowing that hiding their faces always helps dodge unnecessary drama. In his pure innocence, the guide questions why they even need that much camouflage. He gets caught off guard when our hero borrows the skull mask. Then he catches a quick scolding to cover his own face and play it safe. Doubting the thing will even fit his head, he takes a sharp roast from the girl. But right in the middle of their arguing, the guy feels a really weird squeeze in his chest. His heart starts racing like a drumline, leaving his mind in a complete blur. Flashing a goofy smile, he accepts that Cupid just shot an arrow into the right target. Except reality hits hard, and Gia slaps poor Cheon just because her aim was off. Dropping to his knees super fast, the lover boy begs for permission to ask a burning question. Old enough to just ask his muse exactly what her ideal type of guy is. That leaves her brother ready to pluck his own feathers out, while the boss just cracks up. Caught super off guard, the girl stares at the kid searching for the right words. Meanwhile, the masked guy grabs some imaginary popcorn to watch this live romance. Noticing his sister is actually taking the question seriously makes the tension so thick you could cut it. Ready to end the suspense, the girl decides to spill the beans once and for all. She throws a mysterious look, saying she's into guys who grab a lot of attention, adding that fatal detail her dream guy needs to be cracked at dancing. Out of nowhere, a peacock shows up busting some wild moves, completely breaking our hero's brain. And she tops it off by saying she loved bulky feathers, destroying the bald guy's hopes forever. Driven by pure rage, he screams for the alchemist, forcing the crew to take off flying. Shortly after, a massive blue portal rips through the city sky and causes a huge panic in the streets, revealing the shadow of the sinister mask, ready to make history up on the surface, followed by the giant bird flexing its dominance and making the guards beg for backup, gliding super low between the buildings while civilians film the whole thing from below. Way up high, the kid enjoys the ride and mentions you never turn down a free lift. But feeling the pressure from his partner, he points out he's not the mission guide. Taking in the sweet view of the horizon, he notices how the color blue dominates the whole scenery. He officially names the bird Blue, leaving his sidekick clueless about the reference. Cutting over to the infamous lab, the director loses his mind seeing the brain-wiped hunters. After getting the bitter news about the lost chimera, he slams his fist right onto the desk. He knows this massive failure could easily shut off the government's money tap. Feeling the heavy vibe take over the room with the shadows of the big shots looming around. Terrified, the goon shows that the defeated squad brought back a little gift. It's a golden pearl with a mocking warning saying their meeting was already scheduled. Going full psycho, the crazy scientist screams through the halls hunting down the guy responsible. All that bottled up rage makes him almost smash all the pricey equipment around him. Far away from there, the kid lands on a rooftop and says he's gonna fix up Blue's feather. With his boots on the ground, he asks what the real deal is with their mystery target, bringing up the fact that this evil base was actually super well hidden. His partner starts sweating cold, thinking that walking in there is pretty much asking for a game over. Remembering how the newspapers called the boss over there the bio-machine doctor. He even questions if messing with those mutants wouldn't land them in federal prison. But our hero doesn't care about politics and just wants to raid the place the old school way. Curious about the bird, Bongsu finally figures out the real issue with the busted feather. He realizes this visual flaw was the exact reason the beast got kicked out of its flock. Getting a second chance from the boss is what turned this huge monster into a massive crybaby. That leaves the bald dude shocked to see just how cold-blooded the bird world really is, explaining that the species is obsessed with pretty feathers just like real peacocks. A quick flashback shows the bird catching a lot of heat for having a busted feather. Looking back in panic, his childhood in the flock was a seriously rough time, and our hero pieces it together. He got chased out, taking a merciless beating. Falling dead silent, the guide instantly relates, knowing exactly how that feels. Fists clenched tight, he admits he understands the bird's pain, fully relating to the struggle. Glancing up, the kid spots the building and shouts that he found the lab. Wasting zero time, the boss orders the giant bird to charge straight in. Following orders on the spot, the massive beast lets out a deafening war cry. But Bomsu goes into full panic mode when the thing starts diving like a missile, telling everyone to brace for impact, while the poor guy already thinks he's a goner. Making a triumphant entrance, they crash right into the building and blow a massive hole in the wall, leaving the staff shaking in their boots, fully believing a war just broke out. Coughing through the dust, the scientist quickly spots a sinister shadow deep in in the smoke. Coming face to face with the giant beak, he lets out a high-pitched shriek that echoes everywhere. Hitting the floor in pure terror, he can't believe a venomous vulture is standing right there. In a flash, golden webs trap everyone in the room amidst screams of pure confusion. Stepping firmly into the room, our protagonist announces the perimeter is secure. While the guy looks confused by the raid, they hear the directors are up on the top floor. Introducing himself as Little Nari's guardian makes the scientist stutter really bad. Trying to play dumb about the whole thing, he just gets stared down in dead silence. Until the kid senses some highly bizarre energy radiating off the guy through his mask. Cutting over to the association, the old man grills his grandson about that rank exam, even threatening to kick the guy out, but the spoiled heir brushes off the scolding entirely, bragging about having a president for a grandpa and already being ranked so high at his age. Showing he only cares about his allowance leaves the old man disgusted with all that entitlement. Exhausted at 84 years old, the president stares right at his own nameplate, thinking about stepping down, while his lazy grandson whines about how boring this all is. Looking back at the great heroes from the past who inspired him to build this organization. Staring out the window, he feels completely let down by the attitude of this new generation. Mourning the dark path these research projects took, recalling a deeply sad chimera mermaid, knowing hunters cost a fortune, bringing up a memory of some creature lurking around kids, leaving the less fortunate completely exposed to the dangers and horrors of that world. With a heavy sigh, he admits he is never going to forget the true heroes of the old days. Determined to change things, he claims the association needs to stand firm and not just chase profits. But he knows everyone there only wants the seat for pure greed and easy money, feeling the heavy weight of old age and powerlessness, while his grandson stays chilling without a care, giving the kid a somewhat envious look since he holds the talent the old man never had. Suddenly, an assistant bursts into the room shouting, making the playboy ask what the deal is. Warning them about an attack in the poor district makes the kid's eyes go wide instantly. Completely confused, the president asks if a natural gate just popped open out of nowhere. Sweating bullets, the employee drops the news of the branch offices denied their backup request, since nobody wants to go fight in that neighborhood, leaving the old man absolutely furious. He orders them to contact the labs, deciding to handle this massive headache himself. Jumping up from his seat, the boy says he is tagging along, finally showing a drop of responsibility. Back at the lab, the tension spikes as our hero stares down his target up close, and this is where it gets good. The real chaos finally kicks off inside the room. Seeing energy wires slicing up everything around them, realizing the boss is dead serious. Out of nowhere, a shadow looms right behind the guy, shattering his glasses just from the sheer pressure, causing the villain's body to melt down into liquid metal on the floor in a super bizarre way. A quick peek at the scene, and the guide instantly realizes that Goo is actually a chimera in disguise, screaming in pure shock as the director himself turns into a bubbling monster right before their eyes. That leaves the staff in total despair, completely clueless about this freaky situation. But our boy stays locked and even blink, dropping the warning that the real brawl is about to start. Taking shape again, the enemy yells out that he won't forgive this whole invasion. He gathers energy in his hands to send everyone to the afterlife through pure, unadulterated rage. And the hero even throws some shade, making a joke about this super warm welcome. Dodging with zero effort, he notices the metal matches Nari's, but the aura feels entirely different. It clicks in his head that this lunatic ran experiments on his own body to turn into that thing. Watching the whole thing from a distance, the little ghost critter tracks the boss's every move. While his sidekick deals with the goons, our hero hacks right into the scientist's memories, diving deep into the guy's rotten past to figure out exactly what was going down here. He catches a nasty flashback of the young villain operating on a kid inside some filthy lab, revealing deep jealousy of his old mentor, swearing he'd do whatever it takes to surpass him. Back in the present, our hero goes blind with rage and slams his hand into the ground, rocking claws in a bright red aura. He calls the guy out for kidnapping kids for his sick tests. The villain just mocks him, calling the victims pure trash that were handed a golden opportunity. Losing his patience entirely, he punches the floor with some seriously cracked strength. The monster tries shifting into liquid to escape, but the hero's grip is just way too crushing. With his eyes glowing blue, he tells the scientist to shut his mouth and endure the pain, leaving one of the goons completely stunned by that overwhelming energy flooding the room. And the punishment kicks in instantly, leaving the director screaming with zero way out, getting his body twisted and squeezed out like he's just some old dirty mop. The kid's completely OP abilities suck him down into a tiny point, until in the blink of an eye, the big guy turns into nothing but a floating sphere of light. Kneeling on the ground, he controls the glowing little ball with his relentless blue aura, while Bong-soo watches terrified from afar, unable to believe the dude just got turned into a marble, grabbing the sphere right in his hand, turning the villain into a simple inventory item. He stares down the rest of the crew, demanding answers, or everyone else is turning into a toy too. Digging deeper into those memories, he finds out the mentors stole the research and bailed. Human greed makes him sick, since the guy did all that just to turn young again. Remembering little Nari's stupid tracker, he quickly gets ready to crush the device. Right then, the bald dude and the giant bird give the staff a very nice incentive to start talking. Focusing on the remaining test subjects, they find out the real lab is actually hidden underground, and wasting zero time, the group heads down, smashing through everything with pure brute force. They walk right into a horror scene loaded with tanks full of super bizarre creatures, making the little ghost furious over the absolute cruelty of storing kids like hard drive data. But our protagonist stays in dead silence, just scanning the creepy room, triggering a heavy flashback from his own past, strapped to a medical bed under a blinding light, with the doctors debating whether they should cut open and dissect test subject number 17, deciding to keep him alive to make a profit by faking him as a naturally awakened hunter. Back to reality, the kid touches the glass, saying everyone in there deserves some peace, unlocking all the tanks at once, making a bright light shine throughout the whole facility. A little fox hops out of the water looking scared, claiming she recognizes that scent, catching our hero off guard, since Nari never mentioned the little critter actually knew how to talk. The mascot cracks a joke about the fox's nose, but the boss clarifies it's literally just his soap. Completely shocked, the little animal asks if he really managed to find her old machine friend, confirming she is safe and sound, and the demon row makes the little beast wag her tail. Through tears of joy over the news, the hero quickly realizes she was actually Nari's best friend. Asking if anyone else is still in there, the little fox yells for the rest of the crew to come out. Stepping out of the shadows, bizarre creatures like a walking tree and a giant ant show up. Even some chubby squirrels appear, making the furball ask what kind of zoo this is. And then the fox mentions the fighting monsters were already wiped out, leaving only them behind. Looking closely, our hero realizes every single one of them comes from the demon realm. With his blue aura glowing, he invites the whole crew to go there, leaving everyone speechless. Right after that, the entire lab goes up in flames, completely wiped off the map. Watching from afar, the chairman's grandson finds it weird the attack hit that exact building. He finally spots the giant bird flying out of the smoke, screaming for his grandpa to look. And that's where it gets crazy. Some dude is using that flying beast like a personal Uber. Celebrating the rescue, the guide kid says he hid the scientists in a safe spot, but asks about the memory-wiping pills, only for the boss to say he didn't give them anything, leaving the boy completely lost after that unexpected answer. He points to the ground, and the bald guy quickly recognizes the association chairman and his grandson. Staring at the sky, the old man is stunned seeing the boy riding the massive beast. Our protagonist pushes his memory a bit and realizes that name sounds super familiar. Then it clicks, remembering exactly who that old man down there was. Smirking under the mask, he grabs the director's little orb to send a special gift. He throws the item with everything he's got, making the guide scream in pure panic, dropping like a meteor right toward the exact spot where the duo was standing. Except the old guy shows off his cracked reflexes, catching the sphere mid-air with zero effort. With his grandson panicking, the chairman mutters he never thought he'd see that again, explaining it's a sealing technique that only breaks if you have more power than the creator. Once at the scene, the hunters report that nobody bit the dust in the building explosion. They also report that the researchers themselves snitched on the director for being a monster, revealing that the intruder himself saved everyone, leaving the old man super confused. He glances at the sky, wondering if that kid from the past could still be alive. Landing back in the slums, the furball celebrates meeting the guy who fixes his messes, but the boss prefers staying low-key, knowing things will go south if the association tracks them. Cutting to the slum branch, the alchemist is snoring loud right in the middle of his shift, startled awake by a loud bang on the door, wondering what all that noise was. Getting up looking sluggish, he walks to the entrance to peek at what's going on. He comes face to face with the guide pressed against the glass, saying a very casual hi. Spooked so bad, the guy lets out a scream loud enough to shatter the street windows. Right there, our protagonist scolds the kid for jump scaring the poor guy like that. Taking off his mask, he tells the manager to chill, and the chubby dude recognizes the boy instantly. He gives a shady smile, saying he came to pick him up for a trip to the demon realm. Already in the realm, the winged monster teaches the girls how to build a glowing quartz fence, following a super simple setup of drilling the stone and fitting the polished crystal for light. This setup makes the piece glow bright, leaving our little cyborg fascinated by the makeshift trick. Smiling wide, she praises the flying old guy's work with pure excitement. However, the dark-haired girl stops out of nowhere after hearing a very familiar sound, seeing a blue portal open on the grass, quickly announcing the boss is finally back. Except a bunch of bizarre creatures tumble out from inside, spooking everyone around. Suspicious. The machine girl thinks it's weird the boy brought such weak chimeras. Soon enough, the yellow snake with chicken legs starts marching toward the cabin. Looking closely, the older girl notices Nari backing away, super tense and quiet, while the tiny serpent goes into defense mode to protect its territory at all costs, letting out a cute little squeak trying to sound threatening, without much luck. Clueless about the situation, the winged big guy asks if the pet is scared of the newbies, but the experienced woman spots right away the little snake just wants to show who's boss, charging full speed at the little tree, trying to assert dominance with a screechy yell. Except the living tree ignores the snake's tantrum and just walks right past it. Letting out a quiet, kinda sad groan, the wooden creature keeps on walking. It heads straight for the backyard garden and drops into the dirt, claiming that spot. But there was no garden at all, just a patch of dry, hard dirt looking like a desert. Suddenly, a blast of blue energy wrecks the ground, ruining the peace in a split second, bringing up the 5 local mandrakes, sprouting up acting super tough to pick a fight. Our hero arrives riding the big bird, announcing they're finally home. Looking around, the chubby alchemist starts stuttering, refusing to believe that scenery. He stares at the massive cabin in his pajamas, shocked they built a mansion in the middle of nowhere, calculating the place is worth a fortune, already looking for the door under the boss's gaze. But the boy notices little Nari hiding behind a tree, completely pulled back, asking the bald guy and the alchemist right away to wait quietly in a corner. He walks up to the veteran duo and asks if they handled everything while he was gone, quickly wanting to know about the mess in the garden between the tree and the grumpy plants, with an intense stare-down happening between the lead mandrake and the wooden newbie, until the giant ant jumps into the mix just to add fuel to the fire, glowing its tail red, showing it activated defense mode to back up its friend. It grabs the plant by the root, leaving the protagonist super confused by that tactic, pulling off the perfect move, throwing the little tree in the air like a bowling ball, and the lead mandrake plays along, jumping super happy right into the impact zone, ending in a massive thud right in the grumpy plant's face. This triggers a crazy chimera strike across the grass in a bizarre domino effect. And in the exact spot the tree landed, a stylish blue-horned monster pops up, making the mandrakes cheer with pride, while the hero praises their teamwork. With the tree carrying the knocked-out beast, the boss announces the welcome brawl is over, only leaving the huge tension between little Nari and the fox left to solve. Walking calmly, the little fox stops suddenly and starts sniffing the large tree trunk. Its expression gives away that it perfectly recognized the familiar scent hiding there, finding the curled-up cyborg and calling her a machine creature in a super sad tone. In a flood of tears, the girl begs for forgiveness and says she's not leaving until they accept her, turning her back to serve penance, fully willing to wait however long it takes. A heavy lab flashback hits, showing the scientist furious at the new living weapon, showing the little girl in her robotic form, taking hits from the guards without fighting back, with the director complaining she was way too gentle and useless for combat like that, calling the girl trash, warning she'd be scrapped if she kept playing the good guy. They decide if having feelings was the problem, they were gonna rewire the poor thing's mind, cooking up a cruel plan to lock other monsters in a closed cell with her, by putting cute chimeras near the girl hoping she'd form bonds and get attached to them, just to force these new friends to attack the poor girl in the cruelest way possible. The evil deed is done with the fox losing control and attacking the robot with zero mercy, but the creature was crying in despair while attacking as the villain sheared the pain of betrayal, leaving the machine busted and down on the floor. Hearing from the man that friends don't exist there, he gives her an ultimatum to wipe out the monsters, or she'd get melted down right then and there, and no one saw that coming. Something snaps inside her, activating her rage as she charges the doctor, grabbing the mad scientist by the neck in pure confusion, asking if they were friends. She decides to escape that nightmare, so she wouldn't hurt her own friends, making the old man panic, firing up the thrusters and smashing through the glass wall with everything to get out of there. Back in the present, the little girl's guilty tears drop on the demon realm grass, crying endlessly with her back to the fox, feeling like the worst creature in the world. Completely shocked, the little fox gets teary-eyed without understanding a thing, leaping into Nari's lap out of pure longing. Right then the girl cries, still super confused. Through her tears she lets it out and says she missed everyone, making a solid promise to never leave that crew again. The MC notices her real form but plays dumb just to keep the cute vibe going. Soon enough, Bong Su spots Uncle Sparrow and the sister walking up, hyped. They finally made peace, letting the crew loose, the boss explains it was just to avoid scaring Neri earlier. Uncle Sparrow gets curious and points at Manager Kim asking who the guy in pajamas is. Poking some fun, he even jokes that the little outfit looks pretty comfy. To clear things up, the protagonist reveals he's an alchemist here to break the spell. Hearing that, the siblings are stunned, but have their eyes full of hope. Manager Kim sweats bullets and dies of embarrassment while introducing himself to the group. Without missing a beat, the cheeky dude asks straight up to pluck some feathers off Uncle Sparrow. Catching their weird looks, the alchemist quickly asks if that would be a problem. The giant beast fires back, saying it's just a bit embarrassing to ask that out of nowhere. Suddenly, a flashback hits with two girls talking about the giant bird causing chaos in the city. We see Bongsu hanging with a mystery blonde who ends up handing something to him. Claiming that nothing beats roasted potatoes, she leaves the boy super happy. He blows on the piping hot food, showing he's actually starving. Hyped for the warm snack, the woman tells him to eat as much as he wants. Realizing he's the only one eating, the kid gets shy, but the lady says she already had dinner. The girl pokes his forehead and makes him blush, while he claims it's just training fatigue. Complaining about chills for 10 days, he finds out it sounds exactly like an awakening. Since he's 17, the blonde reminds him that an awakening usually happens around that age. Laughing it off in disbelief, he gets a quick scolding because an awakening doesn't care about your background. Deep down, he begs for not to get his hopes up, but she just hands him some cash instead. Freezing on the spot, the kid can't believe he's holding a 50,000 bill. She tells him it's his ticket to the association, ordering him to go take the test right away. Holding a photo of a silver-haired dude, she says he might still become a badass hunter. He almost cries tears of joy, thanking her from the bottom of his heart and calling her ma'am. Freaking out over the old nickname, she tells him to stop, but the kid jokes around and promises to pay her back. Back in the demon realm, we spot the flyer's sister polishing a massive chunk of quartz. Driven by curiosity, the little fox, the tree, and the giant ant tap the glowing crystal. The squirrels get completely hypnotized, unable to take their eyes off that magic stone. With crystal stakes everywhere, the place gives off major amusement park vibes. Super chill, Uncle Sparrow mentions that working the night shift is a breeze for him. Looking at the bald dude sweating buckets, the giant beast doesn't get why he hasn't left yet. Pure panic hits the old guy, so he begs and claims he just wants to help the crew. Right then, the kid warns the boss he forgot to tell the alchemist something super serious. Catching a ride back, the hyped kid blurts out that you just gotta live in the moment. He brushes off all that hype, just telling the kid to do whatever feels right. Turning to Nari and the pets, the protagonist drops the truth that everyone needs to pitch in. Lost in thought, the big monster thinks having a role is nice but wonders if the boss is doing alright. Watching the boss walk off with the stakes, Neri asks what's up and he says he's aligning the fence. He asks if she made peace with everyone, making her stutter a super nervous yes. Probing about this coconut tribe, he leaves the little girl absolutely terrified of the truth. She throws in the towel, finally confessing that she was never actually part of that tribe. Keeping a super calm tone, the hero promises Nari that nobody will ever come after her here. To show off his work, he explains that those stakes form a massive protective barrier. Dropping a genius idea, he suggests they just become the new coconut tribe themselves. With a pure smile, the boss says their family grew and the name fits perfectly. Bursting into tears, the little girl gets super emotional, repeating her new family's name. She thanks him with all her heart, only for the boss to say it's time to head back to the crew. Running back super happy, she yells that they've returned as the glorious coconut tribe. The giant beast catches the good vibes and praises them, while Bongsu is left feeling a bit down. Feeling super proud, the kid announces the fence is done, and Nari thinks it looks gorgeous. But out of nowhere, a sinister wind hits hard, showing something massive is on its way. Spooked out of her mind, Nari looks around and asks where the big guy went. Our guy just laughs at the mess, joking that kids really do grow up through fighting. And just like that, everything changed. He senses a weird presence and gets dead serious. Looking up, the crew spots the giant blue bird diving straight out of the sky. The beast swoops in fast, rubbing against the protagonist like a super needy kitten. Shocked out of his mind, the boss actually yells when he notices the bird's tail feather grew back. The alchemist sneaks up quietly, mentioning a quick treatment that leaves the hero a bit suspicious. Revealing his trick, he explains he used red moss to multiply the healing effect. He explains the duo helped with the mission, and the big guy even calls that healing a flat-out miracle. Right on cue, the bald guy's big brain starts cooking up a plan on the spot. Being totally shameless, he walks up whispering to see if the alchemist has a cure for baldness. He opens his heart, confessing he's spent 10 long years hunting for a cure. Fired up, the alchemist calls at the ultimate dream of his profession and promises to help. Crying tears of joy, the bald dude drops to his knees, swearing to be his loyal servant if needed. The giant beast watches this bizarre scene as the alchemist steers the chat back to the spells. Explaining the issue, the chubby dude warns it's an ancient formation that's a huge pain chain to break. After thinking for a sec, the boss points out that a single mandrake fruit would solve everything. Startled, the professional's jaw drops straight to the floor at the thought of that rare fruit. Keeping his cool, our boy mentions the local plants are already perfectly ripe. He points to the garden, and the alchemist almost loses his mind seeing a patch full of mandrakes, bringing up the endless cycle where the creature absorbs energy, grows the fruit, and eats it right after. He warns that plucking it by force turns it into poison, so the creature has to hand it over willingly. Dropping a pro tip, the hero suggests stacking some rocks since they love caves during this phase. The alchemist pulls out his notebook, super curious about how the kid knows all this stuff. Flashing a nostalgic smile, he reveals his memories came back and he actually has a past with them. We jump back in time, seeing the little protagonist as Subject 17 out in the freezing snow. Freezing during survival training, he decides to climb that peak through pure willpower. He pushes forward with everything he's got, hearing a weird noise and stopping on a dime, pushing aside some icy branches. The kid realizes there's something hiding right there. He steps closer, finding a badly beaten mandrake passed out in the middle of the snow. Feeling a tiny bit of pity, he slowly reaches his hand out to try and help the creature. But out of nowhere, a bunch of little red eyes glow in the bushes, showing she isn't alone. Jumping out of the brush, an entire squad of angry mandrakes charges straight at the kid. The wounded one spooks the boy as it forces itself up and starts screaming at its own family. Limping hard and dragging itself through the snow, the cute plant was inches from biting the dust. That feisty little root starts panting heavy from the effort, about to pass out in the cold snow. Watching this crazy protective scene, the boy gets super confused, thinking he's straight up tripping. His cold heart instantly starts to melt, feeling bad for the little creature's stubborn attitude. Moving closer, he drops some gentle mana to calm the root that's still glaring at him. He tries forcing himself to remember it's just a monster, but the kid can't resist that sad little face. Kneeling right there, the boy's warm mana ends up knocking the little creature out cold. Once the tiny plant passes out, he seriously debates whether he should take care of it for a few days. Scooping her up in his arms, the young boss continues his brutal trek through the snowy forest. Getting in the box, the little creature throws a massive party, screaming with joy. Soon enough, the MC finds a perfect cave to escape that heavy blizzard. But a surprise drops, since the place was packed with wild mandrakes. Lighting a fire, he watches the rescued little Roo run over excited to mingle. Meanwhile, as the pet celebrates, the boy hydrates in pure survival mode. Stepping closer full of curiosity, the little plant lets out a very unique glow right there. He figures out she was thirsty, so the boss carefully offers some water. Pouring a liquid on the ground, he makes sure his newest friend stays hydrated. With so much hype and splash in water, she hears him order her to stay still. Poking fun at her little dance, the kid notices the pet widen its eyes out of nowhere. She jumps back, dropping a leaf on the ground, leaving the boss super lost. Right then, a blue flash takes over the cave, catching our boy off guard. Pushing hard, the tiny creature focuses on something with everything she has. A red fruit sprouts out of thin air, leaving the boy clueless about where it came from. Offering the snack looking super proud, she instantly makes the MC a bit hesitant. He decides to risk it, trusting his resistance and the pet's honest little face. Taking a big bite, he feels an explosion of sweet and refreshing flavor. Pure mana fills his body, leaving him completely mind-blown by it. Peeking at the back of the cave to check, he spots a very weird movement. The little plant twists around, pushing with all its might right there on the ground. And soon another fruit pops up in the dark, showing the production line wasn't stopping. 5 fruits show up at once, and all that abundance ends up scaring the kid. Sprouting 6 more right after, panic starts hitting our boss. Out of breath, she keeps offering them and leaves him speechless with her stubbornness. He gets the message, noticing the pet is suffering a lot just to return the favor. Feeling super bad, he thanks her for the kindness and begs the poor thing to stop. By eating its own fruit later, the creature shows the boy it has no seeds. Figuring out the species' crazy cycle, he sees they are completely self-sufficient. Guilt hits hard, making the MC think he ended up stealing her growth mana. Jumping off the kid's lap, the tiny creature runs straight toward the campfire. She just wanted a safe spot, so she uses him as a pillow and passes out snoring loud. Flashing a faint smile, he mentions he won't be bored around there. But the piece ends real quick when ice-horned gorillas show up for an attack. Thirsty for the fruits, the giant apes wanted that pure energy feast. Pulling the knocked-out plant closer, the boss swears to protect his new friend at all costs. He transforms his own hand, facing the beasts while promising absolute safety. Spending their days glued together, the duo faces everything in the snow with her on his head. The kid drops the hammer with zero mercy, activating his monster mode against the Threx. After finishing a heavy hunt, he always creates a little mana fruit for his pet. Getting a full belly and staying super happy, their friendship levels up big time. With a huge, genuine smile, the boy realizes he was actually getting a attached. 10 long days pass, the sun rises, and the tough time to head back to hell arrives. Looking super sad about the departure, she rubs against his leg nonstop. He understands that pain perfectly, remembering his own loneliness when seeing the pet like that. Aware of the danger, he knows the poor thing will be super vulnerable out there alone. But he had no choice. The spell in his body would take him out if he was late. Unable to take her so she wouldn't become a test subject, he promises to leave an awesome gift. Setting up silkworm webs at the entrance, he secures a solid defense for the spot. He kneels on the freezing ground, prepping one last little surprise for his friend. Tying a string around the pet, he tells her not to lose it for anything in the world. The little thing jumps with joy, rubbing against the string, feeling super loved. Waving his final goodbye, he leaves the little plant in shock and pure panic. She runs after the kid through the snow, screaming endlessly in agony. Tripping hard and falling face first into the snow, she struggles with that harsh farewell. To avoid crying, the boy turns his back, staying strong and telling her to stay safe. Down on the ground, the root feels guilty for not protecting her friend and is left devastated. Breaking down into a sad, piercing cry, her sound echoes across the entire huge mountain. Bangsu and the bald guy hear this and start crying like two emotional kids. Furious at the pause, the big monster wants to know right away what happened after that sadness. Frowning, the boss says he managed to return to the spot 2 weeks later. He found a tense scene with the cave collapsed and the mandrake completely gone. Carrying a ton of guilt in his chest, he whispers a sincere apology. It was hard for the boss to believe, struggling to accept she was taken or eaten. A thought hits the familiar, remembering the magic string and betting she survived. Clinging hard to that hope, Uncle Sparrow starts rooting for the little plant. The kid gives a gloomy smile, promising that one day they will go back there, leaving a big question mark in the air about the cute pet's survival in those lands. Back in the present, the little plant army is causing a massive ruckus. Seeing the giant leader with the scar and the string, we figure out it's her from the past. Blown away, the ally blurts out she survived all by herself in the demon realm, joking that he really is into roots. The friend leaves the boss super flustered. He agrees with their hunger, so the MC tells the crew to release a bit of mana. Giving a clear warning, he points out these ones are built different from the normal ones. Hyped up and way too curious, the partner says he wants to see the difference in practice. Releasing his mana with pure confidence, the alchemist quickly leaves the boss super worried. And that's where it gets crazy, all because his secret was transplanting mandrake cells into his own body. Calling the little things vacuums, the root glows, ready to suck out his soul. Real panic sets in as the old guy feels his mana getting drained by brute force. Explaining the issue, the boy says they're starving for his absurd energy. Left completely wiped out, the poor guy can't believe what's happening. He shows off a massive face of total defeat, while all his energy goes down the drain. With the alchemist falling stiff on the ground, the weird mascot runs over in a panic. Shaking the knocked out body, the little creature puts on a huge soap opera drama. It was a super humiliating defeat, and the end of the line for a rank A alchemist. Spotting the mandrakes throwing up, the girl realizes his mana was pure trash. Meanwhile, in a fancy office, a sinister voice questions the attack on the lab. Beyond furious, the rich lady rants that she invested heavily and it all turned to scrap, putting on absurd pressure. They want to know how they'll pay for all the damage. The suit guy sweats cold, warning that the association already opened a serious investigation, leaving the big shot with glasses super worried about the gossip spreading in the press. One of the villains pokes fun, mocking them for being scared of a powerless old man. Getting super angry, the chairman asks if he told them any lies. During all this, the corrupt politician just watches the whole fight super quietly. Opening his yellow eyes with an evil smile, he guarantees everything is under control. He gets philosophical about the anomalies, saying dealing with trouble in the shadows is normal. Flashing a new fat stack of cash in his hand, the politician tells everyone there to chill. He reveals a map showing a massive mandrake habitat on the snowy peak. Doubting it, the suit guy asks what kind of maniac could even reach that summit. To explain the scam, he says they only need to recruit someone tough enough to make it halfway. Completely lost on the plan, the mustache guy doesn't even fully grasp the habitat scheme. Going even further, he says this item lets them make their own portals without needing anyone. Cut to an office. A young guy shows up at the front desk looking super helpful. With an awkward smile, he scratches the back of his neck, kinda lost in the whole situation. Meanwhile, way out in the middle of nowhere, a squad is staring down a massive snowy wasteland. All bundled up, they march single file through the freezing cold. Right then, our hooded MC feels a spark, his eyes flashing bright blue. freaking out two of his teammates who immediately ask what's wrong, but without saying a word he walks off to check things out alone. Back in the room, the guy in the white suit clenches his fist, super confident his plan is going to work. Out on the ice, the leader with the man bun loses his patience, telling the kid to stop and warning him about the danger. Grabbing his shoulder, a masked guy tells him to chill so they don't do anything stupid. The MC just grips his hood tight, already dead set on moving forward. Stepping in front of everyone, he reaches out and unleashes a green aura to freeze the whole squad in their tracks. Face bruised and eyes glowing yellow, the kid screams, letting out a massive burst of power. Slicing through the frozen landscape, the energy flies straight toward an invisible target, and the impact reveals a tiny group of creatures that had been hiding right there. Several mandrakes pop up, hopping around, way too curious about that attack. Surrounding the explorers, they start jumping all over the place, having zero clue what's going on. But the effort takes its toll. The MC's nose runs red and his eyes lose focus. Unable to hold on, he passes out and faceplants into the snow, making the squad rush over to help. Spotting the threat, the man-bun leader charges up a skill, spotting two orange spears. He throws the power at the mandrakes, but they just stand there staring, super spaced out. Suddenly, a massive energy net appears and drops right on top of the little guys, pinning almost all of them to the ground, leaving the little beasts panicked and trapped. Except one of them, sitting on top of a rock, manages to dodge it by a hair, rocking a star scar on her forehead. She immediately takes a boss stance. High up on the rock, the tiny thing barks orders, and the pack listens like she's a 5-star general. The trapped ones start gnawing at the magic net, trying to force a breakout. Hopping onto the others' backs, the leader helps chew through the threads with crazy focus. This makes the net guy scream in frustration, watching his attack get clowned by these tiny plants. Right then, a huge dude draws his weapon and charges, while his buddy tries to recast the spell. Flexing his massive arm, the big guy gets ready to squish the mandrakes. He brings the blade down hard, but the impact just shatters the rest of the barrier. Taking advantage of the opening, the little critters scatter in a panic. With cold sweat dripping, the leader glances back, refusing to go down without a fight. Raising his weapon again, the brute gets ready to wipe out their boss. He lets out a battle cry, swinging the blade mercilessly at the little beast. And that's where it gets crazy. The MC steps in and blocks the strike one-handed, sparking a blue shockwave. The impact is so cracked it splits the ground, leaving the whole squad with their jaws on the floor. Standing tall in the dust, the enemy's weapon is planted right next to him. With his eyes glowing gold, he stares down the group with a dead serious glare. A giant shadow full of yellow eyes looms behind him, giving off an unreal pressure. It's such a heavy aura that the entire squad collapses, shaking with fear. Turning his head, our boy looks right at the tiny mandrake he just saved. Tears welling up in her eyes, she looks back at him with massive gratitude. From way up high, the flying masked girl watches the whole thing, realizing the MC is built different. Finding it weird, the eagle dude asks if she's sure, since he's never seen anything like this. Inside a pure white space, the kid stands there, staring at the little plant alone on the ground. Shaking all over, she's torn between being super nervous and hyped. Back in the snow, he crouches in front of the mandrake, who watches him with pure curiosity. He gives a gentle smile, and the little beast instantly figures out he's a good guy. Crying tears of joy, she jumps right at him, glowing with happiness. As he holds the cute little thing super carefully, she's just loving the attention. Snuggling into the kid's arms, she acts all shy, but is having the time of her life. Over with the rest of the pack, the other mandrakes are watching every single move. Suddenly, the leader decides to rip a piece off his shirt collar. She drops to the ground right after, taking that cloth trophy with her. Clutching the scrap in her hand, she faces her crew with a super determined look. This hypes up the rest of the gang, who start jumping around, ready to follow their boss. Vibrating like crazy, the leaf on the tiny leader's head starts growing at an unreal pace. Covered in sweat from the effort, her little body shakes as she triggers an awakening. And a larger silhouette pops up in the background, making it obvious she's getting a massive level up. Wrapping up the glow up, the little creature is now rocking sandals made out of leaves. The MC just watches the whole thing, seeing the newly leveled leader commanding her squad. Keeping watch from above, the winged creatures spot the plants gathering in front of him. With a smirk, the kid tells the eagle dude to chill, since they're just mandrakes. Then the evolved leader lets out a yell, sounding like a general hyping up her troops for war. Out of nowhere, one of the hunters throws himself on the ground, bowing to the MC. So awkward. Eyes wide open, he doesn't get this behavior at all. Keeping his forehead buried in the snow, the hunter shows complete submission. The masked girl bends down to help, mentioning the guy looks like he's hit his limit. But when the MC grabs him, he's shocked by what he feels. All bruised and gasping for air, a dark purple energy starts oozing out of his body. body. Watching closely, the masked girl tries to figure out what on earth is happening, until a weird mark on the injured guy's arm glows with that same purple light. Laying his ally down gently, the MC notices the guy's body is already ice cold. His eye flashes orange as he pieces it together, and he gets mad as hell. Standing up, he glares at the fallen hunter's other two teammates, who are shaking in their boots. One of the brutes grits his teeth in anger, unable to handle that heavy pressure. The MC's eyes glow red, and a sinister aura unleashes some brutal bloodlust. Flashing a cocky smirk, the big guy dares him to bring it on. Such a clown. In the blink of an eye, our boy just bodies an explorer against the rocks. Following up with a massive stomp, he cracks the ground and sends everyone flying with the shockwave. This sends a hooded thug into a panic, seeing the energy rushing in to take him out. Exhaling the freezing air, the MC keeps that ice-cold, lethal glare. Those last two are shaking like leaves under that crushing pressure. With his eye glowing, he just watches the survivors in pure silence. Way off in the distance, the mandrakes watch quietly, having no clue about the beef. After a while, he sits near his ally's body, with the little plant resting on his head. Staying silent, he stares off into the horizon, looking dead serious. He remembers the day they met, when the kid called out to him super hyped on the street. Back then, our MC was even surprised by the kid's energy. Smiling and giving a thumbs up, the guy was just overflowing with confidence. But the memory fades, and the hunter's last breath comes crashing back into his mind. Focusing his eyes, he puts on a face of pure determination. Just then, the alchemist in pajamas comes flying in, carried by the winged woman, screaming his lungs out. Tossed to the ground, the healer goes rolling through the snow, scared out of his mind. He stops face first in the ice right at our boy's feet. Lifting his head all dizzy, he tries to process where he just landed. No time to waste, the healer casts a bright green spell on the injured guy's body. Cold sweat dripping, he sadly realizes the healing isn't doing a thing. Gritting his teeth, the NC gets super frustrated with the outcome. He puts a hand on his chin, thinking fast to find a way out. Suddenly, the healer gets the shock of his life, eyes wide open. Turns out, the MC starts drawing a massive magic circle with his finger in the snow, leaving the chubby guy speechless at how brutally perfect the drawing is. Recognizing the pattern from an old book, the guy spots the red glow of forbidden magic. With bodies scattered around, the winged duo figures out the kid is way more dangerous, and the healer freaks out, asking how he knows resurrection, which costs a soul. Our boy just flashes a confident smile, knowing exactly what he's doing. Flashing back to his time in the secret facility where he lived surrounded by scientists. Strapped to a chair and completely wrecked, he glared at those guys with pure defiance. He smirked like a villain, bragging that he was immortal and could take any hit. Right after that, the building blows up, sending everyone flying. That exact same red circle was the trick he used to escape that hell. Back in the present, our boy takes off his shirt, looking totally shredded, and preps for the ritual. Tossing the shirt aside, the kid announces he's ready to start. Then, Kim sits in a magic circle behind him and begins the extraction. The mystic seal glows bright the second he touches the kid's back. Super focused, the manager takes a deep breath to save Bongsu and help the MC. Without hesitating, the researcher unleashes everything to make this thing work. And would you look at that, the energy takes physical form right there on his back. Hyped out of his mind, he cheers that now they just gotta transfer it all to the rookie. Out of nowhere, the alchemist starts getting a mysterious beatdown. Our MC turns around and sees the mandrakes attacking the guy with full force. Panicking, Kim tries to calm the little beasts down, saying it's a misunderstanding. The kid watches the chaos, even thinking about sending the little creatures home. Handing over the medicine to his sick buddy. Over on the rock, Bongsu stays lying down while the ritual goes crazy. Slowly but surely, that dark mark on his arm starts fading away. His breathing gets less heavy, and finally goes back to normal. Bawling his eyes out, the manager yells that it worked, and thanks the kid. Later on, our protagonist comments on the irony of fate. To him, the way life turns out is actually pretty funny. Kim lets him know he's gonna take over the care and meds for the young hunter. Actually, this magic circle is banned because it's super dangerous. Because of that, our MC warns he's gonna wipe the manager's memories. And that's where it gets crazy. Those cocky hunters are getting drained too, dropping down to rank D. They can still dip through the gate with no issues. Confused, the bird leader asks if they're really just getting let go like that. Even the manager suggests it'd be safer to wipe these guys' minds. Keeping his cool, the kid refuses and says they're gonna remember everything. All this embarrassment is needed to see if they finally stop messing up. Down on the ground, the thugs hear this, sweating bullets from pure terror. Chill as ever, the bird dude accepts the call without complaining. But just sending the crew away like this feels like a massive waste. A genius idea pops into our boy's head. He orders the hunters to build a lab right there in the snow. Kim almost has a heart attack out of pure joy over this new research spot. Hyped up, the alchemist starts getting things ready right away. The ally keeps an eye on the newbies and asks where the kid is heading. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he gets ready to bounce. Duwon picks up the sleeping mandrake and announces he's taking the little beast with him. High above, something slices through the freezing sky with full force. Its heavy claws land hard right in the middle of the soft snow. Asking the big beast to hold on, he quickly notices the little guy crying. No rush at all. The MC kneels down and unzips his travel bag on the floor. Several cute, smiling little faces start peeking out from inside. In pure joy, the little sprouts jump out and run endlessly across the ice. The boy smiles, knowing there's no place in the world like home. Holding little Dodak, the two lock eyes in a goodbye vibe. For him, this is the exact moment for everyone to go their own way. The MC knows he can't be selfish and lock the creature up, acting like a true monarch. So he comforts his little buddy, promising he's gonna visit all the time. Dodak gets the message and finally lets out a sigh of relief. But out of nowhere, the little plant just walks off, leaving him super confused. Turning back, Dodak calls out to the kid, who instantly gets the hint to follow the little guy. Curious, he trails behind and notices they're heading the opposite way of the plant's habitat. At the entrance of a dark cave, our protagonist recognizes this spot instantly. Stepping inside, the vibe really reminds him of the hideout they visited before. Except everything is super clean, with marks on the ground showing the mascot comes here all the time. The little plant points to a crack, and Dawoon asks if that's where his farm was. Blown away, he asks if the little guy found all this by himself and gets a hyped yes. That leaves our boy deep in thought for a few seconds. Suddenly, a bunch of mandrakes pop out of nowhere, definitely looking for their boss. A mustached elder calls out to the boss, his voice shaking with emotion. Without skipping a beat, Dodak turns and waves goodbye to the old guy, who looks super sad. Staying silent, the veteran just watches his boss walk away like that. And just like that, everything changed. The little guy takes off the string that marks his rank. He hands the sash right to the elder, who almost falls over from the shock. The old mascot shakes like crazy, refusing to believe the little one's move. Flashing a huge smile, the tiny monarch just confirms his choice. Our MC is stunned, trying to figure out if he really just passed the crown along. Worried, he asks if the mascot is sure, and if he did this just to stay with him. Crying tears of joy, his little buddy makes it clear that it's all good. After that, night falls over the camp, bringing some soft snowfall. The protagonist sits by the campfire, soaking in that nice warmth. Glancing to the side, he reflects on how everyone chooses their own spot in the world. Right there, the tiny creature sleeps curled up and super peaceful in the middle of the ice. To him, all that really matters is seeing his new partner living his best life. Meanwhile, down on the freezing ground, Bongsu starts waking up from his blackout. The rookie wakes up super lost, trying to wrap his head around where he ended up. Paying close attention, the bird leader watches it all, blown away by this fast recovery. In one jump, the kid sits up and lets out a scream as he comes face to face with a giant monster. Trembling at the beasts, he hears the big guy ask his name. To make things worse, masked Jia pops up welcoming him to the demon realm. The two allies joke that the kid looks like he just saw a bizarre ghost. After all, almost kicking the bucket this young and coming back out of nowhere would break anyone's mind. Flashing back, there's a memory where the office lady praises his awakening. Hyped out of his mind, the young guy runs off to tell Mrs. Park the news. But in the hallway, some hooded weirdo blocks the path and asks who he is. Handing over a drink, the guy pretends to be a veteran and congratulates the new teleporter. Bongsu actually finds it weird getting that mysterious can out of nowhere. Using his smooth talk, the scammer claims it's Monty, and the kid smiles, saying thanks. And that's where it gets crazy, and unreal pain takes over the boy's body. In pure agony, he realizes an orphan becoming a hunter was just a pipe dream. Tossed into the dark, the young guy can only beg Mrs. Park for forgiveness. Back in the present, our boy's flying on the giant bird to that freezing sky. The tiny mandrake swings on his jacket collar without a care, rocking a new ribbon. Looking at the hidden mascot, Dawoon tries to wrap his head around it. From way up high, he spots the crew carrying heavy logs through the snow. He lands quickly, running over to chat with his bird ally. The kid immediately wants to know if the energy drain on those slackers is done. With zero hesitation, the guy explains he put them to work on the construction so they wouldn't slack off. Pointing to the side, he shows the prisoners sweating bullets trying to gather wood. Already, a team is setting up the foundation for the manager's newest lab. Smiling in relief, the kid enjoys the peace. But the ally mentions they used a little force. Jia taught the newbies a heavy lesson. Earlier, she even sat on the guys complaining. In a flashback, one of them freaks out, questioning the drain just because of one kid almost checking out. He screams that it took him 20 years to hit rank A, and he was only there to make some cash, and the bird boss just ignores a tantrum, calling the next in line with his arms crossed. These guys think about fighting back in the snow, but taking on disaster-level monsters is pure madness. Eventually, one tries to claim the rank A's could win, only to get crushed with zero pity. Giant in her animal form, the big girl steps on the slacker, asking if they really wanted to try it. Today, the ally warns she needs to chill out. Kim stays super quiet after the slap. Spreading her massive wings, the beast warns she forgives a lot except anyone who hurts a kid. She tells them to choose between losing their mana or something way worse. Terrified, one agrees on the spot, yelling at the scumbags she lays down the wall. Do-One actually finds the whole thing kinda scary. Soon, the boss mentions the construction will finish fast. The kid agrees, since they build pretty well. At that moment, the manager confirms he tossed the mana out as planned, earning some high praise. Worried, the kid asks about the rookie. Kim says he woke up fine, but is still in shock. When offered a visit, the protagonist just takes a deep breath in pure silence. Sitting on a rock, Bong-soo sees the boy quietly walking up to check if he's okay. Polite, the guy states his full name, but the MC prefers just being called Hyung. Right away, the MC notices something super different about the young hunter's look. The rookie's bangs turn completely white after that terrifying mirror game over. His mana core also grew way too much, something the boy decides to look into later. But then the kid drops that he saved his life just for him to keep making that half-dead face. Heartbroken, the guy vents, saying he feels like the biggest piece of trash. All because Mrs. Park believed in him and even paid for his bus ticket so he could shine. Falling for the first scammer he saw, he now cries with zero direction in life. Quietly, Do-One just calls the kid's name in a much more serious tone. Without wasting time, he stands up and tells the rookie to take a walk with him around camp. Up ahead, the shameless hooded scammer is mixed in with the construction crew. The scumbag is already coughing with a hand on his neck, looking super beat up from the forced labor. This is where it gets good. The MC smashes the guy into the ground, showing the culprit to the rookie. Revealing the trick, he explains the scumbag used puppet magic to fool the poor guy. Cold as ice, the boy says he can finish the dude off right there if he wants. Clenching his fist, shaking with anger, he glares at the scammer tossed right there on the ground. After thinking it over, he speaks up, saying with full certainty that he doesn't want revenge. He gets that he's alive, the villain lost his powers, and there will always be bad people in the world. Now, the plan is to get strong to stop anyone else from falling for a scam like this again. Proud of his choice, Do-Woon gives a genuine smile seeing the guy's glow up. Quickly, he announces the thug is forgiven, ordering the trash back to the heavy lifting. Turning his back, the kid tells Bong-soo to start mana training with manager Kim ASAP. Shocked, the young guy hesitates, but the MC explains he's also from the slums and wants to help a brother out. Everyone chimes in and offers help, since the whole squad knows how tough the streets are. Unable to hold back the emotion, the rookie breaks down crying out of pure gratitude. Kim gives the kid a tight hug, sealing his spot in their crazy family. Laughing slightly, the boy bets that with good training, the kid will even surpass Jisuk. In a nice surprise, the cute mandrake jumps out of his jacket pocket all hyped up. The bird ally notices the new ribbon on the beast, and the kid explains the whole leadership drama. Explaining the new king, he pets the mascot, who's now living with them for real. This is the first time the big girl has seen a monster pass the crown to another beast. Determined, the kid says he's gonna fly to the forest and show the little guy his new home. With a calm vibe, the leader tells him not to stress about them and sends his best to the crew at base. Instantly, Do-Woon takes off, tearing through the sky with the mascot riding on his head. Watching his savior vanish high up, Bong-soo thinks about how much that kid helped him. After all, what kind of crazy savior pops out of nowhere and changes your life so much for the better? The ally reads his mind and laughs out loud, saying the boss is a total madman. That catches the guy super off guard, leaving his mind even more scrambled. But Jia explains that he never had anything to lose, which is why he's not scared of danger. Growing up as a test subject, today he just wants peace, and to build little houses in the demon dimension. Far away from there, the kid lands in a sunny field, and finds the crew's silence weird. Jisuk quickly yells for his Hyung, and the MC just waves, wanting the updates. Sprinting over, Nari cries that he took too long, leaving the kid completely lost. In total shock, the girl screams that Gu and Sasai vanished off the map entirely. Immediately the mood gets heavy, and he asks the girl to explain this whole mess properly. Bawling her eyes out, she says she searched everywhere with the craftsman, but no sign of the beasts. Earlier, she went yelling around the waterfall looking for the owl, but came back empty-handed. As for Jisa, he swept the whole forest screaming for Sai, with zero luck. Focused, the MC closes his eyes to activate his max senses and figure out the whole drama. A full mana sweep tracks every inch of that map hunting for clues. His eyes pierce through the thick brush, not letting a single leaf slip by. And crazily enough, there are no footprints or trails of any intruder in this area. Absolutely no weird energy around. He then presses them both to find out what changed out here. Looking a bit tense, the craftsman blurts out that the yellow guy picked a fight with the plants and got clowned. As usual, the boss just had to leave for him to challenge the new sprout and take the L again. Since the beast is super proud, he slept the whole day sulking, something Nari actually backs up. No one saw that coming. The pieces suddenly click, and the kid realizes the mascot's awakening has started. Flashing back, Goo was peacefully flying, patrolling the skies right above the trees. A weird noise cuts the silence, making the bird stop midair instantly. Down below, Sase creeps along super sneaky in a sketchy way that's fooling nobody. He realizes the yellow mascot is already up to his old tricks in the bushes. Addicted to mandrake leaves, he pushes his luck with a sleeping little sprout. Looks like the easy target this time is exactly the newbie of the plants again, showing zero mercy. The beast attacks and the poor thing wakes up screaming her lungs out in the brush. The whole pack wakes up furious and glares at the attacker as he gets way too cocky. Watching from afar, Goo admires the kid's dumb guts for trying to snatch those leaves. But the plants are built different, and an angry mob sends him running for his life. Mad as hell, the first plant rushes the yellow guy without thinking twice. And man, right then Sasai gets tossed and takes a pitiful beatdown on the spot. The little yellow plant just lays there on the ground, whining in pain for real. Trying to get up completely wrecked, he bumps into an orange flower and is super confused. Right then, Goo lands complaining about his stubbornness, since there's plenty of grass to eat easily. So, the owl tells him to swallow the flower because it's packed with strong mystic energy. Beaming, he devours the plant looking super happy, and Goo even feels some motherly pride. But the joy doesn't last, because the mascot's skin starts getting all deformed. Searching his memory, the owl figures out instantly that his buddy is forcing an awakening. This process is heavy. If the environment isn't perfect, the little beast is just gonna check out. Worse still, nobody can lend a hand, otherwise a bizarre mutation is guaranteed. Analyzing the signs, the bird realizes the transformation is gonna pop off fast. Since his partner is way too weak, Goo decides to drag him to a safe spot in a hurry. With the beast in his claws, he tears through the sky, flying to the family's hideout in shock. Getting there, he finds the place deserted and screams out for the boss or any kind of help. To their massive bad luck, neither Gisak nor the little girl were around to save the day. Driven by panic, Goo needs to find a warm spot for his little buddy ASAP. The guilt hits hard because there's no way to explain this to the rest of the group. Heartbroken, the bird just wants to know when the boss is coming back to save the day. But time is running out, and he needs to make a move. He then puts the yellow guy on his head and decides to handle things alone. Flying fast, the duo heads straight into a dark, super creepy cave. Back in the present, the owl explains out of breath that the place is behind their house. Just remembering the danger and the monsters along the way makes the poor guy shake. Goo drops the mascot on the ground, hoping that corner is safe. A bizarre screech echoes out of nowhere across the stone ceiling. Suddenly, a swarm of giant bats drops right on top of them with full force. These beasts tear through the air looking furious, ready to attack. Shaking hard, the bird hugs his buddy and swears to protect him, and no one saw that coming. A massive flash disintegrates the beasts on the spot. Through the smoke, a familiar shadow mentions he already knew about the hideout. The little duo looks up, almost crying tears of relief. Do-One calmly explains that he tracked the magic energy of the two runaways. He knows their auras too well, so finding these guys in the forest was a breeze. Checking the yellow guy's skin, the MC confirms the awakening has already started, so the boy asks if the mascot wants a quieter spot for this. Quickly, the owl points to a rock deep inside the cave. The vibe there is damp, but since it's freezing, the kid decides to warm it up. With a touch of mana, he makes the air super warm like a volcanic zone. Curious, Goo doubts a little hatchling can handle the shock of this fast change. Calmly, he explains that shedding skin is just a matter of survival. That triggered a raw instinct, since he got tired of getting clowned by the plants. The real question is if the little yellow beast will come out of this with a massive power spike. To be honest, the kid is super hyped to see how this turns out. And that's where it gets crazy. A blinding flash swallows the mascot whole, blinking non-stop. The owl can't believe his eyes. 2 seconds later, even our protagonist's jaw drops. Inside the glow, a bizarre orange flower pops up, and everyone is stunned. Sai S.A. appears with smooth skin, completely refreshed and singing happily. Nobody gets the grass on his head, but the boss decides to head back to base. Later on, the squad finally steps back home, under a bright blue sky. The little girl runs up, scolding the bird for vanishing without a word. Trying to escape, the beast struggles to explain he doesn't speak human. The cook, however, only cares about his partner and that weird flower on his head. Keeping it safe, the kid tells everyone to let the newborn sleep. Jisuk already starts whipping up some magic baby food for when the beast wakes up. With a smile, the MC recognizes the sound of the other little plants in the garden. They're super needy right now, crying because they missed their owner. Taking the blame for disappearing, he walks over feeding mana to the whole gang. Right after that, he pulls out a pot, revealing the family's newest surprise. The cute former boss pops up with a ribbon on his chest, looking super cocky. Doon takes a deep breath, super glad the pack accepted the newbie easily. And since their bond is strong, there's zero fight for the throne and peace rules the garden. That youngest little plant is the one most hyped about the buddies' arrival. In the middle of the party, the beast with the star looks up at the MC. The truth is, the clingy little king refuses to leave the boss's side at all. Climbing up to his shoulder, he passes out right there, forcing the kid to rig up a fanny pack. Jisoo tries to process the adoption, and the boss shares the story of their snowy reunion. For him, bumping into the mascot again was purely destiny. She suggests the kid carries the plant everywhere from now on, but when she says the word cuddles, the test subject's brain completely short-circuits. 100% stunned, even the giant bird judges the protagonist for being so clueless. Instantly, the girl shows hands-on how to put a baby to sleep with some affection. Rubbing her heavy hand on the owl, she repeats the word with zero mercy. The poor beast panics, demanding she let go of his head right now. Doon zones out and decides that Cuddles is the perfect name for the newbie. Right then, the big bird girl lands in the area and the little girl starts cheering. Without wasting time, the masked beast asks if the new lab paid off. He turns redder than a tomato, stuttering like crazy in front of his crush. With total respect, he greets the lady, who sweetly calls him chef. Freaking out inside, the guy repeats the nickname 1,000 times in his own head. His motivation shoots through the roof, swearing to become the Birdwoman's official master chef. Gia breaks the ice, announcing that the snow base is all ready to go. That proves making hunters do forced labor gets results super fast. Naturally, the whole squad freaks out, wanting to take a tour of the place. But since the yellow guy just got reborn, the trip is pushed to the next day. The dinner turns into a party, and the girl runs off to sort out their winter coats. During the night, a giant full moon lights up the entire camp. Gia stays on lookout from a high branch, making sure the whole crew is safe. Scanning the dark, she catches some weird movement down below in the garden. A mysterious little dot of light starts blinking right in the middle of the mana roots. Turns out Sa is the one causing it, his flower flashing like neon in the dead of night. Instantly, the little sprouts surround the beast, super curious about the glow. 1 second later, his plant pulses so hard it looks like a flashlight. As usual, one of the plants crosses its arms, jealous of the little show. But he just ignores the haters and fully focuses on some crazy plan he's cooking up. Opening his eyes wide, the yellow guy goes for his master play. It turns into a massive mess when he jumps on the back of a hyped-up sprout. Like a little king, he hitches a ride to a fresh hole the gang dug out. C gets in the dirt with just his head popping out, thinking he's killing it. Surrounding him, the plant friends stare with a massive funeral face. Slowly, he mumbles some noises trying to mimic the root's language. He wants to play the evil genius plotting to snatch their nutrients. And that's where it gets crazy. A sudden backlash hits his body hard. Taking a magic shock, the little beast almost passes out, clueless about the fail. In complete shock, the poor guy's flower wilts on the spot from sadness. The outcome is a desperate cry over the humiliation of flopping so bad. Way over there, the girl laughs at the scene, and the kid tries to decode the mascot's dumb move. Doon realizes he tried to play it cool but just got a VIP burial from the girls. Gotta feel bad. The little beast just bawls his eyes out right in the middle of the patch. The strides go crazy, telling him to get out of the dirt and drop the drama. So the boss goes over to save the clueless guy so everyone can finally sleep. Morning breaks and the squad reaches the snowy base, leaving the girl with her jaw dropped. Drooling over the setup, Nari yells that the place looks way too awesome. Startled, the craftsman doubts his crush actually designed that crazy building all by herself. Our MC praises the pro level of the giant structure that turned into the lab. Standing next to the bird leader, the kid flexes his handiwork, and the guy agrees it's top tier. Just then, Kim shows up with materials from the human world, sparking new ideas for the boss. Manager Kim asks about Bongsu, and the boy says he's already safe training mana out there. Glad to hear it, Doon flashes a smile and announces it's time to make a real move. He stares down the slackers shaking in the snow and suggests they can finally send the gang back. Wasting no time, he tells the alchemist to drop a silence spell on them and take all the blame. That magic triggers if they even think about talking, but Jisoo is totally shocked by the idea. For the craftsman, that old spell is too easy to break, but the MC swears it's a guaranteed game over. Questioning it, the cook pushes back. Chill as ever, the boy unleashes his aura and confirms it works. Far away from there, a guy reports to Chairman Go know that several rank A's just dropped to rank D. A politician throws a fit, demanding to know why they can't break such a mid-spell. Feeling the heat, the association leader takes the suits, yelling while sweating buckets. He then brings up an identical case that went down 57 years ago to the politician. Turns out someone sealed that with pure mana, making it unbreakable, and the suit remembers. With an orb in hand, the boss suspects Yunsu is a culprit using an ancient technique. Even though he thinks it's complete garbage, the politician sees a golden ticket to body his rival. Cornered Go decides to finally give the green light to the slum cleanup project. Chuckling like a villain, the politician agrees and tells them to speed up the original plans. Back in the snow, Neri chills and plays while the MC and the bird dude share some hot tea. With the magic locked in, the kid orders the hunter squad to get out of there ASAP. He drops a final warning for them to act right and never lay a single finger on a kid again. The craftsman's jaw hits the floor, thinking this whole monoceal thing is just impossible. And that's where it gets crazy. He remembers that bizarre incident from 50 years ago. According to the records, a mad scientist confessed to some twisted, forbidden chimera tests. Unfortunately, the guy had a silence spell on him, locking away every single detail about the place. Dozens of Rankus hunters tried to break it and failed, turning it into one massive, endless mystery. Connecting the dots, he figures out the boss's technique is exactly the same as that crazy day. Just then, the big guy from the bird tribe absentmindedly snipes a cookie right off their table. Gia storms in, fuming with rage, asking if that slacker really just stole her food to her face. Sprinting away, the big guy runs off screaming for help, and the craftsman watches, thinking about the MC's past. To him, our boy has to be some super ancient, badass chimera hunter. Lost in thought, he can't even imagine the pure hell the guy went through to get this far. Crying tears of emotion, Jisak swears his loyalty, but the boss cuts him off to invite him out. Without hesitation, the guy agrees on the spot, but points out those caves are heavy danger zones. Juwon explains the weather is crazy and they need to rush to get ready for the winter. Turns out the snow in the forest region is famous for being a silent invader. On the surface it looks normal, but it packs an acid that corrodes and melts regular plants. Because of that, everything melts in the cold and bounces right back once spring rolls around. Freaking out, the duo asks if their wooden house is gonna get totally wrecked by this trek. With a laugh, the boss promises the base is rock solid and nothing is gonna collapse. Kim mentions there's a mushroom in that cave that cancels the acid, and the MC instantly agrees. Losing his mind over a neon green house, the craftsman's nose actually starts to bleed. The kid roasts his perfect timing since he pulled the exact same embarrassing stunt at the beach. Full of tears, the cook yells that he's getting done so dirty right now. Quickly, he tells the guy to head back to the human world to rest, and calls Kim over to show him something. He reveals two sick little sprouts in a bowl that just aren't healing fast enough. Analyzing the issue, Kim notices they lack mana and decides to take them to the fresh lab. Next up, the researcher mentions he saved a special little gift for the protagonist. He pulls out a jar of magic moisturizing cream that saves alchemists from dry skin. Since the ingredients are top tier, it works for the little girl and even the plants in the dry cave. Tucked away in the fanny pack, the cute little plant hears about the cream and gets all hyped. Right away, he invites the girl on the expedition and she cheers, totally ready to explore. Over in a snowy bush nearby, a bizarre noise suddenly grabs their attention, and no one saw that coming. Gia and the bird boss pop out saying they're dipping, surprising everyone. The big guy mentions he's gonna check his own place before some slacker breaks in and waves by. Shifting into her giant bird form, Gia vanishes into the sky, flying fast with her brother hitching a ride. Up in the air on Gyu, Nuri asks about the map, and the boy points out it's toward the east. The little girl finds it weird they call it a dry cave, but he swears it's not your average spot. Face to face with a massive stone canyon, the girl's jaw drops in pure awe. Blown away, she notices the peak looks like an endless stone desert stretching across the horizon. With a smirk, the protagonist pulls the crew inside right away. Nari fears the danger of that empty space, but he says the weak energy fools even rank Bs. The truth is, that map is a bizarre maze that seriously scrambles everyone's brain. Quickly, the girl suggests flying through the open top, an idea he admits would be great if it worked. Super innocent, she doesn't get why they don't just fly, so he points out the slippery pillars around there. Plus, the cave completely blocks 90% of their powers, and gates refuse to open. Because of those traps, this hole is exactly where most people end up getting wiped out. Catching on, the girl freezes in pure terror just imagining how dangerous this map really is. To fix that, she wants to just start smashing everything, and the kid tells her to be his guest. Locked in, the little girl throws a massive punch at the dry rock, using all her raw strength, but the wall doesn't even flinch from the hit, leaving her standing there looking completely lost. Feeling bummed about her lack of power, she learns from him that the stone here absorbs shock like a sponge. He crushes a regular rock to prove the point, leaving the kid totally mind-blown by the magic. Honestly, the kid admits he barely ever steps foot here and tries to remember if he ever cleared the bottom. Super curious, she asks about his last visit, which was back when he was still just a test subject. In a flashback, a guy in a lab coat tells the test subject to hunt down a researcher in that cave. The scientist brings up the boy's bond with the target while the MC just listens, completely ice cold. Lies and leaked data made the lab coat guy order the kid to completely wipe out the traces. Straight to the point, the scumbag asks if the kid perfectly understood the lethal message. With the hit order in hand, the scene cuts back to the terrified target on the cave floor. Trapped on the ground, Kim stares at the little monster and calls him by his old tag, number 17, figuring out the lab set him up. The scientist hears the boy ask for his last words. Desperate, he explains he just grabbed the final rare ingredient to cure his wife's sickness. Tears streaming down his face, he begs for mercy, but the cursed young guy just follows the order. And just like that, everything changed. He throws it in the guy's face that he knows about the test subject's real immunity. Crawling in the dirt, the guy begs the kid to lie and say he found no one there. He swears up and down the boy can take him out the second the medicine is done. Watching this pathetic display to save his wife, our MC finds the whole thing super bizarre and illogical. Deep in his messed up mind, he remembers this exact same scumbag wiped out 100 kids on the lab tables. Cold as ice, he calls out the hypocrisy and freezes the scientist with the brutal truth. Panicking, the hypocrite screams at the top of his lungs that the woman is his real family. Silence takes over while the test subject's brain tries to process the word family. Right after the old man says he'll get it one day, an invisible force blasts the guy backward. Behind the boy, a grotesque monster pops out of the shadows, leaving the target completely speechless. The giant beast charges at the MC, who doesn't even flinch, just staring down the fake doctor. Slowly turning his head, the kid gets a good look at how massive this creature really is. Just then, a pure mana shield blocks the beast's strike with zero effort. Shaking non-stop on the dark floor, the guy cries for help like a massive coward. With zero pity, Do-woon ignores the yelling and snatches the scumbag's supply bag. Focused on the mission, he digs through the items to see what surprise this liar is hiding. Inside, he finds a monster cub mixed in with the green mushrooms and asks about the cure. Shaking his head, the scientist explains he just found the lost baby with no mother around. The boy quickly drops the creature on the ground, since the guy was just gonna sell it on the black market. Terrified, the man freaks out at the giant beast, but the MC points out she just came to get her kid back. Right after the monster is about to strike, she feels a stretch. About the Bat family talk, making the researcher mad. Questioning the difference between the two of them, Do-woon leaves the hypocrite completely stunned. To him, the beast is actually way better for saving her own blood, shutting the coward right up. He admits it's wild seeing someone risk everything, pointing out that even the weak find a way to survive. Keeping his word, he drops the hit order, but the villain begs to tag along with the MC. Losing his mind, the scientist screams in panic, terrified of facing the monster alone. Soon enough, he tries to give a master's order, but quickly drops it for a pathetic cry. That piece of trash swears to do anything to survive, making the boy stop dead in his tracks. Back in the present, Nari thinks the guy checked out, but Do-won reveals he actually saved the dude. The plan was to force the guy to confess his crimes to the law and seal his mouth shut, for real. Imagining the shock on the guy's family's faces, he gets lost in thought, making the plant feel kinda sad. The girl spots the mascot's face, and the MC doesn't get it until she points out it's pure worry, all because the boy's expression got super dark while thinking back to that cruel man. Do-won realizes even the plant tried to give some moral support, finding the whole thing pretty funny. Flashing a smirk, he closes his eyes and admits he actually enjoys this good vibe. Out of nowhere, the little girl spots a glow on the rock and screams that she found it. There are several bright mushrooms growing on the wall, which surprises the kid with how fast they found them. Since the girl finds it weird for fungus to grow there, the MC breaks down the map's crazy secret. Turns out, instead of just being naturally dry, this zone drains the moisture non-stop. Because of that, even a tiny drop of water makes the dormant plants bloom with full force. Wasting no time, the kid tells the crew to start gathering everything off the wall, super hyped to help. Nari steps up and says they can leave the whole job to her. In the blink of an eye, the duo manages to stuff the entire bag full of those green mushrooms. Joking about being a mushroom millionaire, she announces that their mission here is done. A weird noise comes from the plant on his shoulder, leaving the girl pretty confused. And that's where it gets crazy. The little guy shriveled up completely from the dry cave air. Searching his memory fast, the kid tries to think of a way to save the dried up sprout. That magic moisturizing cream from Manager Kim is the exact lifesaver they need right now. Sitting down on a cold rock, he opens the magic jar and rubs the cream on the cute mascot. shot. Magically, the little plant puffs right back up, returning to normal with a super happy face. The girl cheers at the quick fix, noticing their little buddy absolutely loved that VIP treatment. To him, that's already good enough for a first try, but the sprout makes a pretty weird face, jumping up boldly. Dodak demands way more cream, and the boss is just shocked by the audacity. Flexing like a shredded bodybuilder, the tiny creature demands some respect to get more cream, but his balance completely fails, and he dives headfirst straight into the jar of cream. The little beast sinks 100% into the white goop in the most comical way possible. Popping up with an angry pout, he listens to the girl telling him to be careful near the edge. Do-won laughs hard, realizes the mascot is hooked, and decides to ask him for more jars. Right then, Nari asks straight up if the new plant already got an official name at base. Skipping the small talk, he suggests naming the little guy Dodak to wrap up the squad. The little girl repeats the cute name and instantly approves the idea, thinking it's super cool. Minutes later, the boy puts Dodak to sleep, kinda bummed that the jar of cream is empty, telling her it's time to bounce. He hears Nari freak out about how they're supposed to leave this maze. Calming her down, Do-won points out he left a trail of glowing mana all over the floor. The backup plan was scaling the walls, but luckily his marks are still totally intact. She gets totally fascinated watching those lights guide their way right through the dark. Asking about the map's weakness, the girl finds out this place is still at 100% power. Everything feels built on purpose to repel invaders, packed with crazy debuffs and wild paths. However, the kid agrees with her theory and decides to gear up better for the next run. Far away from there, Nam Jisok the cook is chilling and enjoying some peace at his own place. Meditating quietly, the guy almost has a heart attack seeing the insane purification of his mana. Instantly, the craftsman jumps for joy and starts packing his bags for a brand new idea. He starts rushing hard, since the teen dad really wants to know if everyone is eating right. Good thing he already hit the grocery store, locking down the food and lights for the adventure. Since the boss's hideout looks pretty gloomy, he swears these cute decorations will brighten up the vibe. Gripping the magic travel stone, the cook gets ready to warp right through space. With boxes in hand, his plan is to stick sunflower decorations everywhere to cover up those slimes. The portal spits him out screaming with joy, but his box crashes straight onto the floor. Completely stunned, he freezes up seeing the boss handling the plants like it's no big deal. Out of nowhere, Neri pops up wearing sunglasses, telling him to hurry up and help with the work, to stop the house from melting. The trick is crushing the fungus and plastering the walls for real. Right nearby, the bird siblings stomp on the plants in pure disgust, killing his dream of a beautiful house. Crying on the inside, Yisak begs them to be careful, but the duo just completely ignores him. Yet our boy is grinning ear to ear, thinking this green slime stuff is actually super fun. Just then, Manager Kim bursts onto the scene yelling about a seriously genius discovery. The researcher's jaw hits the floor the second he spots the walls covered in fungus. Mind blown, he praises the squad for actually finding those ultra-rare cave mushrooms. Cutting to the chase, the kid asks about the update on that weird metal sprout, a super thin root dropped off all by itself back at the lab without anyone even touching it. Running some tests, Kim figured out the root turned into pure liquid metal generated completely naturally, and this is where it gets good. Kim drops that he used that metal to block the explosion spell. Canceling it is practically impossible, but this formula pauses the lethal effect, shocking everyone. Keeping his cool, Do-won asks straight up for the exact time limit on this delay. Without hesitating, Kim estimates an insane 72 hours of magic blocking per week. That means 3 full days of pure freedom back in the human world without any risk of checking out. Bursting into tears, the big bird dude shakes, unable to believe they're finally going back to the city. Even the little girl feels bad and asks if the masked ant is shedding ninja tears too. The big guy quickly explains that these are tears of pure joy and heavy emotion. Looking to celebrate, the boy invites the whole squad for a hangout outside, but the duo heavily hesitates. The little girl already starts jumping for joy just thinking about this massive family trip. Driven by science, Kim prefers staying in the trenches working hard at the lab. So, the MC tells him to hunt down Bongsu's address, since Nari doesn't have a tracker. Ashamed, Jia is scared of walking around exposed out there, and her brother tells her to take that bone off her face. He points out that without the mask, nobody stares, and the kid is already planning to buy normal clothes. Arriving at the slum alleyway, Do-won calls the rookie wanting to check on his health. Super happy, the newbie drops the truth that he feels 1,000 times better after that help. Then, he locks eyes on the bird siblings and realizes they weren't just super strong. Rocking casual clothes, the duo shows off some ridiculous magazine model beauty. Hizak struts around in a bandana, and the young guy recognizes the little girl in the squad's doting team dad. For Bong-soo, that neighborhood stroll vibe even gave off a real family feel. Curious, the kid asks what it feels like to step on pavement after being gone so long. Gia thinks everything feels warm like home, while the big guy complains that the dirt there multiplied. The whole group stares at the mountains of trash and agrees the slum got way worse. Breaking down the drama, the young guy explains that the suits took away all the cleaning services from the area. Deeply saddened, he confesses the slum was left there to rot with the flies. But the shock hits hard when he sees Mrs. Park thrown on the ground surrounded by some goons. Spotting the scene, Bong-soo runs to help, yet the lady screams for him to run away immediately. The tattooed bald guy warns he's only leaving after squeezing out the protection fee money. Right then, the youth glares at the brute demanding answers, and the villain just laughs in his face. Bong-soo claims the space gang doesn't rule there, but the guy tells him the rules changed. Cracking his knuckles, the thug mocks the rookie's audacity for trying to step up to the gang. Swiftly, the guy lunges to strike, but a mysterious hand grips his wrist tight. He gets mad and demands to be let go, except the grip doesn't budge and a sinister aura pops up. And that's where it gets crazy. The power explodes out of nowhere, making the big guy howl in pain right in the street. On the cold ground, the goon writhes while the MC glares down at the trash. The promise is clear. Next time, that bold arm is turning into a twig. Those guys freak out in anger seeing their superior, this Baekdu dude, getting clowned like that. Grabbing some iron pipes, the punks charge full speed at our kid. Then the tables turn. The weapons turn to dust when the big bird guy blocks the hit. Laughing at the shards in his hand, the ally notices the slum is still the same old chaos. Bong-soo and the lady are left speechless by the cracked level of these new saviors. However, one of the thugs escapes to warn the boss, and the boy tells them not to chase him yet. Down on the dirt, the bald dude swears revenge and promises war against this mysterious crew. A tiny voice grabs her attention, and Nari pops up announcing they're the Coco family. She says he's gonna get a lesson, leaving the brute entirely and completely glitching out. Feeling calmer, everyone enters the shop that just went through a huge renovation and looks beautiful. Madam Park confesses that selling just clothes wasn't paying the bills out in the slum. Because of that, she changed the store and started selling even basic hunter gear. Checking out the new pots, Chisok even considers taking some basic cooking classes. The owner quickly scolds the rookie for disappearing for days, and he awkwardly apologizes. In a more serious tone, she asks if he had an awakening, leaving the boy kind of frozen on the spot. He then flexes his powers and happily confirms being a rare teleportation hunter. Overjoyed, she messes up his hair, and the craftsman finds that scene super cute to watch. However, the cook suddenly freezes with an expression of pure and profound shock. Gia steps out of the fitting room in a gorgeous dress, and the little girl rushes over to praise the outfit. Turning red as a tomato, the guy stutters saying she looks gorgeous like that. The vibe flows easily, and the shop owner instantly catches the heavy crush lingering in the air. She winks at the guy rooting for the couple, knowing the two of them make a great match. Wearing casual clothes for the first time, the goofball tries to figure out if he looks stylish enough to impress. Shortly after, the big guy shows up in a suit and tie, flexing a ton of style for the crew. Madam Park almost falls over, thinking the man turned into a famous movie star. The MC even finds it weird that someone so handsome lived hidden inside a bizarre face bone. He teases his sister, asking about the picnic, and she immediately threatens to end him. Stuck in a floral shirt, the kid complains relentlessly about the discomfort of fashion. Gia agrees 100% and promises to rip off the party dress the second she steps home. Pulling out his wallet to pay, the boy hears that all of this is a big gift from her. The blonde swears it's payback for the help earlier and for saving poor Bong-soo. Since she insists so much, the MC ends up accepting the cool freebies without a fuss. Dead serious, he focuses on the goon thrown on the floor and announces it's time for some heavy cleanup. He demands to know what lame excuse these scumbags use to squeeze cash from the slum. Park reveals the rumors about the Gold City project to demolish the place without an ounce of pity. To make things worse, the gang pretends to collect defense funds just to rob their own suffering people. Her shop hasn't been profiting much lately, so funding these idiots was downright impossible. Understanding the drama, the young guy notes that trash always attracts some seriously dangerous flies. Then he approaches the crushed brute and demands to know where the coward came from. This goon stutters in pure terror, asking why he wants the boss's address. Looking seriously terrifying, the kid warns he's gonna do a heavy sweep on the neighborhood trash. Lee Dusholo loses his mind in his own office after finding out his right-hand man got bodied out there. The thugs shake while reporting it was completely unknown people in the area. Gritting his teeth, the big boss refuses to let anyone mess with the space gang on his turf. He swears heavy retaliation and orders the crew to arm up to the teeth for a direct clash. Man, right then the door flies off and a goon yells that the base is under attack. The trail of destruction is massive, with dozens of thugs already taken out in the hallway. Jisok steps on the punks while they announce the Coco family name to their villain leader, but the villain doesn't even care about that bizarre name and charges forward wanting to crush everyone with his fists. Arriving at the main hall, he goes into deep shock seeing his entire army on the floor. Fuming with rage, the boss steps up to Jisok demanding to know if he caused this massive mess. Calmly, the craftsman flashes a mocking smirk at the number of punks in that place. Our MC tells his partner to handle it all solo as long as he doesn't set the base on fire. The mission scares the cook since the entire rival group seems to be full of strong, awakened. Doowon keeps it real. To be a true rank A, the guy has to wipe the floor with these scumbags. And with that heavy motivation, the cook yells he's gonna get the job done and rank up. Watching from the corner, the rest of the squad eats popcorn while Nari cheers him on. They suggest a tactical retreat, except the overly proud leader decides to clash head-on. The villain analyzes Gisok's brutal strength, guessing he's a focused rank B tank. In his mind, that bizarre crew could only be the league president's hired muscle. Gizo clowns the thug for talking too much and calls for a one-on-one with zero patience left. Blinded by hate, the leader attacks, throwing ultra-fast punches his way, but the cook dodges every punch like it's nothing, proving he's already on another level of fighting. He can read every single movement, finding the guy's strikes hilariously slow, keeping full focus. The partner even has to hold back so he doesn't obliterate the poor rival. The impact on the ground spreads a massive crater, blowing all the extras away instantly. Jisok loses his mind over his own cracked power, noticing how much he leveled up alongside this new family. With the unexpected praise from his crush coming from behind, the goofball melts with happiness right there. Quickly, the MC warns that the beef isn't over yet, demanding full focus on the fight. Just then, a killer instinct warns the craftsman of the imminent danger popping up behind his back. And no one saw that coming. That beast stands up huffing with lethal claws in his hands, promising to shred the rookie to pieces. Spinning his claws like a crazy chainsaw, he charges in wanting to tear up everyone in the room. The clash is brutal, yet the ally holds his ground, blocking that cursed magic combo. Jisok finds it wild that the guy mixed wind magic with the pure strength of an enhancement. Swallowing the scumbag in this massive tornado, the whole scene leaves Jia pretty on edge. Without breaking a sweat, the big ally guarantees the cook already has this fight 100% in the bag. He actually passed down some top-tier melee combat tips to the guy just moments before. Staying super calm inside the hurricane, he codes his own punch with pure massive energy, and no one saw that coming. Popping out from above, he absolutely bodies the villain's face in one single hit. Defeated and spitting teeth, the gang boss kisses the dirt after getting completely and utterly clowned. The big guy praises his ninja technique of using the magic defense shield to strike back with zero mercy. Loving the wild fusion of spells, Doowon heavily congratulates him on that huge level up. Even his crush agrees, dismantling some cheap weapon without a single drop of physical effort. Out on the street, the hideout's rusty tin sign still flashes the old space gang name. She rips the sign right off, and the MC confirms this turf is officially theirs now. Using some ridiculously cute magic, the little girl fires pure energy and burns a beautiful drawing right on the spot. The final artwork leaves the word coconut super colorful and vibrant, which the kid thinks is pretty awesome. Freaking out, Duchio realizes the brat has cracked powers and maybe that other guy was actually the weak link. With the thug completely surrendered, Jisok pressures him to unlock the base's secret safe, but the clown is stubborn, preferring to go down hard rather than give up the password to his precious loot. Our boy steps in, warning him there's a much faster way to handle this mess. In a single punch, he shatters the magic door to pieces, revealing a massive mountain of cash. Curious, the ally asks what they're gonna do with this gang if they let them walk free. Right then, the kid asks what exactly these thugs are supposedly protecting the slum from. Jia explains they used to beat up anyone committing crimes just to keep the streets safe. Staring down the boss, Doowon brings up the Gold City plan to bulldoze the whole place. Naturally, he wants to know how the gang plans on stopping this massive disaster. The villain fires the question right back, claiming the only way out is just getting stronger. He reveals the president of the Hunter League actually made them a super dirty offer. The whole idea was for the gang to cause chaos and speed up the slum's destruction, except the boss refused, throwing his men on patrol duty to protect the neighborhood instead. Down on his knees, he swears the gang loves this place, even if a few guys messed up. The bird dude calls out his bluff, since extorting cash is pure scumbag behavior. To him, there's no such thing as a good thug, shutting the big villain up right there. Skipping the nonsense, the kid slams the table and decides to give the trickster a real shot. With a smirk, he pitches a deal, since the gang claims to love their hood so much. So using all that vault cash for the good of the people shouldn't be a problem at all. And just like that, everything changed. The main street is now getting swept by actual workers. One goon asks for some magic sweeping help, only to catch a heavy scolding from his angry boss. He quickly figures out the work flows way faster when everyone pitches in together. Nearby, buckets stacked with mops and brooms are all set for the daily grind. Naming the squad the Space Family, the MC puts the guys to work scrubbing the entire slum. Scared the kid will beat up their leader if the street gets dirty. The brutes cry and accept their duty. Painting the walls, a few of them even question if they actually became real janitors around here. Another guy just accepts his fate, knowing that clashing with the rich folks would be a massive waste of time. Deep down, they feel like they can trust the kid celebrating their squeaky clean street. From a distance, Gisak admires the fresh, clean look of this completely forgotten area. He spots a fanny pack hanging on the kid's belt, a neat little gift from Mrs. Park. That accessory turned into the perfect cozy home for Dodak, who hops out looking super happy. Out in the woods, the little girl steps through a portal to greet her plant buddies. Welcomed with tons of hugs, the mascot hears the squad complain about how long they took. Confused, Duan searches for Manager Kim, who randomly vanished from the area. The owl points out the guy probably flew all the way back to the Frozen Mountain lab. Acting super sweet, Jisok strikes up a chat with Jia and asks if the crew is hungry. Hyped up, the bird dude suggests a simple dish of egg rice with some soy sauce. Since it sounds kind of weird, the duo repeats the ingredients without putting much faith in his cooking. Swearing it's delicious, he starts cooking while the MC calls the little girl to hunt for dessert. When he asks about fruit, she mentions some red grapes should be perfectly ripe right now. The berries out there are built different, and the kid can already catch a sweet scent in the air. Pointing straight ahead, the girl freaks out after spotting the legendary grapevine of this world. The sheer size of that massive tree is so cracked it drops her jaw straight to the floor. Down on the ground, a pack of wolves circles the area, looking pretty starved for some grapes too. Out of nowhere, she points up, spotting a beat-up redhead falling right out of the sky, clinging to the bark. The poor guy cries about being so far from the top of that massive plant. Thanks to the wild hallucinations from those dangerous grapes, his body just keeps giving out. Slipping down, he cries over losing his escape stone and tearfully apologizes to his grandpa. Meanwhile, Duan just chills up there wanting grapes, though the girl tells him to aim for the purple ones. Shocked, the dangling guy thinks he's seeing a mirage because the whole scene is just too bizarre. Feeling bad, the shorty even asks if they can't throw a lifeline to the almost dead guy. The kid claims the guy can hold on a bit longer while he focuses entirely on harvesting dessert. Heavily impressed, she praises the plant, which he guesses is easily over 60 years old. When she asks about the trunk rings, the kid shakes his head with this super distant, lost look. He reveals he actually planted something just like it, triggering a dark flashback to his old lab days. Back in the day, a few scientists released the little test subject to head back to his cell early. Hopping off the table and trying to ignore the pain, the little boy spots something flashy sitting in the trash. Right between the dirty bags, a mysterious seed gives off a super faint glow. Slowly but surely, a stubborn green sprout tries to push its way right out of the grime. Scooping up the thing, the boy asks if they were seriously gonna throw out a rare demonic seed. The guy in the lab coat calls it useless trash, so the little boy asks if he can keep it. With a sigh, the scientist caves in, remembering this brat once stabbed the boss over a simple no. Cut to today. The MC touches the glowing golden bark and recognizes his very own masterpiece. Chuckling to himself, he finds it surreal that his weak little sprout turned into a living tree monster. Right in front of his face, a juicy bunch of grapes is practically begging to be dessert. The plant itself actually lowers its branches for the girl, shocking the rookie who's still plummeting. Running completely out of strength, the redhead's hand slips off the damp wood and he loses his grip. In pure panic, his fingers finally let go and the poor dude gets sent straight down to meet his maker. Screaming in absolute terror, he tumbles down the thick bark in a complete freefall. And this is where it gets good. Right before he turns into Wolf Chow, golden magic freezes him mid-air. Holding the rescued kid, Duwon asks straight up if he happens to be Lee's grandson. Completely dazed, the rookie gets told he needs to deliver an urgent warning to his grandpa. With a smirk, the kid points out that the old man officially owes him his life for the second time now. Just then, a cute little yellow snake pops up in his lap, squeaking like it's having the best day ever. Still dizzy at the dinner table, the redhead has zero clue what's going on with these animals in his lap. From a distance, the MC just admires his plants playing around peacefully in his private garden. The poor guy's brain brain short circuits watching literal beasts going down a parrot slide out in the woods. Making it worse, the masked squad stares straight into his soul, wanting to test out the new guy. To top off the madness, this ridiculously good smell of sesame oil completely takes over the air. Convinced it's just grape-induced madness, he rubs his eyes seeing the bird dude holding a plate. Flexing his master chef skills, the ally describes his scrambled eggs sitting on perfectly shiny rice. Smoothly, he breaks down his magic soy sauce seasoning and that ridiculously mouth-watering aroma. His masterpiece gets some cheese on top, plus a side of soybean paste soup and a ton of kimchi. Sitting in a circle, the whole crew drools while the MC praises his gift for throwing a feast. Super polite, the bird chef tells their visitor to eat up, which somehow makes the guy even more terrified. Shaking with fear, the ginger kid gulps and finally decides to taste this exotic menu. Swiftly, he shoves a generous spoonful of that dish right into his mouth. In theory, the basic seasoning is just there to bring out the flavor of the food. But that bite hits way too hard and he explodes in awe at that god-tier taste. Devouring every piece, the girl praises how each rice grain soaked up the perfect flavor. Feeling super confident in his cooking powers, the chef flashes a satisfied smile, proving that the little vials used in the recipe were key to making the magic happen. With a full stomach, Gu questions if this weirdo is actually the hunter boss's grandson. One of the partners also wants to know the reason behind his embarrassing moment hanging from that dangerous branch. Thinking about the top of the tree, Du-Woon tries to figure out this poor guy's reckless mission. And no one saw that coming. The MC figures it all out and drops the truth about grabbing the seed. Back in the day, the guy got into a huge argument with his grandpa inside their famous official association. Sick of the pressure, he says he just wants freedom and refuses to become a hunter. Replying calmly, the elder questions his feelings and brings up that ultra-rare seed. The deal was fetching that hellish plant in exchange for never being forced to fight again. Today, he vents about trying to please the old geezer his whole life since he raised him. Except the kid hates fighting and has zero clue why his grandpa would ask for such a lethal task. Right then, our boy looks at him and confesses he doesn't understand much about family. Turning to the young man, he reveals he finally gets why the grandpa sent him out there. Turns out the mystic vine only bears fruit once every few decades. Until the seed is fully ready, the tree hides it all the way at the top, growing almost up to the sky just to avoid the beasts down on the ground. As for the flying creatures, it releases a wild gas through the fruits, meaning the plant lives just to protect that seed, exactly like a father and son. Du-Woon then tells him to forget the guilt and focus on his grandpa's real feeling. Several family photos show up on a nearby piece of furniture. Far away from there, Lee Yoon-soo himself stares out the window deep in thought. Wondering if he went too hard on the scolding, his phone rings with his grandson's name. The old man even considers inviting the kid to dinner after so much time apart. On the line, the redhead just cries, finally understanding his grandpa's love. Yet the elder thinks the phone is muted and that the boy just went out to enjoy life. Letting out a sigh, he reflects on how dangerous times have gotten lately. He even remembers the rank A squad that lost their status out on the snowy mountain. From a dark corner, a goon reports that they completely covered up the case. The president tries to find some logic in it, thinking it was a portal error. However, he quickly tosses that idea out since he watched the whole thing unfold from the front row. He will never forget that snake creature on the parrot back in the slum. Unexpectedly, the memory of that kid from the past comes rushing right back. Man, right at that second, the door flies open with the goons screaming. The news that Beko vanished in the Shadow Realm hits the old man hard. Heading back to the camp, two little creatures pass out near the fire. Our boy finds it funny, saying the good food made everyone super sleepy. The tiny owl misses the redhead, but the craftsman put him on dish duty. Shortly after, Jisok returns and the MC quickly asks if he knows the old man. Flashing a smirk, he mentions that story is already decades old. In the middle of the flashback, the craftsman is flying around a completely destroyed wasteland. The plan was hitting the monster realm, but the portal dumped him in the wrong spot. Staring at the shards on the ground, he notices the transit went completely wrong. Making things worse, the backup stone fails and the time limit keeps ticking down. And that's where it gets crazy. Two sinister dragon heads pop out of the shadows. A few quick strikes almost hit the guy by surprise. Without breaking a sweat, he flashes that confident smile and sets up his defense. One single wind punch easily handles the situation against those little beasts. Actually, there were just two mini dragons now crying inside a magic bubble trap. Feeling super proud, he runs with the sphere, thinking it's the perfect idea to stop thugs. Until he hears a weak voice crying for help right in the middle of the rubble. Finding the trapped dude, he quickly quickly offers some water to save the poor guy. Stranded there for 3 days, the man says thanks and Jisok just asks for his name. Yoon-soo introduces himself super humbly, handing over a card for a brand new guild. Even without powers, the old guy says he just wanted to support the hunters. That friendly invite instantly sets off alarms in the hero's paranoid mind. Cutting the chatter short, he asks about the escape stone and the elder shakes his head. Of course he didn't have one, hence the old man's panic over the wild beasts. Chill out, Hisop tells him, promising to carry him straight to the zone's exit. Almost crying from relief, the guy can hardly believe he knows the map by heart. Acting super chill, he pulls out a mashed potato and offers it to his mysterious savior. That was his very last piece of food, proving his ridiculous optimism during a crisis. During a hike, the geezer chatters non-stop, exhausting the young man's brain. Back in the present, the little owl finds out that was their actual final goodbye. Yeah, the big shot never even realized he got saved by a chimera. Playing with the embers, Gisok pulls a warm potato right out of the fire. The skin peels off easily, showing off that classic steam of some top-tier food. Without a second thought, he swallows the whole meal down. Wow, that nostalgic taste makes the duo agree it turned out flawless. Thinking about the upcoming cold, the MC suggests digging out a shelter. The Sprout leader loves the idea and agrees to gather firewood real quick. Meanwhile, Dewing spots the little beast shaking and guesses he wants more cream. Sadly, their stash ran completely dry, making the poor guy instantly upset. Shortly after, a giant blue portal tears through the air out of nowhere. And would you look at that, Manager Kim pops out throwing a massive celebration. Curious, the alchemist immediately hunts for his bald buddy with his eyes. Knowing the other guy is stuck at the sink, our boy tells him to keep the secret quiet. With his fancy briefcase wide open, he reveals the perfect cure for the sprouts. The only problem is the dose has to go straight into the vein via injection. Fun fact, the little beasts are terrified of needles and completely freeze up. Seeing them huddled up, Gu even asks for another option, but the liquid needs to drip slowly. Then the kid connects the dots and asks if the chemist has any spare moisturizer. Holding the lotion, he gives them a nice root massage to help them chill out. Mind blown, the scientist freaks out over this super unique physical contact tactic. Doo-woon smiles proudly, flexing how well behaved his pets really are. Mid-head scratch, the little creature passes out asleep, completely shocking the owl. Even the manager is stunned by this foolproof instant sleep technique. Giving bad luck 0 chances, the MC whips out the syringe in one swift move, and he pokes the knocked out root like a true master of precision, leaving poor Kim paralyzed from sheer amazement. Soon the other sprout passes out too, scoring major points for this brilliant tactic. Moving fast, Doo-won orders him to hook up the medicine tube before they wake up. Minutes later, the little IV bag was already dripping right into the plant's vein. The exact same magic happens with the next patient under the silver moonlight. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, celebrating that the hardest part of the treatment is officially over. Down on his knees, the chemist says thanks while the MC admits he'd much rather just punch monsters. Soon after, Kim remembers to ask about Jisok so he can drop the news. Speak of the devil, a huge noise in the woods brings the bald guy running back. Yelling his lungs out, he announces the baldness cure, but trips hard on the pot. Silence takes over the group with everyone judging the disaster spilled on the dirt. Almost in tears, the manager cries, asking if he heard right about the hair. Breaking it down, the scientist explains the blue liquid revives roots while the yellow one boosts growth. Jisok gets hyped, and Kim admits he made the mix using moss and liquid metal. Right after that, he pulls out another vial that controls hair length, shocking his buddy. Smiling at the mirror, the guy says he already has a flawless cut in mind. He remembers Jia saying she loves guys with super thick and fluffy hair. So, the choice is made. He's letting those locks grow out for real? Without hesitating, he asks for long and thick strands, demanding about 3 or 4 vials. Super quick. The inventor grabs the glass and heads to the backyard to start the magic alone. Everyone gets confused, assuming he wants to pull off a surprise for Jia. Beko immediately gets tense, imagining the scolding if the girl woke up right now. That gives away the redhead's nerves, and the MC quickly spots the guy's distress. Confessing he heard the chef's sad backstory, he understands the importance. But out of nowhere, a sinister smoke explosion covers the entire yard. Rushing outside, everyone gets a massive jump scare from the wild scene. 2 tons of hair form a massive mountain, and they scream for the manager. Deep down there, the poor inventor is getting crushed by strands that won't stop growing. Things spiral out of control, and he realizes instantly the formula backfired hard. Gasping for air, the guy can barely breathe under all that weight. And that's where it gets crazy. The MC dashes like lightning and tells Giso to freeze. He warns that any sudden movement would snap his neck on the spot. Jisok completely freezes up, caught off guard by the boss's threat. Under the cuts of the wind blades, he screams thinking it's the end. Taking a deep deep breath, he falls to his knees, unable to believe the size of his own mane. He stays quiet, while the boss finds it funny and asks if he likes the new look. Nobody says a peep, with the chef still processing that hair miracle. Slowly, he pulls a silky strand that shines beautifully under the moonlight. With that, the madman throws himself on the dirt, yelling the length is simply perfect. Crying his eyes out, he praises the chemist as a true saving hero. The MC walks closer to figure out why the guy is still glued to the floor. At the same time, Gia wakes up from the yelling and gets up half groggy. She steps out of the tent and runs into that hairy figure kneeling backwards. Completely clueless, she frowns and asks who the bold intruder is. Jisoo panics and stutters, trying to prove it's actually him. Hiding his face in his hands, he's crushed that his crush didn't recognize him. That cracks up the crew in the back, who can't hold their laughter at the funny situation. But soon enough, she figures it out and laughs, saying she almost punched him thinking he was a monster. Yawning heavily, she goes right back to bed, leaving the guy with a broken heart. The boys keep the jokes rolling, whispering about the new hairy beast. Surely the chef would need some time to get over this romantic humiliation. Over there, the pets gather the cut strands to use as blankets and brooms. Baekho complains about the delay, while the little bird pulls his hair in a rush, cleaning the area. She points out super innocently that the kitchen uncle looks defeated. Nobody dares bother the guy, who cries in the corner, mumbling about being a monster. Then, the little girl looks for the manager, and the MC mentions he went back to the lab. The chemist wants to refine the potion, leaving the little girl amazed by his talent. Man, right at that second, a dust flash rises as the ground completely explodes. From the bottom of a huge hole, the kid asks if the depth is good enough for Gia. Cracking his knuckles hard, he declares it's time to get their hands dirty. With quick moves, he drives several stakes into the dirt to hold up the walls. Dozens of raw logs are already sorted out for the construction to start. Swiftly, the sparrow ant fits the sides together, doing all the heavy lifting. That teamwork is cracked and the structure takes shape in the blink of an eye. She screams, super proud, calling the boss over to see the new ready base. But the darkness of the doorway scares the girl, thinking the vibe feels like hell. Shigma calms the little one down, swearing the space down there is huge and safe. Out in the yard, a mountain of split wood is already set to burn. That wild amount guarantees plenty of heat for the camp all winter long. They just needed to carry it all to the new hole to wrap up the workday. And to save the day, the little creatures take on the role of workers. Watching the scene, the sparrow praises the redhead, finding the kid pretty helpful. The MC agrees in his mind, valuing the rookie's fierce drive during the chores. To reward his hard sweat, he tosses over a magic stone as payment. He clears the kid to go back to his grandpa, but the apprentice freezes up instantly. Surprisingly, the hunter salutes and begs to join the clan for good. No one saw that coming. The boss is completely lost on why he's so loyal. Baekho opens his heart and admits the hardcore training there is his only salvation. Beating his chest, he swears he wants to push his limits to the extreme to make them proud. The little girl immediately cheers in the background, thinking the family gained a new pawn. Except the boss's condition is simple. The old man needed to greenlight this madness. He decides to tag along with the guy to settle some unfinished business over there. Arriving downtown, the vibe gets heavy when they stop in front of the fancy mansion. With a shaking hand, the rookie presses the intercom, announcing he's back. A second later, the door unlocks, and the old man runs out screaming for his missing grandson. He crushes the kid in a hug, chewing him out for vanishing like that. Baekho freezes up on the spot, feeling the weight of that desperate longing. Finally, he gives in, returning the affection and saying the nightmare is over. The old guy cries from relief, checking every inch of the boy to see if he's in one piece. But suddenly, the big shot's eyes lock with our MC standing right there. That catches the elder off guard, freezing up when he hears the voice of that familiar face. He jokes that the years were cruel to the president, who can't even blink, offering a mashed potato. The hero asks if his favorite dish has changed. Inside the mansion, the grandson fries his brain trying to connect the dots of this friendship. He can't do the math, since the boss barely looks like he's past 20 years old. And just like that, everything changed. It clicks, and he realizes he's facing the family legend. Chunma chills in the armchair, sipping that fancy tea like it's nothing. The host can barely believe the memory, but the MC points out he was the one saved that day. Then the trauma surfaces, remembering the monstrous massacre inside that gate. Everyone went down, except that young guy wiping the floor with the beasts like a grim reaper. Facing disbelief for years, society judged the old man, thinking it was pure madness. Curiously, he asks about the savior's whereabouts, who drops the bomb straight up. That makes zero sense to the elder's mind, leaving him petrified by the dark idea. With a shaking voice, he checks if the madman really set up camp down in the abyss. Things get even crazier, with the hero admitting he even kicked the bucket down there and came back. He super peacefully explains that he built his house and embraced the bizarre new life. Jumping from the chair, the old guy denies everything, calling the story a complete delusion. Pulling out those deadly claws, Do-woon exposes his tragic past as a lab rat. Despair hits the president hard, connecting the dots of that hidden cruelty. Right then the amnesia drama surfaces, with the kid admitting he doesn't remember everything. Pushing his mind, the hero tries to catch the exact moment everything went downhill. Ultimately, his shredded mind just hides those brutal secrets from the past. The old man figures they wiped those memories on purpose and asks who these guys were. Soon enough, the kid reveals it was the 3 founders of that shady lab. One of them is the director who probably led the harsh tests done on him. Next is the head instructor who recruited and trained everyone there. And to top it off, the mysterious sponsor who just funded the whole operation from the shadows. He explains a spell kept his mouth shut before, but the memory was always there. Oddly enough, breaking the seal only wiped those 3 faces from his mind. Wanting to help, the geezer asks what he can do to track down this hideout. Dowoon asks him to hunt for clues and dig deep into an executive named On. Without hesitating, the old guy agrees and wonders if the recent mess was this big shot's doing. Still unsure, he asks if the goal is revenge, only getting pure silence right back. Back in the past, the MC warns the gang that if another kidnapping happens in the slums, their leader's head would be the first to roll, leaving the thug completely terrified. Returning to the present, the little dog Puri strolls super calmly through the backyard. Panicking hard, the host freaks out and calls the little pet back to his side. With a faint smile, the kid admits he doesn't want to throw away this peaceful new life. He feels truly alive for the first time and just wants to prevent new victims out there. And that's where it gets crazy. A bizarre plaint jumps out of the chest, growling everywhere. The mascot gets hyped and the MC tells him to chill because the puppy is harmless. Losing his mind, Yoon-soo freaks out seeing the super healthy Mandrake treated like a simple pet. Completely stunned, the elder jumps off his chair and begs him to hold up a second. Real quick, he pulls out a glass jar with a cocoon and asks if the kid knows what it is. Our boy realizes instantly it's a magic caterpillar and questions the origin of this rare item. Explaining he won it at an auction, the old man leaves our hero a bit puzzled. After all, it's wild for the hunter president to have a beast hidden in his own house. The grandpa actually agrees, admitting that fighting for decades made him used to it. Staring at the beast, he wonders if the monsters really wanted to invade our world. That makes perfect sense to the kid, since babies barely make it through the gates alive. Right then, the president pushes a jar and offers the mascot as a gift for the boy to raise. With no luck cultivating it, he bets the rank S beast will thrive much better over there. Accepting the mission, the protagonist touches the container to inject a bit of mana. And no one saw that coming. A magic wave bursts out and the old guy almost falls back from the scare. Dowoon swears he was just feeding the weak beast, until he hears a tiny voice coming out. Everyone is shocked when the cocoon says thanks with a full belly, proving it's actually alive. Hours later, as late afternoon hits, the crew gets ready to head out. He gives thanks for the new portal stone and the old guy insists he's always available. Following up, he warns that the redhead only joins the clan for good once he hits rank B. However, the rookie is wide open to visit, leaving the boy going crazy with joy. Celebrating hard, he is grateful for the chance, easing the boss's fear of losing the kid. Deep down, having a carrier pigeon doesn't hurt, and he turns his back on the hyped grandson. Right before the boy crosses the gate, the elder sends off a heartfelt thank you. The guy still struggles to believe the beast actually talks, but the hero confirms it all. Out of pure curiosity, the old man asks for a translation since the beast's words are short. Stepping up, the protagonist translates that the cocoon is forever grateful for being saved from death. With that, Dowoon seals the goodbye and leaves the old man moved by the visit. Back at the hideout, the boss sits alone, finding the crew's silence pretty weird. The little owl explains Gizok is grinding for the exam while the rest play outside. Curious, he asks if even the angry duo is partying, and the pet swears they are. Flying over to the terrarium, the mascot taps the table, dying of curiosity about the new thing. Our MC quickly tells her what it is, joking that she's getting a new mental partner. But the owl finds the idea bizarre, while the boy hunts for a spot to store it. Out of nowhere, a loud crash breaks the silence, and the hero sighs, already knowing who's to blame. Seconds later, the cook pops up screaming in despair, looking for his superior in the area. His condition is critical, with his chest core almost bursting from so much energy. Watching this bizarre scene, the duo thinks to themselves he became the real forest monster. Unable to handle the pressure, the chef passes out on the floor under his idol's calm gaze. Still dizzled from the fall, he hears the boss super peacefully say he already figured out the problem. He immediately drops a congrats for the core's monstrous glow-up, leaving the poor guy totally lost. It finally clicks and he cries tears of joy, already swearing the rank A certificate is in the bag. Except the truth is harsh, since raw power without control just causes useless explosions out there. Worried about the lack of time, the leader runs the math in his head for the big day. Then an ally brings up that they only have 7 days left until the deadline for this whole promotion. The final verdict is hellish training, making the chef almost pass out from the fear of kicking the bucket. And just like that, everything changed. Gia pops out of nowhere and takes charge of forging the guy. Stepping up firmly, she tells him to trust her, since she totally gets the cook's exhaustion. Full of attitude, the bird woman promises the practical training will be pretty unforgettable. Exactly 7 days fly by and everyone is already at the official headquarters for the dreaded Rank A exam. The lobby is packed with an endless line of huge dudes wanting that dream certificate. Up front, the front desk girl takes a deep breath, feeling the heavy tension in the air. Barely calling the next number, she gets completely stunned by the stylish squad standing right there. After all, our Coco family showed up looking sharp, resembling a bunch of pop stars. The leader calmly points at the cruise chef, letting her know he's the sole candidate. Shaking with nerves, the woman stares at an exhausted Jisok, flashing a bizarre smile. That creepy look almost makes the poor girl call security, thinking he's some lunatic. Thrilled to be there, the guy chills on the bench and emotionally thanks his loyal cheering squad, but the shaking comes right back, even knowing he has never trained this hard in his life. At that exact moment, little Nari walks up and hands over a gift to cheer him up. A beautifully crafted and colorful Lucky Charm shines in our girl's little hands. Instantly, his confidence skyrockets and tears already start rolling down his face. Sparrow quickly joins the circle to hype him up, but admits she's empty-handed. Laughing awkwardly, she tosses the moral support duty right onto her tough sister. With a pair of scissors in hand, she intimidates the guy by offering to chop off his huge mane. She warns that wearing hair like that loose is just begging to get beat up, forcing the chef to tie it. Finally, it's time for the dreaded and respected boss to give his blessing to the candidate. Do-won watches the scene with his arms crossed, keeping his cool before speaking up. Pulling no punches, he straight up asks what his subordinate's next step will be. That catches the cook off guard, but the master already bumps the goal up to the absurd rank S. Ignoring the guy's freak out, he declares that stopping halfway is just not an option. The memory of those losers from the mountain only proves the bar there is super low. Therefore, the order is to climb to the very top, leaving Gisek shaking from this massive expectation. To top it off, the association's president shows up, catching our squad by surprise. Focusing on what matters, the boss claps for the raw effort and promises the future is huge. This completely breaks the warrior down, crying as he hears he's the family's best employee. Shortly after, in the VIP room, the old man praises the apprentice's drive after seeing he's trained by him. The leader asks about the holdup, finding out the exam torture will stretch all the way into the night. Accepting the long wait, the hero pets Nari, who passed out on his lap. Meanwhile, Sparrow tries handing Gia a gift, but she's dead on her feet. Even Dodak got knocked out by exhaustion after stuffing his face with magic energy. Serving up some fancy snacks, Lee Yoon-soo lets the crew chill and enjoy the peace. Right in the middle of the break, the old man has to ask if this weird squad is all rank S. The kid says they're actually from his lab, catching the geezer off guard. He quickly explains the little girl has ridiculous rank A strength, leaving the guy baffled. And that's where it gets crazy. The president gets the brilliant idea to register everyone as hunters on the spot. Pulling out a badge, he promises he can issue the papers with zero hassle. To top it off, he mentions they don't even need a test, so they won't hurt the examiners. Do-won thinks it over, realizing that ID would save them a ton of headaches. Since the old man is asking it as a favor, the boss agrees to the VIP treatment. The only rule is the crew only fights when they want to, deal sealed right there. Munching on sweets, the Birdman loves the idea, clearing the host's debt. Real quick, the big shot says he needs photos and dips out of the room to set it up. Look what happens next. Some suit barges into the place by force hunting for his dad. Our guy stares down the intruder, who just drops arrogant jokes in return. Acting all high and mighty, the newcomer notices the group and complains the room is crowded. Far away from there, the cook steps into the arena for his 7th survival test. Putting his game face on, he's ready to fight, while his rival tries getting in his head. Forming stone fists, the examiner mocks the chef's hair, triggering his old trauma. Ignoring the trash talk, he realizes the enemy's earth magic is the worst matchup possible. Then the brute smirks wickedly and asks what could be worse than despair. Charging in hard, he claims that false hope destroys anyone in this field. Guzao takes a punch to the face, hearing the guys say dreaming big ruins your life, but our warrior isn't backing down and ignites his own hands, thirsty for a comeback. Focused on strategy, he throws fire to push the guy back, knowing those punches are lethal. Out of nowhere, the examiner closes the gap and appears right in his face. The speed of the examiner startles the cook, who barely has time to react. Telling him to retire, the beast preps a brutal strike for the big guy. Man, at that exact moment, an impact blacks out the screen, tossing everything into the dark. Inside his mind, echoes of his family tell him to get up and hold his ground. The fierce tone of his muse questions his hesitation, demanding that warrior energy. flashbacks of the bird woman telling him to focus explode in the guy's head. Waking up instantly, he opens his eyes just in time to see the stone punch flying in. By a hair, he blocks the head with one single hand, leaving his rival dropping his jaw. Then it finally clicks for him, showing that all his nervousness was just fear. Furious at the disrespect, the examiner kicks the cook, who finally embraces the dread. Flying backwards, the guy gets that he was terrified of never getting past rank B. Landing firmly on his feet, he promises to never back down from life's battles again. A confident smile lights up the kid's face, dialed in entirely on success. Mocking him back, he returns the question, asking who was really wasting their life here. With his body burning in flames, he condemns the scumbag to rot in that job forever. A heat wave sweeps the arena, and the announcer calls the chef's wild victory. Feeling relieved, the warrior bites the girl's amulet, tasting that sweet approval. Completely wrecked, the madman still asks for more, celebrating his new power spike. Back in the grandpa's room, the glasses-wearing snake goes back to spitting venom at the rookies. Underestimating everyone, the rich snob cracks jokes, thinking the place became a daycare. Our host cuts the chatter, telling the guy to spit out why he even showed up. Acting super cocky, the villain brags about his schedule and walks right up to his desk. Slamming a giant mollusk on the wood, he tries selling the thing as a rank S item, full of sass. The rich guy rubs the old man's failure in his face and hypes up his own supply. Not holding back, the geezer rejects the dirty bribe and sends the illegal trash right back. Plus, he mentions he already dealt with his goons hanging around the snowy mountain. All because of that fake police report the snob set up about crimes in the slums. Laughing in his ex-boss's face, the suit thinks he's the untouchable king of the block. Tired of the circus, our hero stands up swearing heavy payback if they touch the base. Right then, the little magic plant escapes the pouch, super pissed off by all the yelling. Waking up startled, the little girl reacts, and our MC realizes the bad vibes agitated everyone. Seeing that living rarity, the villain almost falls backward from the massive shock. Filled with rage, the leader pulls the mascot close and tells the big shot to look closely. Locking eyes with the loser, the kid confirms if he's really the famous boss of that crew. And just like that, everything changed. The boy steps up oozing danger, flipping the script on that worm. In the flashbacks, the gang boss snitched that the suit paid for all that chaos. Dirty money funding the terror in the neighborhood to speed up the rich guy's construction. Making the air thick, Do-woon demands answers about the criminal rumors the psycho was spreading. Crushed by that sinister pressure, the villain starts sweating cold with pure dread. Tripping out from fear, he sees a beast instead of the kid while suffering intense terror. Panicking, the grandpa jumps in, breaking the tension so nobody gets killed right there. Begging for mercy, the old man pleads while the hero crosses his arms, calculating his next move. Letting it slide, the leader cuts the aura, and the chute collapses to the floor, gasping for air. Wheezing, he connects the dots and realizes the kid has some top-tier OP strength. In his mind, this was a massive hidden backup for the good old man's side. Terrified, the scumbag scurries out the door like a rat to save his own skin. Staying completely quiet, the president just watches the enemy vanish down the hall looking pale as wax. Once the dust settles, he checks on the rookie's safety right after that tense moment. Frustrated, the grandpa admits he's mad at himself for missing such a nasty betrayal. Then he drops the bomb that the trash guy also came from poverty, helped out by him. Being crazy smart, the dude went to college and became his right-hand man instantly. But ambition spoke louder, and the guy tried to monopolize the syndicate right there. Breaking off from everything, he made a rival faction, firing up the group listening to the story. Honestly, those mercenaries get a free pass to fight, but they're only after the cash. Startling her brother awake, the woman zeroes in on the talk about some sketchy auction. The host details, it's a yearly, ultra-luxurious event right in the center of the big zone. It used to be for charity, but now it's just a runway for the rich to wash their money and image. Upset, he complains about having to go, when knocks on the door ruin the mood. Some guy pops into the room announcing Candidate 304 cleared the test. Blown away by the speed, the leader can barely believe the whole thing ended in phase 2. No one saw that coming. The dude announces he soak wiped the floor with everyone in exactly 8 minutes. Skipping the final level, the cook crowns his victory, drowning in a sea of camera flashes. Wild stuff. Journalists swarm the place celebrating the end of the guy's curse. Somebody brings up the magic wig curiosity, making our MC feel pretty embarrassed. Jizok freezes remembering the boss's secret, so he just nods his head to agree. Hearing that, the crowd goes nuts asking for the hair's price, pushing the limits too far. Unexpectedly, the little girl tugs the winner's shirt, wanting to dip from the mob. She begs to escape the harassment, running down to the garage away from the crowd. Everyone jumps into a massive limo, freaking out over that kind of VIP treatment. Chilling on the leather seats, the warrior demands proof proof, and the guy can barely breathe from excitement. Tears running down his face, he pulls out the new ID, making the girl cheer her heart out. She flashes a little smirk, fully approving of her teammate's massive win. But the little girl steals the show, flashing her own ID, blowing his mind. With zero hesitation, she drops the news that the plant hit S rank, completely breaking the newbie's brain. Zooming in on the picture, the guy cracks up since the mandrake is dead asleep in the shot. The boss confiscates the item with a smirk, while the chef focuses on his next target. Cruising through the Golden City, the squad speeds toward the Grand Leader's next mystery. Handed a no-limit black card, our MC leaves the big dude completely confused. Soon enough, the president explains the association usually hooks up rookies with custom suits. The limo pulls up to a rundown shop, and the old guy swears the owner is top tier. With the kid on his shoulders, the warrior agrees the place looks pretty beat up. Out of nowhere, a measuring tape almost clocks the group as a guy yells at them to scram. They spot a customer getting kicked to the curb, proving this old guy is built different. Furious, the bearded geezer grumbles about all the disrespectful punks hanging around his door. Quickly, Secretary Kim steps up and greets the grumpy tailor with max respect. The owner shuts it down, saying he doesn't serve any hunter, but the suit begs. Pointing at the squad, Kim swears the boss sent a gift to win the tailor over. That offends the old guy instantly, who catches the group whispering and talks trash about the president. Full of rage, the old man turns away, ready to slam the door in everyone's face. And just like that, everything changed. Nari mentions the pet needs clothes, and the old guy freezes hard. The grouch's heart actually skips a beat from falling so hard for the little critter. Acting super cute, the mandrake hops out of the pocket and drops a killer wink. Ji-young tries to keep a straight face while the crew barges in and starts chatting up the shop. In the end, he caves for old time's sake and lets the curious squad snoop around. Inside, the gang has a blast in the fancy shop while the master takes their exact measurements. Nari gets all tangled up in measuring tape and calls the boss for backup in the middle of the chaos. Meanwhile, the chef is flexing in the mirror, trying on shades like a Hollywood star. Across the room, the warrior praises the spotless space hiding behind that beat-up storefront. The perfectionist notes every single detail in his little book and says he's got all the measurements. Curious, he asks if the guy wants a specific style, putting the hero deep in thought. With zero fashion sense, the leader just asks for outfits that connect them all like a real family. Everyone hypes up the matching squad idea, and the brothers instantly lock in the decision. Fired up, the old guy promises a unique look, while the leader questions his grumpy attitude. Wanting to know why he broke his own rule, he presses the old man, who just adjusts his glasses. The answer is the cute pet, proving only someone with a good heart would take such great care of it. Secretly, the old dude just couldn't handle the ridiculous charm of this little metal plant. To the squad's surprise, he confesses he's actually the leader of a monster protection charity. That logic about animal lovers having good souls instantly makes the kid think of his red-haired grandpa. Riding the good vibes, he asks for an outfit for the pet, highly doubting it can actually be sewn. Proud, the master claims pet fashion is huge right now and drops 3 options right on the table. With his jaw on the floor, the chef can't believe that Tough Beast is about to become a runway model. But the little princess jumps for joy, fawning over every colorful piece of those tiny clothes. The hero flashes a low-key smile, enjoying the wild idea of spoiling his loyal pet. His mind wanders, picturing the mandrake dressed up as a little backpacker or a plush baby. Even rocking a slick suit like a mafia boss pops up in our boy's daydream. Pointing at the mannequins, he tells the beast to pick a favorite, but things get messy. Super focused, the pet walks up to the clothes, and the crew thinks he's locked in on a choice. But truth is, mandrakes are practically blind, and he's just squinting super hard. Quickly, the kid catches onto the pet's confusion as it strains its weak eyes trying to see. Full of attitude, the pet lets out a tiny yell, ordering that plastic army to march. Since nobody moves, the little plant wilts in embarrassment, frustrated by the rebel troops. The little girl laughs at the monster's cute sadness after getting ignored by the wooden dummies. That gets a chuckle out of the leader, realizing the pet thought they were his new henchmen. Breaking the sad vibes, the old guy pulls out a flawless plaid coat to shift everyone's focus. Acting all proud, he confesses it's a hidden masterpiece, and the plant is already hypnotized. Instantly, the old guy guarantees the fit, and the MC agrees to try it on right away. With the piece in hand, the master hypes up the top-tier quality of that super soft material. Right after, the kid channels his own mana into it to make the outfit way more magical and alive. The fabric glows beautifully, grabbing the attention of the pet who loves that kind of energy. Hyped up on the energy, the pet jumps around like popcorn, totally cracking up its owner. Super gentle, he adjusts the tiny outfit on his partner like he's dressing a little baby. That power-filled piece shrinks down and fits fits perfectly onto the monster's chubby little body. Dodak jerks with style, flashing a warm smile like he's fully loving the luxury fit. Deep down, the guy jokes to himself, wondering if the pet liked the clothes or just drained the mana. Straight to the point, he sets up a pickup for the crew's orders next week with zero stress. The tailor even tries to get the piece back for tweaks, but the beast refuses to take it off. Suddenly, the doorbell rings and the old guy glares, smelling major trouble walking in. Walking in like she owns the place. A rich snob and her suited goon completely ruin the vibe. Acting all fake, she asks for a custom dress, only to get a cold, blunt answer from the owner. With no hesitation, the old man kicks the brat out and swears on his life the shop isn't for sale. She just laughs in his face, flexing the massive cash offer she threw down to steal his land. Right as she's about to drop some dirty threats, she freezes, seeing our crew chilling in the corner. The shock is written all over her face as she stutters, demanding to know who this random squad is. Sizing up RMC, she asks if he's new in town, catching a razor-sharp projection right back. Instantly, the snob targets the little girl, dangling a trip to a famous theme park to show off. This Jessica girl acts like she owns the magical place, getting excited little squeals from the kid. To bribe the squad, she flashes luxury VIP tickets with all-access passes right in her hands. Furious at the disrespect, the boss cuts the small talk and demands to know what the snake is plotting. Playing innocent, she apologizes, swearing she just wanted to treat the little girl standing right there. Without missing a beat, she drops the golden tickets on the table, making the kid lose her mind with joy. That night promised a wild light show, and the villain totally milks the moment to sell the magic. Her toxic rambling keeps going, while Dewin analyzes every single step of this little game, drooling. Even the bird guy starts daydreaming about how awesome a theme park would be. Looking way too cute, the kid begs to go, even without having a clue what a light show actually is. Far from seeing the trap, she remembers some old videos full of rides and giant mascots. Nari kept this beautiful memory of a family holding hands, taking in all the joy of the park. With hope in her eyes, the little princess begs to live out this dream with the whole squad. Man, this is where it gets good. His icy heart actually melts, and he caves just to keep the magic alive. Hiso takes a deep breath, already smelling a massive feast waiting in the middle of the packed park. Starving, the big eater zeroes in on the buttered squid stands and fresh churros being made. The two foodies dash ahead, drooling over all the junk food like little kids at recess. Laughing at their hype, the boss drops his smile and questions the warrior about the rich snob. Locked onto the danger, the beast nods and warns him there's a rat watching them up close. Discreetly, she spots the white-haired bodyguard hiding right behind a lamppost. Fired up, the chef asks for permission to drag the goon into a dark alley and handle him. Right then, Dewon figures out the two-faced rich girl was hiding her actual power back at the shop. His gut feeling screams this crazy chick has some dark energy hiding under all that expensive lipstick. Wanting to avoid a massive brawl in front of the kid, he looks for a cleaner way to handle the mess. Out of nowhere, his eyes lock onto a spooky ride called the Monster Hunt. Judging by the fake screams, he figures out it's the classic, cheesy haunted house train. That wicked smirk creeps onto his face, realizing the closed-off ride is perfect for teaching a lesson. Confused in the corner, the spy finds it super weird the squad picked the horror ride instead of grabbing candy. Minutes pass, and the clown relaxes, thinking he trapped the whole squad at the only exit. And that's where it gets crazy. A terrifying roar ruins the ride's vibe, completely spooking the guy. Panicking, the fake house monsters run away, screaming they saw a real beast in there, right alongside your like on this video. Panicking, the crowd runs away, screaming about a real ghost showing up. While everyone's begging for help, the white-haired guy hears someone complaining about the cameras going down again. He finds the whole security thing sketchy and wonders if those guys are pulling another stunt. The scene cuts to a luxury ride cruising through the city, with them mentioning it's been decades. Sitting in the back, a white-haired woman thinks that's highly unlikely, but she needs to be sure about what's going down. So she orders Joy to go figure out who the intruders are, and he agrees on the spot. Walking to the spot, Joy realizes it's his first time seeing the boss this nervous, since today is the big parade. With his hand on the doorknob, he warns that the crew can't handle any more trouble right now. Pushing the massive doors wide open, he decides he's gonna have to check everything out himself. He gives a little smirk, thinking this whole ghost story is just a big joke. Right off the bat, he bumps into two fake monsters and wonders if this is where the mess starts. Looking up, Joy mentions he turned off the special effects for the time being. Stepping into a creepy hallway full of paintings, he points out it's his first time in there, and the vibe is super heavy. He even thinks about turning the lights on, but suddenly gets spooked. Searching for where the noise came from, he tries to guess if it was the wind or some animal, since he deactivated the traps. dead serious now. He figures out his very first move, and just like that, he vanishes into thin air, claiming he needs to hide fast. Checking out the dark structure, he makes sure the place went completely dead silent. Now walking around completely invisible, he swears that was the weirdest sound ever and wonders who the targets are. But with every single step, he hears this sketchy noise coming from his own foot and finds the whole thing super weird. He stops for a second, completely spooked after hearing footsteps getting closer. Staring down the dark hallway, he already suspects someone is tailing him. Joy finds the whole setup weird, considering he should be completely invisible to everyone else. Suddenly, a bunch of creepy footprints start echoing across the floor. Watching that trail rushing right at him, he calls out that something freaky is coming. In a cold sweat, the guy starts panicking and realizes something is closing in. Something really fast rushes right past him. Breathing heavy, he just hopes it's not what he thinks it is. Surrounded by these creepy phantoms, he finally puts together if this is the ghost everyone was talking about. He gets desperate and begs to be spared, questioning why he's the target and realizing there's zero chance of escaping. Then a massive blade just slices through the air. The weapon slams heavy into the ground, landing right next to Joy. Staring at the damage, he stutters, confirming that's a real scythe and not some cheat trick. Without a second thought, he books it out of there, yelling that things went south and he needs to run. But before he can even take a step, he runs face first into something. A bunch of dark strands drop from the ceiling out of nowhere, and he fearfully asks if that's hair. Suddenly, a creepy ghost with glowing red eyes pops up right in front of him. He gets so spooked, he passes out instantly, dropping hard on the floor while someone mocks how easy that knockout was. The masked intruders walk up to the body, and one of them complains about the ghost costume, saying he needs a wardrobe change. Pulling off her hood, the girl tells the cook he needs to train more, since his mana was the first to run out. The masked guy completely loses it, asking who throws a real scythe at their own brother, but she claps right back, asking who told him to mess with her earlier. Our MC praises the squad, saying they tracked the presence perfectly in the dark using aura perception, while Nari laughs and jokes about being a ghost. Super proud of himself, Kisok brags and claims he's a rank A now. Then the buddy next to him mentions that Dodak's acting was easily the best of the bunch. The round little monster starts making all these creepy noises straight into a microphone. Nari points out she even got him a voice modulator to play with. Getting back on track, the MC asks the squad if they managed to collect all the stamps yet. Just a bit before all this, the crew stops in front of the haunted house and our MC invites Nari to check the place out. The little girl freaks out, screaming that it looks way too scary, but he calms things down, saying it'll be chill if everyone goes together. Soon enough, they read the rule board promising a prize for anyone who collects the stamps from every stage. The security sign makes it super clear. Just hearing that word, Nari's whole mood flips and she gets super hyped. Full of energy, she starts yelling, wanting to know exactly where these stamps are located. With a little smirk, our MC figures the monsters in there are probably the ones holding the items. After thinking it over, he suggests they play ghost themselves and lets them know he's gonna turn everyone invisible. Back in the present, he actually praises Joy's stealth skills, while the guy is just mumbling passed out on the floor. Noticing the knocked out guy, Nari realizes he's from the clothing store, and the MC agrees, joking that he must work there playing a monster. Super worried, she suggests calling a doctor right away, so he decides to go give the staff outside a heads up. Nari stretches her little arms to shake the passed out dude, telling him to wake up, while the MC laughs, saying the guy will never admit he fainted from fear. Our boy admits he really wants to figure out Jessica's true identity, but brushes it off since he's having fun and today is all about Nari, so he suggests they go catch the parade right now. Right after, she gets this teddy bear with little black eyes and is completely amazed, saying it looks just like that fox. Carrying it on top of her head, she announces she's gonna gift it to the fox guy. Strolling through the park, the guy asks if the place seems way more packed than before, and Kiso guesses it's because the parade is about to start. Smiling wide, he mentions that snagging a good spot is everything at these events, and tells them to trust him, but suddenly people start screaming in terror. The whole crowd panics and scrambles because a red gate just spawned naturally out of nowhere. He immediately steps in front of Nari to protect her, totally baffled by how something like this just popped up in a theme park. And that's where it gets crazy, as he finally realizes what's going down. Very slowly, the little face of a chubby-cheeked critter starts poking out. Completely shocked, they realize it's a flying squirrel straight from the demon realm. Aiming his bow and arrow, one of the soldiers just laughs, pointing out it's just a tiny squirrel. The archer totally mocks the situation, saying natural gates are no big deal nowadays, and fires off a heavy shot. In the blink of an eye, the little chubby guy deflects the arrow mid-air, catching everyone off guard. It then starts charging up its tiny horn and unleashes a massive thundershock, aiming straight for the three hunters standing right there. The blast of energy floors all three of them at once, making Kaiso point out that's way too much firepower for a mere flying squirrel. Frantically, Neri screams for them to look straight ahead. Out of nowhere, that little squirrel starts growing massive. Our boy confirms they're dealing with a disaster-level boss, leaving his buddy completely speechless. The guy mentions it's insanely rare for a disaster-class monster to spawn all by itself like that. Then the squirrel turns into this Gigantamax version, and the guy fearfully wonders what on earth just happened. The MC thinks about how disaster-level beasts usually have smaller mobs backing them up. Staring down the lone beast, he suspects there's a hidden reason why it's flying solo. In that moment, the reflection in the creature's eyes shows the front of the haunted house. Suddenly, the beast launches into this massive jump, catching absolutely everyone off guard. The whole crew looks up as someone yells in panic that the creature is crashing right toward them. But the giant squirrel just sails right over their heads. Kinsok and Nori duck down to cover themselves. Confused by the creature vanishing, he wonders if it's packing some kind of invisibility skill. Dark lightning starts cracking all over the place, and the entire structure starts getting crumpled by these invisible hits, wrecking everything in sight. The relentless assault moves at an absurd speed. The park turns into a chaotic mess of lightning while the girl tries to figure out which way the threat bolted. With quick thinking, the guy figures out the squirrel is spreading demonic energy to scramble their tracking, and even praises its stealth build. His sister notices the sudden blackout and quickly concludes the enemy is definitely running electric skills. Neri warns that the whole place is gonna get leveled at this rate. So naturally, the MC reaches his hand forward, saying he needs to cast a net in that direction. The massive mana trap slices through the air, glowing bright, hunting down the target. Then the net bursts open, snagging the target right on the money. Trapped in those glowing threads, the little beast lets out a confused squeak, having no clue how it got caught, dropping like a rock straight to the ground right after. He just smiles and says, "He got him." Thanks to the lockdown, the squirrel shrinks right back down to its normal size. Kisok is genuinely surprised looking at the thing up close, wondering if that really is a disaster-level beast. Even so, he admits the little guy is actually pretty cute. The poor little dude looks completely terrified with everyone crowding around him, and Nari chimes in saying he honestly seems super gentle too. She asks our boy if he's gonna take him out, but he replies that leaving him here just means the hunters will get him anyway. Nari figures the squirrel must be easily scared, which explains why his build relies so much on stealth skills. Plus, he only fought back because those hunters pulled aggro first. Begging the MC to keep him alive, he actually agrees since he's also pretty curious about why he spawned here to begin with. Our boy suggests just taking the little guy home, and Nari looks super hyped about the idea. Suddenly, this really weird noise echoes out from the gate, and the girl points out that the gate is actually closing up. In that exact second, the gate just completely vanishes. Her brother notes it vanished way too fast to be a standard natural gate. After all that chaos, they realize they're the only ones left in the whole park. Neri looks over her shoulder and asks about the parade. Noticing how everything got wrecked thanks to the squirrel incident, she realizes it's over. Our MC awkwardly tries to say they'll still catch the parade today, but she just buries her face in the squirrel and says it's fine. But out of nowhere, tears start dropping right onto the little guy. Teary-eyed, she hugs the little monster tight against her chest and bravely says they can just come back next time. Everyone standing around feels completely awful for her. For a split second, Kisok suddenly remembers something and tells the whole crew to follow his lead. The scene cuts over to an observatory deck. Mostly confused, the group just stands there while Kisake hypes up how gorgeous the view is from up top. He just tells them to hang tight for a second. In that exact moment, a streak of light shoots straight up into the sky. The street bursts into these massive colorful fireworks. Super surprised, someone in the crew mentions those are the famous fireworks they've heard so much about. Looking up, Kisok smiles, explaining they always set off fireworks after the parade, and admits he was sweating bullets thinking the blackout ruined it. Everyone is just totally mesmerized, taking in how awesome the whole thing looks. Our boy points out that even Dodak seems to love it, and looking down at Nari, he sees the stars in her eyes, completely enchanted by the whole show. Staring up at the sky, she whispers that she's never gonna forget today. Meanwhile, in another spot, Gu is scratching his head trying to figure out why this happened. He points out the MC even pumped mana straight into the little house, and yet he wonders why the little guy's condition is actually getting worse. Briefly flashing back, Gu remembers the boss telling him to watch over the guy until they got back. He was totally shocked to learn that little critter was actually a smart monster just like him. Back in the present, Gu complains that the little pest knows how to talk but is still super clunky since that only knows a few words. Staring right at it, Gu rants that its rank is way higher than his, so telepathy won't even work. Wondering why the boss gave him such a cracked mission. Right at the exact moment, the gate rips open behind him with our MC and the squad walking out. Panicking hard, Gu rushes over, begging the boss to quickly check on the little dude stuck in the cocoon. Checking out the situation, our boy asks Gu if the thing is actually struggling to breathe. He quickly notices that the mana he infused into the house is still perfectly intact, so he is completely lost trying to figure out what the problem is. Suddenly, the squirrel gets super restless after picking up on something. The tiny thing that was literally dying seconds ago just lights up the moment he sees his buddy thrashing around in Neri's arms. He manages to break totally free from the MC's binds. The squirrel bolts straight for the little house while Gu asks who that is, and our MC casually drops that it's a disaster-class squirrel. Completely mind-blown, Gu just freezes at the news. Tearing up a bit, the squirrel gets even closer, finally seeing his friend right there. He just grabs the thing right in his mouth and books it out of there, with Nari yelling in the background asking where he's going. Heading straight for the horizon, our MC says he's gonna track him down. A little smirk pops on his face as he admits he has no clue what their backstory is, but they've got to be the absolute best of friends. The lore drops that monsters are heavily shaped by whatever environment they spawn and level up in. So naturally, if they end up in a zone that doesn't match their typing, their stats can tank just from being there. These mobs completely lose access to their full power and urgently meet an out. Their ultimate failsafe is this famous homing instinct. Pulling up to this completely frozen wasteland, our MC scopes out the scenery. Taking a good look, he recognizes the ice biome and mentions it's been a hot minute since he stepped foot out here. The guy then looks down, completely baffled, trying to process what's going on, wondering if the squirrel is literally building a nest for the cocoon. But he finds that super weird, seeing as bug-type monsters usually spawn in hot zones. It hits him that maybe this is the one specific spot meant for it to hatch. Trying to crack the mystery, he just keeps watching the whole thing go down in dead silence. Out of nowhere, the squirrel drops a low growl and glares right at our boy like he doesn't trust him. With a nervous little smile, the MC backs off, telling the beast he won't bother them and to just keep working. Watching the coup pulse, he figures the monster isn't talking because it's spending all its energy trying to heal up. Our boy calculates that since it's a disaster-class beast, its HP regen must be absolutely cracked, predicting a full recovery in half a day. Dodak just watches the whole thing go down looking super curious. But in the blink of an eye, he leaps right off the boss's shoulder, hitting the ground hard, making the squirrel look over completely confused. Suddenly, he opens wide to straight up eat the mana pouring out of that cocoon. Our MC quickly shuts that down, telling him he absolutely cannot eat that stuff. Sitting right there on the ice, he explains that the mana belongs to the little guy inside and he desperately needs it to heal up. Upon noticing the little plant crying its eyes out, the boss asks if he's starving after traveling for so long. A confident smirk pops up as the kid instantly cooks up a quick plan in his head. He drops the tiny plant right in the snow next to the cocoon, leaving both beasts super confused. Right after that, the MC slams his hand flat against the freezing ground. A massive, magic aura wraps around the three of them, and the boss promises to feed the duo until their bars are full. The little green guy happily munches on the mana, and the MC honestly finds the whole thing adorable. Right beside them, the squirrel catches the oval pod vibrating and gets curious. Out of nowhere, the cocoon levitates right into the air, totally catching everyone off guard. The glowing shell drifts up into the night sky, leaving our boy pretty stunned. Blasting this blinding light, a shape forms, making him wonder how the beast hit its awakening so fast right after healing. He suddenly remembers planting a seed back in the day, and completely relates that to the floating egg thing. Flashing back to a massive tree from his memories, our boy figures out the creature couldn't trigger its awakening earlier purely because of the wrong environment. Super hyped, he breaks into a massive grin, admitting he's never actually seen a fully leveled silk caterpillar, so he can barely wait to see what drops. With absolute wonder in its eyes, the little furball locks onto that skylight, barely believing what's happening. A massive flash totally lights up the night sky, making the boss wonder what the heck is spawning. A gigantic blue butterfly of pure light spawns right in the sky, and no one saw that coming, leaving our boy totally speechless at the glow-up. Taking in this beautiful view, tears start pouring down the squirrel's face. The massive bug also starts crying, announcing it finally reunited with its best friend. It then immediately starts shrinking down. Watching the glowing bud shrink, the squirrel lets out a soft sound, while our MC wonders if this boss can just scale its hitbox however it wants. With a chill little smile, he watches the duo and thinks about how strong their bond really is. The two little guys just sob while staring at each other. The scene flashes back, showing the squirrel catching a nice nap against a tree in this sunny forest. Suddenly, the little rodent wakes up totally spooked, looking around completely lost. A chubby little caterpillar drops down on a silk thread dangling right next to his head. Super curious, the fuzzy rodent lets out a little squeak, keeping his eyes glued to the hanging bug. But out of absolutely nowhere, the shadow of a massive bird covers the ground, leaving the furry guy in pure shock. A freaky three-eyed bird pulls off this brutal dive bomb and instantly snatches the little bug. Panicking hard, the squirrel bolts straight after the bird. But the flying mob gains altitude way too fast, clutching its lunch tight. Suddenly, an even bigger flying beast ambushes the brown bird from below, violently sinking its claws right into it. They go flying straight toward a totally frozen zone. The squirrel runs for his life trying to track his friend down. In that exact second, the giant bird accidentally drops the little guy, plummeting straight down toward the icy ground. Completely out of breath, the squirrel lets out a super weak squeak after spotting something sketchy on the floor. Resting right there on the frozen ground is the tiny, completely intact pod. With so much care, the furry beast scoops it up in his mouth and just starts running off somewhere. Now back in the present, the giant butterfly glides through the sky, and our MC actually thinks the ride is top tier. Chilling on the silk, our boy points out this fast travel method hits totally different and is way quicker than walking. A huge smile crosses his face as he drops that both pets want to move in with them, already wondering if he needs to upgrade the base. Looking straight down, he recognizes the Rocky Mountain biome, wondering if this is his first time back since he literally revived. He suddenly spots Lee Beko completely cornered down there, gripping a sword for dear life. This freaky slime mob with a skull face stares down the swordsman, who totally panics realizing he's up against the Skullime boss. Sweating bullets, the warrior grinds his teeth, finally realizing that pulling up to this high-level zone completely solo was a massive throw. But out of nowhere, our boy crash lands right onto the green slime, triggering an impact that splashes goo everywhere and scares the life out of his ally. With a dead serious look, our MC stares the guy down and instantly asks what the heck he's doing out in these parts. Sitting on a rock completely covered in dirt, Lee Beko thanks him for the save, while the MC figures the guy came farming for loot because Lee Yun-soo hasn't secured anything for the auction yet. Looking totally defeated, the hunter explains some scumbag pulled strings behind the scenes, and thanks to that drama, all the decent artifacts just vanished from the market. Our boy thinks over the guy's situation, knowing he was just trying to help his granddad, and debates dropping some loot for him out of pity. Then the dude reaches into his pocket, admitting he didn't farm anything crazy when the boss asks about his run. He pulls out this white stone and asks what the heck it even is, catching our MC completely off guard. With the rock leaking this sketchy purple energy, Lee Beko explains, it looks mid, but has this insane demonic aura, so he guessed it was some unreleased mineral. Glaring right at the piece, our MC tells him to hand over the item immediately, leaving the guy totally confused about the sudden demand. Right after that, our boy drops the craziest bomb, straight up saying that bone actually belongs to him. Asu checks over a document and decides they desperately need a clearer chain of command. Back at the wooden base, Gu tells the butterfly to repeat after him. Gu actually tries teaching her his own name while she struggles to copy the pronunciation. He lectures her that learning languages is all about grinding repetition, forcing his student to start from zero. Sitting at the table, our MC tells the bird dude the beasts are settling in. Great, realizing their whole guild family just got way bigger. Checking out the giant bird completely knocked out on the grass, the kid figures sleeping outside drops your body temp, suggesting they either expand the base or build a whole new spot. The winged ally asks what kind of crafting materials they should use for the build this time around. Our boy realizes if they use wood, they'll need to slap some mushrooms on it, so he definitely needs to brainstorm a bit. Packing up his inventory, he remembers bumping into the swordsman, casually mentioning he sent the dude packing because he just gave off bad vibes. Tossing some rocks right on the table, the boss explains the warrior farmed them in the Rocky Mountains, leaving everyone totally lost. Spotting the purple aura on the rocks, the big guy guesses the lore behind them, and our MC confirms those are actually his missing bones. With a big grin, he announces he's crashing the gold auction, catching both of them completely off guard, and adds that he just cooked up a seriously solid plan. The scene jumps to a flashback on the streets, showing Jessica waving out the window of a super expensive ride. Chatting on the sidewalk with the old tailor Lee, the MC notes the lady doesn't seem like an NPC, and the old man admits he had no idea about her awakening, and follows up by exposing her insane greed for cash, since the rich lady also runs a massive luxury auction house. The old guy explains the joint pretends to be a legit auction, but it's actually just a front for billionaires to launder money and illegally flip real estate. Our boy asks if there's some high-level boss backing the whole scam, and the old man immediately drops the name of a corrupt politician. The bearded dude breaks down how this suit runs the Integration Guild, acting as the real backbone for the entire cartel in the Gold City. To wrap it up, he warns that at the end of the year, all the whales gather at this massive auction just to lock in deals with the mob. The old man sighs that the top ranks try to hold the cartel back, but at the end of the day, the guild is just a private corp. Staring down at the table, our MC figures rushing Jessica head-on would be the speedrun strat, but pulling aggro early means the villains would just warp away. So, the MC guesses there's probably someone out there waiting for the TDA to finally make a move. Pretty quickly, the kid realizes this 3-day timer gives the squad almost zero room to pull off a solid strat. Super hyped. The bird guy claims showing up to a fancy party with zero loot is wild, so he decides to flex his crafting skills once again. Time flies by and the scene cuts straight over to the VIP room of the famous gold auction, completely packed with high rollers. From up in the VIP box, the politician comments that this raid event is way more flashy than the last patch. Watching the crowd below, he scoffs that normal NPCs don't even care about the nation despite him holding such a massive admin role. He adds that the player base would rather just leech off the whales running the server to stay alive. Flexing the blueprint paper, the suit argues that the high and low tiers need to stay separated, which is why they're forcing the slum rebuild. With this totally evil grin, the scumbag claims the poor zone isn't even the real dark side, swearing their guild can't just pause the grind halfway through. A chubby guy chewing his food points out they need to secure that top-tier backing ASAP so they can finally unlock the Diamond City. Jessica agrees wiping the trashy zones fast is the best strat, but reminds them the local resistance is still crazy tanky. And she mentions how the president showed up in the slums a few days ago, totally buffing the rebels against their entire project. Bringing the topic back, the rich dude finds it weird the old guildmaster hasn't listed a single item for the auction, betting the guy just completely lost his touch. But an ally tells the squad to chill, hard guaranteeing the old man fails to drop any loot tonight, leaving his buddy confused by his insane confidence. Leaning on the railing, he flashes a cocky look, promising everyone's gonna catch on real soon. Back at the round table, the boss gets all philosophical, asking which of the sons should rule the server from here on out. With this dead serious look, the VIP states that the brighter the sun gets, the more absolute trash the gutter becomes. Suddenly, the massive stage lights snap on from above, completely ready to kick off the main event. The masked host spreads his arms on stage, thanks everyone for holding out, and officially launches the Great Gold City auction. Right away, he drops that the first drop belongs to leader Jang, flexing that the guy has been in this lobby for 10 whole years. Super hyped. The MC shows off this massive black stone straight from the demon realm, announcing the starting bid is sitting at a casual 2 billion. The whole crowd starts whispering, completely mind-blown by the ore's ridiculous size, and the host kicks off the bidding war. Instantly, the whales start raising their paddles, with one rich guy admitting he's grabbing this just to suck up to the owner since the market is dead dry. The auctioneer slams the hammer down, selling the item for 3 billion, while the politician up in the box praises the massive opening play. With a loud laugh, the rich lady claps for her buddy, and the suit admits that farming that rock was an absolute nightmare. Then the boss asks what their partner brought to the table tonight, and the shady guy just smirks, telling the squad to wait for the drop. Down on stage, the host shows off the next attraction sent by the Free League president, revealing a giant boss clam yanked straight from the demon world. Absolutely hyped, the host yells that the starting bid for this massive creature kicks off at 5 billion. Tripping out, the chubby guy asks how his partner even caught a mob that huge, and the guy just flexes that he's been running the whole coastal map lately. The masked dude cues up the next relic straight from the auction director, when suddenly footsteps echo through the hall and a voice asks if the squad showed up a bit late. Totally stunned, President Lee asks what the heck they're doing there. Our boy walks into the room rocking a fresh white suit, casually explaining the tailor took forever. Kizek totally glazes the old man's crafting skills. Panicking slightly, Jessica wonders why on earth the MC just crashed their private event. In a cold sweat, the guy starts freaking out, barely believing this intruder just styled on them like that. He just glares down at them from the balcony. A blinding spotlight zeroes in on the host, who gets a massive jump scare when checking the stats for the next drop. The exclusive loot is this shell with 6 red diamonds from an ultra-rare ladybug, and the auctioneer screams that the starting bid is an absurd 60 billion. Super hyped. The little girl points right at the stage, telling our boy that's the exact item they farmed. The announcer explains this specific bug lives in the forest zone and only spawns when a rare vine seed drops. Since the seed drop rate is practically zero, the bug's jewels are worth their weight in liquid metal, while the background flashes how our boy actually scored it. Boiling with rage, the politician grips the railing tight, trying to figure out how President Lee got his hands on such a broken item. Not skipping a single beat, the host takes a deep breath to hype up the second drop of the night. The guy points to a massive tank, revealing a Demon Realm aquarium completely stacked with rare loot from the coastal map. He breaks down how the bundle includes yellow quartz you can only mine straight from the ocean floor. The masked dude also flexes a live seahorse along with some crimson moss used to craft high-tier potions. To top off the bundle, he shows off a pro oyster with drop rates way lower than your average giant clam boss. The Jumbotron flashes bright, dropping the absolutely insane starting bid of 300 billion for the monster tank. Whispering among themselves, the crowd gossips about the Korean Guild's bank account, noting that the price is honestly a steal for what it's worth. Absolutely furious, the politician yells at President Go, throwing his promise in his face that their rival wouldn't pull any gear for tonight. The sunglass-wearing villain is just completely frozen, muttering that none of this can be real. Sweating a bit, the auctioneer scratches his mask, struggling to even find the words for the VIP's final relic. The display screen boots up, showing the few white stones, and the guy announces those are the remains of Chimera number 17 from the TDA lab. Then, the board blinks again, setting the starting bid at a brain-melting 999.9 billion. Our boy just drops a little smirk as the whole room loses their minds over the cracked price, desperate to know what kind of item costs that much. The whole lobby is totally confused, dying to figure out where this lab is and who the heck number 17 is. Standing right next to his sister, the guy asks if she caught that, but his partner just tells him to mind his own business. With this dead-focused yellow glare, the girl firmly states that she finally tracked down her targets. Shaking with her phone in her hand, the girl thinks the whole thing is impossible, completely shocked hearing about number 17. A lab tech checking out the roots in the tubes gets annoyed, telling the crew to grab manager Kim the second he logs in. Out of nowhere, the main hull door just blasts open with a massive slam. The heavy doors swing wide open. She starts complaining that out of all times, her phone had to drop connection right this second. Staring at her screen, she figures moving to a slightly more isolated spot might fix her ping. And suddenly, she gets bars again, instantly cheering up. But before she can do anything, a hand shoots straight for her. With incredible speed, she gets scooped up and carried off, dropping her phone right on the floor. Absolutely terrified, the poor girl goes into full panic mode and screams, asking who the heck just grabbed her like that. Her kidnapper casually says she doesn't need to know, adding that she's dragging her to the demon realm for a bit. Back outside the auction house, our MC rolls out with his squad, while Nari mentions that auctions are actually super fun. Somebody suddenly calls out for President Lee. Two guys bow down, with one saying it's been a hot minute and paying respects, while the other invites the president for tea whenever he's free. The president tells the boss he never thought these conservative NPCs would foot side so fast, so our MC admits dropping the loot at the auction was a solid call. Thanking him for the massive favor, the president admits he has no clue how to repay him, but our boy instantly claps back saying, "Favor my foot," pointing out the gear didn't even sell. So the MC just tells him the guild can keep the items, mostly because hauling them back would be a huge drag, but the old guy protests taking such OP gear. Neri totally cuts in, saying there's no way they're taking them back either. Now calling the old man grandpa, she explains he hands out their hunting licenses, so it's only fair they gift him some loot back. Kinsakup jumps in, adding that technically they're part of his guild anyway, so naturally they just want the boss man to put the items to good use. With tears welling up, the president is totally blown away by how humble the squad is. Smiling wide, our boy just finds it funny seeing the old guy get this emotional over some drops. Dodak suddenly pops out of the backpack begging for his mana snack, but the MC tells the little beast to hold off until they hit the base. Out of nowhere, two female staff members in red suits spot the little monster and completely lose their minds recognizing the legendary Dodak. Staring at the MC's buddy, the two girls assume the long-haired guy is the famous icon of endurance from the exams, leaving our duo totally confused. Without a clue what's going on, our boy wonders how on earth these random NPCs know Dodak. The two girls just keep giggling and whispering to each other. Nari points out that apparently they recognize Kisok too. The president realizes the boss hasn't checked the server news, since he's been grinding in the demon realm for so long. He explains that during the latest rank A promotion test, Kaisok was literally trending everywhere, and Dodak getting registered on the exact same day made him a massive viral hit on the forums. He points out that hunter stats are usually kept private, but Chimera data is completely public for everyone to see. Walking up all excited, the two girls ask if that's really Dodak, and our boy confirms it. One of them explains they're both auction staff members and begs for a quick screenshot with him. The little beast gets super shy with all this crazy attention focused right on him, super hyped. The other girl admits they are massive Dodak fangirls. Our boy just smiles and asks Dodak if he's down to take some pictures with them. Meanwhile, up in the VIP box, the corrupt politician is watching this whole interaction go down. Locking onto our MC, he wonders if this random kid is the actual mastermind behind all the chaos. President Go chimes in, saying he spotted the kid with President Lee last time, and swears his stats are at least rank S level. Completely mind-blown, the politician freezes at that info. Our boy holds up the little plant monster while the girls snap a bunch of pics, calling him the cutest thing ever. With a totally evil smirk, the politician instantly orders his squad to switch targets right now. The scene flashes to the magical mandrakes chilling in the dirt making soft noises before some voice screams out, asking how this is even possible. Freaking out with pure joy, the researcher looks at the naturally grown mobs, desperately trying to figure out how the squad pulled off such a crazy exploit. The two allies just stare at her, losing her mind, totally confused, asking what the heck is going on. The female partner reminds the hostage she's literally getting kidnapped right now, while the suit jokes she got so hyped over the mandrakes she straight up ignored them. Absolutely fascinated with the loot, the girl notices the first 3 sprouts have perfect HP bars. Leaning in close, she hears the little melody and explains that sound is literally their natural idle hum. The nerd breaks down how these pets, when raised in zones packed with demonic aura, hum just like this whenever their happiness stat maxes out. Out of pure curiosity, she spots the vats in the back and asks if that fluid is some kind of buff supplement, totally demanding an explanation right now. Right then, a gate opens up dead center and her partner instantly realizes their boss just fast-traveled home. Our boy walks out of the portal with his squad, and Nari throws her arms up, cheering happily that they finally made it back to base. He just stands there looking completely lost while someone screams at the top of their lungs trying to grab his aggro. Rushing the squad like a total madman, the researcher flat out demands to know who the famous manager Kim is. Pretty quickly, our boy pulls the girl aside to figure things out. Nari hides behind her teammate asking who this weird lady is, and she shoots back that it's just some crazy local NPC. He figures the hostage sneaked into the auction for research and to warn her master about the bone drops, which he confirms, complaining that her kidnapper just dragged her here zero context. Asking why she's dropping all this lore on him, the girl gets dead serious, saying she needs to introduce herself before dumping the whole backstory. The girl drops her tag as Kim Hyul, explaining she mains plant-type monster research at a private lab in the Gold City, and she recalls how her guildmaster would always rage when their crafting failed, swearing that if he just had the legendary number 17, he could clear the whole project. She mentions she tried asking about it, but the old man kept dodging, so she searched the forums herself, found 0 logs, and figured he just made the guy up. Because of that, Hyul admits she got completely jump-scared when that exact same username randomly popped up at the auction event. Explaining she just wanted to warn her boss since their lab runs have been failing hard, our MC cuts in and straight up asks for the master's name. The guest completely refuses to drop his tag, leaving our boy super confused by this random loyalty. Dead set on her choice, she yells that even if she gets a game over right here, she won't dox her master because she respects him too much. He finds the whole tough act weird and thinks about just having Gu use telepathy to rip the info out of her brain. But he honestly already knows exactly who this famous mandrake specialist is. The boss tells her to listen super close. Dropping the act, he warns her he's about to expose what that guild really does and exactly who number 17 is. The scene flashes to the locked front door of the shady research lab. Deep inside, the gray-haired dev holds up a test tube, muttering that the stats should be enough, and praying the RNG doesn't fail this time. Staring at the bubbling green liquid, the old guy lets out a super stressed groan. And suddenly, the whole mix blows up, blasting him backward with crazy knockback. Sprawled on the floor, hacking up smoke, the guy curses out loud, demanding to know what glitched the craft this time. The door opens with Hyul logging in, while the boss scrambles to pick up his notes, flaming her for going AFK and still mauling over his failed craft. totally serious. She tells him she's got a big question for him, reminding him she's been hard carrying for his guild for 7 years. She demands a totally straight answer. Yahello straight up asks what kind of shady raid the TDA lab actually was, and the old man's hand completely freezes over his papers in dead silence. Sweating bullets? The old guy stammers out that he already told her the place was just some useless lore hub focused on ancient mobs, but she presses him hard, demanding to know if that base was actually an illegal spot running sick experiments on live kids. He goes into full-blown panic mode, furiously screaming at her and asking what kind of troll fed her that garbage lore. Suddenly, the old man's eyes go super wide in pure shock as this mystery voice just drops in. Interesting. Our boy literally spawns in the room saying long time no see, and the old man falls straight on his butt, stuttering out of his mind, recognizing the player. With one eye glowing insanely bright, RMC drops this dark smirk and straight up confirms he's Chimera number 17. And that's where it gets crazy. The scientist shakes in pure terror on the floor, while our boy accuses the absolute scumbag of being the one who shoved mandrake cells right into his body.